Chapter 3704. This was inevitable. The High Heaven Palace's powerful sect protecting array was on the verge of collapse from the demon race's attacks. If Yang Kai had returned at 1 p.m., it would have been broken. Azure Sun Temple's sect protecting array was indeed extraordinary, but it was still a little worse than the High Heaven Palace's, so how could it hold on? When the array was broken, Wen Zishan made a prompt decision to send a message to the High Heaven Palace for help, because he also knew that the flames of war were everywhere in the Star Boundary now, and the Star Boundary's major legions must be exhausted from defending against the enemy. Asking for help from other legions may not be useful. Only by asking for help from the GZ army and Yang Kai's numerous subordinates could the Azure Sun Temple have hope of surviving. Not long after the request for help was sent out, the Lien sisters were sent over to fight the demon race's half-saint. Wen Zishan then led his army to fight the demon race in the Azure Sun Temple, gradually stabilizing the situation. Yang Kai glanced around and took in the situation in the temple, warning in a deep voice, "Senior sister, be careful." Squeezing his legs, Zhui Feng dashed out. The myriad sword flickered with a cold light as it rushed towards the nearest demon king. Seeing Zhui Feng's attack, the demon king's face turned pale. He made a prompt decision as a bloody mist burst out from his body. He turned into a bloody light and fled. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the demon king, and under the fluctuations of the space principles, the demon king was frozen in place, unable to move for a moment. Yang Kai rode past, the myriad sword swaying slightly, and without even looking at the demon king, it had already rushed several kilometers away. Behind him, the demon king's body shook, its eyes widened, and it exploded, not leaving behind a corpse. The several hundred players that had just been put into the sealed world bead were released again. Without needing any instructions from Yang Kai, they immediately spread out and attacked the demon race. Yang Kai rode on Zhui Feng for a while. He felt Zhui Feng's bloodthirsty and excited aura. He simply let Zhui Feng do whatever he wanted. His figure flashed, and he killed enemies with his sword. The myriad sword was invincible to all demons. One by one, the demon race died under his sword. Needless to say, the demon marshal and the demon general did not even have time to react before their souls returned to the underworld. Even the demon king was rarely able to last more than 3 breaths in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just killed a demon king that Murong Xiao Xiao was entangled with. Just as Murong Xiao Xiao was about to express her gratitude, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction 5 kilometers away. Over there, Xia Ning Chang's figure fluttered like a butterfly. She was struggling to hold on under the fierce attacks of a mid-rank demon king. Her figure fluttered like a willow branch in a storm, unable to control herself. Although the little senior sister was already an emperor, she had rarely fought with others since she started cultivating, let alone this kind of head-on battle. Among Yang Kai's wives, she had the least amount of combat experience. At this moment, her opponent's cultivation was higher than hers, so she was naturally at a disadvantage. Even though her figure was nimble, she was still being beaten by the demon king. In contrast, the demon king's face was full of malevolence. Its attacks were wild, and it looked like it wanted to kill Xia Ning Chang. When Yang Kai looked over, the demon king threw a punch. Its huge fist was almost half the size of Xia Ning Chang's face as it headed straight for her chest. This punch was so powerful that even if there was a mountain in front of it, it would definitely explode, let alone Xia Ning Chang's delicate body. Murong Xiao Xiao cried out in alarm. Her figure flickered as she tried to rush forward to help, but she was 10 kilometers away. No matter how fast she was, it would be too late. Yang Kai didn't move, but his mind was also at its limit at this moment. He was waiting for the situation to worsen so he could take action to save his little senior sister. Faced with this punch that could split a mountain, Xia Ning Chang's beautiful eyes inevitably flashed with a trace of panic. She had never felt so close to death before. Even when the Great Desolate Star Territory invaded the Chaotic Star Territory and ruined her Tongxian realm, she didn't feel this way. At this critical moment, Xia Ningchang raised her hand and took out a longan-sized bead between her two white jade-like fingers. This bead looked unremarkable. It was brown in color and didn't have the slightest fluctuation of world energy. In her mind, she remembered Yang Kai's advice when he gave her this bead: if you are in danger, throw this out. It will turn misfortune into fortune. Towards Yang Kai, Xia Ningchang naturally had unreserved trust in him. At this critical moment, she threw this bead towards the Demon King. When the Demon King saw Xia Ningchang throw this bead, he instinctively became vigilant, but after sweeping it with his divine sense, he didn't find anything special about this bead. Looking at the panic on Xia Ningchang's face, he immediately sneered, knowing that this delicate human race woman in front of him was scared out of her wits and had thrown something at him. His fist became more and more powerful as it flew forward and struck the bead flying towards him. Kacha. A crisp sound rang out from the fist, followed by an intense pain. The Demon King's expression changed, and he was horrified to the extreme. When the fist and the bead collided, the Demon King only felt that the world was oppressing him. The fist that he was so proud of, and the body that could even resist a demon treasure, was as fragile as paper in front of this strange bead. An irresistible force came from the front. The fist burst and the arm collapsed, but the bead's momentum didn't decrease. It crushed half of the Demon King's body and went straight to a mountain behind him. The Demon King screamed. Looking at Xia Ningchang, there was no longer any contempt in his expression. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief. The screen was covered by a loud bang. In an instant, the world shook. The chaotic Azure Sun Temple quieted down at this moment. Everyone turned their heads and looked towards the source of the sound. Over there, a mountain peak thousands of meters high was hit by an unknown attack and burst apart with a bang. In an instant, gravel and dirt flew everywhere, as if the world had collapsed. When the sound subsided, only a few dozen meters of the mountain peak remained standing. The top of the mountain was full of potholes and was in a mess. Xia Ningchang was stunned. Others didn't know what had happened, but she was very clear. She had just used the bead her junior brother had given her and had instantly injured a mid-rank Demon King. The bead had smashed into the mountain peak and caused it to become like this. That bead actually had such power. Although Xia Ningchang knew that the thing Yang Kai gave her was definitely not ordinary and was definitely a life-saving treasure, she didn't expect it to be so powerful. For a moment, she didn't react and even forgot to chase after her opponent. Feeling two gazes on her, Xia Ningchang turned her head and saw Murong Xiao Xiao with a similarly dull expression and Yang Kai with a smile on his face. Xia Ningchang couldn't help sticking out her tongue, calming herself down, reaching out with her hand, and the bead she threw flew back and was caught between her fingers. The mid-rank Demon King had half of its body blown apart, but it didn't die immediately. It had already pulled away from Xia Ningchang. At this moment, seeing Xia Ningchang holding the bead in her hand, it immediately screamed, turned around, and ran away. Having suffered a big loss once, how could it make the same mistake again? Xia Ningchang shouted and chased after it. The opponent had been seriously injured and his strength had been reduced by 80%. If she didn't kill him now, when would she? She continuously threw the bead in her hand, sending out terrifying attacks again and again. After the Demon King dodged a few times, it couldn't dodge anymore and was hit by the bead, dying tragically on the spot. Shanxing Luo saw Xia Ningchang chase after a mid-rank Demon King, killing it until it covered its head and fled like a rat. Out of curiosity, she couldn't help but take out a bead. This bead was almost identical to the one in Xia Ningchang's hand. Not only did the two of them have this kind of bead, but Shuiyu, Su Yan, and Zhu Qing also had one. Looking around, Shanxing Luo found a high-rank Demon King that was locked in a fierce battle with Shi Lei. Shanxing Luo casually threw the bead in her hand at the high-rank Demon King. The bead silently approached the Demon King, but this Demon King's cultivation wasn't bad. How could it not notice that someone was sneak attacking it from behind? After fainting with Shi Lei, it reached out to grab the bead, wanting to catch this hidden weapon in the palm of its hand. He hadn't seen what happened to the mid-rank demon king before, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so careless. As soon as the bead entered his hand, the crisp sound of bones cracking immediately rang out. Using his palm as the base, an arm exploded inch by inch. This unremarkable bead actually had an unimaginable weight. Greatly shaken, he hurriedly withdrew his hand to avoid it. While he was distracted, Shilei's attack arrived. The lightning in the sky turned into a pillar of lightning, wrapping around the high-ranked demon king. Amidst the crackling sounds, electric snakes danced wildly. The high-ranked demon king's body stiffened, but it was too late to dodge. The bead hit its body, exploding with a bang. The bead's momentum didn't decrease. It smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shake. Shilei lost his footing and almost fell to the ground. The ground caved in, and a huge crater appeared in the sky. Kacha, a ravine appeared with the crater as the center, spreading out in all directions like a spider web. What the hell is this? Shilei's expression changed greatly. He turned his head to look at Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo had the bloodline of the heavenly moon demon spider, so she could be considered a member of the monster race. Thus, the monster kings of the savage desolate ancient land all treated her as one of their own and took good care of her. The monster kings were well aware of Shanqing Luo's strength. Even if they risked their lives, they wouldn't be able to unleash such a ferocious attack. And yet, she had. Shilei knew that if he had been hit by that attack just now, his fate wouldn't have been any better. Shanqing Luo was stunned. She had only shot the bead out of curiosity. She never imagined that a high-ranked demon king would be killed by her just like that. Hearing Shilei's question, she blinked and reached out with her hand, summoning the bead back to her palm. She carefully examined it. Shilei rushed over. Looking at the bead in her hand, he shouted, "What is this thing?" "My husband gave it to me." Shanqing Luo replied, "Each of my sisters has one." Shilei's eyes narrowed. He stared at the bead. Such a ferocious object was definitely an incredible artifact. But from what Shanqing Luo said, each of the wives of Yang Kai actually had one. When did the High Heaven Palace become so rich? Chapter 3705. Looking at it with rapt attention, he didn't see the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy from this bead, as if it was just a stone bead picked up from the side of the road. But after looking at it carefully for a moment, this inconspicuous bead rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, instantly turning into a huge planet. It was vast, boundless, and incomparably desolate. Being on this planet, Shilei's heart was flustered, as if his mind was trapped in a cage. He bit the tip of his tongue and felt a sharp pain. Shilei broke out of the cage, his forehead covered in cold sweat as he shouted, "One realm bead." "This is the one realm bead?" Shanqing Luo was stunned. She did not know what this was, but before the GZ army left for the Western Territory, Yang Kai specially called her sisters over and gave each of them a bead. Then, he helped them refine it. As for what it was used for or what it was called, they did not understand until they took it out to kill the enemy. "There's no mistake, this is the one realm bead." Shilei nodded. Although he had never come into contact with the one realm bead before, he had at least heard of it. At this moment, he connected the dots and immediately concluded that this was definitely the one realm bead refined by Yang Kai. However, this one realm bead seemed to be slightly different from what he knew. It was indeed different. The one realm bead that was given to Shanqing Luo and the others was one of Yang Kai's first experiments. In order to separate the second territory bead from the small sealed world, he had refined many dead stars and large meteorites. These original one realm beads did not have the ability to accommodate living people. If a living creature was forcibly stuffed into them, they would be crushed into dust by the energy inside. Only the sealed world beads that Yang Kai refined later could accommodate living creatures, but they were all given to Li Wu Yi to be distributed to the corps commanders. Earlier, the reason the army of the Star Dimension had retreated so quickly from the Western Territory was precisely because they'd utilized the Realm Pearl. If it wasn't for that, how could those hundreds of thousands of troops have retreated so quickly? However, although the one realm bead in the hands of Shan Qing Luo and the others did not have the ability to contain living things, it was still refined from many dead stars. With Yang Kai's help, they could control it as they wished. Throwing it out was equivalent to throwing a dead star into their hands. That mid and high-ranked demon king wasn't on guard, so how could it block it? Yang Kai still had a lot of one-realm bead like this in his possession. He was planning to find an opportunity to distribute them to the GZ army. If these toys were put to good use, they would definitely give the elites of the demon race a huge surprise. It was a pity that they didn't have enough time. If they had more time, Yang Kai would have been able to refine even more weapons and become one of the GZ army's greatest killing machines. We'll know when we go back and ask. Shan Qing Luo smiled and gripped the bead in her hand tightly. Originally, she felt sad that her cultivation was not enough to share Yang Kai's burden, but now that she had this treasure in her hand, even a high-rank demon king could be killed instantly. Shan Qing Luo was delighted from the bottom of her heart. She immediately held the bead in her hand and tossed it around the battlefield. The one-realm bead was thrown out again and again, killing people like cutting melons and vegetables. The deadlock in the Azure Sun Temple was broken. Before Yang Kai led his people here, the demon race army broke through the array and entered the Azure Sun Temple, fighting a fierce battle to the death with Wen Zishan's army. After Yang Kai led hundreds of masters here, it was like a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, and the entire situation changed rapidly. Demon race masters were constantly being killed, and the half-saint of the demon race who was guarding this place couldn't do anything under the joint attack of the Lotus Sisters. He could only parry and had no power to resist. Seeing that the situation was not good, the half-saint let out a long roar and took a hit from the Lotus Sisters. He flashed out of the battlefield and escaped in a panic, but the Lotus Sisters chased after him. With the strongest master escaping, the remaining demon race masters were even less of a threat. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and only a few managed to escape. After a hurried hour, the noisy Azure Sun Temple quieted down. Wen Zishan, covered in blood, stood in the void, looking at the thousands of years of foundation of the temple, and sighed. Although many demons were killed in this battle, the Azure Sun Temple also suffered a great loss. The corpses of their disciples could be seen everywhere, and they died miserably. Even his army suffered nearly 30% casualties, which could be said to have hurt Yuan Qi. The demonic qi of the dead demon race masters escaped from their bodies and floated in the air, gathering in a certain direction, causing the entire Azure Sun Temple to be filled with yin qi. After meeting with Yang Kai and communicating with both sides, Wen Zishan learned that the High Heaven Palace had also been attacked by the demon race. However, the High Heaven Palace had a strong army and didn't suffer any losses. Instead, the demon race masters were badly battered. Looking at the several half-saint of the demon race gathered around Yang Kai, Wen Zishan couldn't help but feel a little jealous. He pulled a long face and coughed lightly. "Yang Kai, this king has something to discuss with you." "I'll let the Lotus Sisters follow master," Yang Kai said. Wen Zishan was startled when he heard this, but immediately became overjoyed. That would be best. He originally wanted to poach a half-saint from Yang Kai. Although his army was strong, the only drawback was that he didn't have a half-saint master to oversee it. Normally, it might not be obvious, but if a half-saint of the demon race came, there was no one on his side who could match them. He originally only wanted Yang Kai to keep one half-saint, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to ask for two. Wen Zishan suddenly felt that they were indeed family. Elder Yang could be anxious for him. Immediately, he cleaned up the battlefield and sorted out the casualties. Yang Kai didn't stay and led a group of people back. Back at the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai immediately sent a message to Li Wuyi and reported that the High Heaven Palace's branch sect and Azure Sun Temple had been attacked by the demon race's army. Not long after, Li Wuyi sent a message. After reading the message, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. As he expected, the entire star boundary was now in turmoil. The two worlds were connected, and a large number of demon land had appeared in the 4 territories. The demon race's army had crossed over from these demon land and broken into the star boundary, killing and looting. The current situation was much more serious than when the demon race crossed over from the Western Territory. Previously, there was only one passage between the 2 worlds. Although the demon race was strong, the star boundary only needed to set up a few defenses, but now, the demon race had spread out and spread the flames of war to the entire star boundary in an instant. The 55 armies were a little tired of defending. It wasn't just the High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple that were under attack. In just half a day, Li Wu-Yi had received no less than 30 requests for help. Just in the Northern Territory alone, there were 7. Even if Li Wu-Yi had a clear mind, he didn't know how to deal with the enemy at this moment. He could only react to every move and try to preserve the yuan qi of the star boundary as much as possible before the great emperors appeared. Knowing that Yang Kai was free, Li Wu-Yi was overjoyed and asked him to lead the troops to support the 7 places. Yang Kai naturally agreed and immediately gathered the troops. The GZ army had only rested for half a day and had not fully recovered, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. He moved the army into the small sealed world and stepped into the High Heaven Palace's space array. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had made various arrangements in the past. In order to unify the Northern Territory, he had arranged many space arrays all over the Northern Territory. Now, they finally came in handy. If it weren't for these space arrays, it would have taken a lot of time to rush to each place. The demon race had a large base, but after dividing the army, there weren't many people in each place. This gave Yang Kai an opportunity to destroy them one by one. Yang Kai led the GZ army on a campaign of slaughter. Everywhere they went, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. In just a few days, the GZ army had destroyed no less than 1 million demon race members. But along the way, they also saw the demon race wreaking havoc in the star boundary. Many cities were slaughtered, and many villages were set ablaze. Even some small and medium-sized sects that were not strong were massacred. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and countless humans were fleeing, but in this chaotic world, where could they run to? Running around like headless flies, once they encountered the demon race, the only thing that awaited them was death. When he encountered these fugitives, if they had the ability to kill the enemy, Yang Kai would keep them and add them to the GZ army. If they weren't strong enough, he would take them into his sealed world bead. Along the way, he had killed many people, and his army had expanded by quite a bit. Now, he had recovered to 300,000 soldiers. In the sealed world bead, Yang Kai had taken in no less than 1 million refugees. In a ruined city, Yang Kai stood in front of a house. In the city, flames soared into the sky, corpses littered the streets, and nearly half of the houses in front of him had collapsed. In the house, a woman was completely naked, her lower body was in a mess, and there were many wounds on her body. Her corpse was already cold, and her eyes were wide open. Before she died, her eyes were filled with fear and shock. She turned her head to look to the side, and there was a trace of reluctance in those eyes that were filled with fear. In the place where her eyes were looking, a 3-year-old child was lying in a pool of blood. There was a hole in the child's chest, but there was nothing inside. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, Yang Kai could still imagine the scene at that time. The demon race had attacked, and the mother had desperately protected her child. But how could a powerless woman be a match for the powerful demon race from a foreign territory? The woman was defiled, she died an unnatural death, and the child was killed. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing tragedies in the human world, he could not help but be furious at this moment. A murderous intent was brewing in his chest like a volcano that could erupt at any time. In the past few days, many cities and villages were massacred, but in those cities, the demon race only killed people and did nothing else. But in this city, Yang Kai saw something different. The scene in front of him made him unable to control his emotions. Brother-in-law. Fu Ling rushed over from not far away. Her beautiful eyes were red, and there were tears in her eyes. But before she could get close to Yang Kai, she was shocked by the murderous intent. Looking in the direction of Yang Kai's gaze, Fu Ling bit her lips. Yang Kai took a deep breath and restrained his murderous intent, causing his clothes to flutter. Speak. There are no survivors in the city. Everyone was slaughtered, and the children under the age of 10. Fu Ling frowned, as if it was difficult for her to speak. What happened to the children? Fu Ling pointed at the house and said, they were all like her. Their hearts were dug out. Brother-in-law, the demon race, does it eat people? Fu Ling turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and looked at her. Fu Ling said, if it's not eating people, why would they dig out their hearts? Moreover, they are all children, and there are only a few corpses in the city. They should have been taken away. Chapter 3706. Yang Kai hadn't thought of this. After all, he had stayed in the demon territory for several years and had never seen the demon race having this kind of hobby. But after hearing Fu Ling's words, he felt that it was possible. He hadn't seen it in the demon territory because the demon territory was full of the demon race. Now that the demon race had invaded the star boundary, the situation was completely different from before. If there really was something special, it wouldn't be strange for it to be exposed at this moment. Let's go. Yang Kai turned around and shouted. After a short while, a figure descended from the sky. It was Ying Fei. He cupped his fists and said, Master. Yang Kai nodded. Space principles fluctuated and wrapped around the two of them, instantly disappearing. At this moment, he had divided the GZ army into two groups. One group was led by Biyao from the south to the north. The other group was led by the embodiment from the east to the west. Biyao was still recuperating in the sealed world bead. It would take a while for her to fully recover, so she wouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. It wasn't that he was willing to divide the army. The GZ army was indeed powerful, but the demon race was no pushover. This time, all the half-saint soldiers had been mobilized. But now that the northern territory was filled with war, there were too many places that needed to be rescued. Splitting the army would be more efficient. This was a helpless move. The two groups of troops crossed each other and headed to various places in the northern territory. He and Ying Fei led the way and inquired about the enemy. Fu Ling insisted on following them, saying that as a flag bearer of the GZ army, she couldn't be too far away from the army commander. Yang Kai didn't want to be entangled with her, so he simply brought her along. They had only investigated the first city, but they had already witnessed such a tragedy. The blood in the city hasn't completely dried up yet. The demon race shouldn't have left for too long. Master, please go this way. When it came to tracking, Ying Fei was an expert, and Yang Kai would never be able to match him. Following the direction Ying Fei pointed, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he sped forward. From afar, Yang Kai saw a huge black spot in the sky. It was as black as ink, and the demonic chi was awe-inspiring. From that black spot, the aura of another world seeped out. Ying Fei came to a realization: it seems like they want to return to that devil's den. Yang Kai snorted, let's go take a look. Ever since they returned from the Western Territory, Yang Kai had been leading the army everywhere in the Northern Territory. He hadn't had the time to investigate what was going on in the demon land under the ink dots. Although he had seen it in the Western Territory before, he had sealed the ink spot in the Western Territory as soon as it opened. The demon race that had crossed over from the ink spot had either died or fled. However, although the gap between the two worlds had been sealed, the eroded ink spots had not disappeared. Yang Kai really wanted to know what was different about the ink spots in the Northern Territory. Now that he had chased the enemy here, it was a good time to investigate. There was no need for Ying Fei to guide him. There were traces of the army along the way, and they were heading straight for the Devil's Den. Thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai's figure flickered a few times before he arrived. Standing in the void, Yang Kai frowned as he looked around. In his field of vision, the old demon territory was everywhere. Within the demon land, the trees were withered and the grass was withered. It was as if he was really in the demon land, giving him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Yang Kai had obtained the bright moon's legacy and was recognized by the will of heaven and earth. No matter where he was in the star boundary, his perception was unmatched by ordinary people. However, in the demon land in front of him, he couldn't sense any star boundary aura. In other words, the demon land's expansion was no longer in the star boundary, but in the demon territory. Not only that, within the demon land, the laws of heaven and earth were slightly fluctuating, invisible to the naked eye. Along with the fluctuation, the demon land's area was also quietly expanding. Only Yang Kai could sense this. If it were any other fake emperor, they probably wouldn't be able to discover anything. The demon land's expansion was very slow, but it was indeed expanding, constantly eroding the star boundary's territory. This should be the foundation of a certain sect. The mountains were stacked on top of each other, and there were many pavilions and terraces in the forest. It should have been a beautiful place, but the ink spots in the sky just happened to appear above this sect. The entire sect's territory, including the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, had long been transformed into the demon land. Vaguely, miserable howls and cries could be heard from one of the mountain peaks. Yang Kai was stunned. He thought he was hallucinating, but when he listened carefully, there was indeed a sound. There were still people alive. Yang Kai originally thought that wherever the demon race went, they would definitely exterminate all living beings in the star boundary. Even if they didn't kill them, they would let the demonic chi erode them and turn them into demons. He didn't expect that there were still people alive, but he didn't know what they had encountered. At this moment, the cries were incomparably miserable. Yang Kai tilted his head and listened to the sound to determine its location. After a while, his figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a valley. The valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Many members of the demon race had gathered. At this moment, these demon race members were busy in full swing. Inside the valley, there were many large cauldrons. The cauldrons were filled with boiling hot water and boiling oil. Some demons were carrying human corpses that had been disemboweled, throwing them into hot water or boiling oil. Sizzling sounds could be heard, and the entire valley was filled with a strange and nauseating smell. On the other side of the valley, a group of hundreds of people were tied up. The demon race members were strictly guarding them. From time to time, a demon race member would come forward with a sharp weapon, pull out a person, and directly stab them to death. Then, they would drag them to the side and deal with them. Seeing their clansmen being killed with their own eyes and their corpses thrown into the pot, the people who were still alive were incomparably pale. They had long been scared out of their wits. The cries and cries came from here, mixed with many people begging for mercy and cursing. When Yang Kai arrived here and swept his eyes over, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Previously, in the dilapidated city, Fu Ling asked whether the demon race members ate people. He was still somewhat uncertain, but after seeing the scene here, how could he not know that the demon race really ate people? 3 unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared in the valley. How could the busy demon race not see them? The demon race immediately shouted, "Who goes there?" Yang Kai coldly glanced at him and shouted, "Kill." As soon as the word left his mouth, he arrived in front of the demon race. He reached out and grabbed his neck, pouring his demon chi into the demon's body. In an instant, his meridians were broken, and his resistance was destroyed. Raising his hand, Yang Kai threw the demon race away. With his meridians destroyed, the demon race was in pain all over. Demon chi leaked out, but he didn't die. He simply couldn't move. After being thrown away by Yang Kai, the demon race fell straight into a pot of oil. With a sizzling sound, the demon race writhed in the pot of oil, howling miserably, but he wouldn't die for a while. With a series of popping sounds, the demon race was continuously thrown into the pot of oil. For a time, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded through the world. When Yang Kai made his move, Ying Fei and Fu Ling also made their moves, one to the left and one to the right. Ying Fei's figure was extremely fast, almost turning into a bolt of lightning. In just a few swings, a large number of demon race fell to the ground. Unlike Kai Yang, he didn't give them a taste of their own medicine. Instead, he simply slaughtered them. Fu Ling was also the same, her petite body containing a huge amount of strength. Although she wasn't as graceful as Ying Fei, her pair of fists still smashed into pieces. The demon race in the valley didn't have any powerhouses, not even a demon king, so how could they withstand the slaughter of these three gods of slaughter? In just 10 breaths of time, the hundreds of demon race in the valley had been completely slaughtered. The people who were tied to the side were originally in a state of panic, thinking that they wouldn't be able to escape today, but who knew that 3 saviors would suddenly appear? They were all overjoyed, and under the ups and downs of their emotions, many people cried bitterly. In the boiling water in the oil pot, the demon race thrown in by Yang Kai were still howling miserably, but their voices were getting softer and softer, gradually becoming inaudible. Under normal circumstances, this kind of boiling water and oil pot wouldn't be able to take the lives of these demon race. Since they had invaded the star boundary, they definitely had some cultivation. This boiling water and oil pot might be a threat to ordinary people, but how could they be hindered in the slightest? They only needed to circulate their demon qi to resist. However, Yang Kai had already crippled their cultivations when he subdued them, so at this moment, they were unable to use any of their strength. Although their physiques were still quite good, this blunt knife cutting through their flesh would eventually take their lives. You guys save them. Yang Kai ordered as he turned his gaze to the top of a mountain to his left. From there, he could hear a huge commotion and the air was filled with enthusiasm. Master, should we wait for the army to come and join us? Ying Fei asked in a deep voice. Although Yang Kai's strength wasn't bad, he was still an Emperor Realm Master. If he really encountered a half-saint, he might not be able to match them. Moreover, this was the demon cave, and who knew how many demon race had gathered here? No need. Yang Kai shook his head and took a step forward. Ying Fei wanted to say something, but he had already disappeared. Fu Ling said, "It's not like you don't know brother-in-law's ability. Even if there is a half-saint here, he can still escape." Ying Fei thought about it and agreed. If he hadn't targeted Yang Kai's space divine technique, perhaps only the demon saint and the great emperors could pose a threat to his life. He immediately felt relieved and walked towards the group of people tied up with Fu Ling. The group of several hundred people had long been scared out of their wits, and some of them had even fainted. Ying Fei flicked his finger and released several rows of people in front of him, then told them to save their companions. Facing the orders of these 2 saviors, everyone naturally obeyed, and after thanking them, they began to work with trembling hands. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man, although pale, was much better than the others and could still be considered calm. At this moment, he walked forward and cupped his fists. Water Cloud Sect's Yuan Wenlong greets the 2 saviors. May I ask for the 2 saviors' names? Ying Fei frowned and looked around. This is the Water Cloud sect. Although he knew that this was the base of a certain sect, he didn't know which sect it was. Now that he heard Yuan Wenlong's self-introduction, he finally understood. Yuan Wenlong respectfully said, "Yes." Ying Fei looked him up and down and chuckled. "Your surname is Yuan. What is your relationship with Yuan Mao?" Yuan Wenlong suppressed his grief and asked, "Savior, do you know my father?" Ying Fei curled his lips and said, "I don't know him, but I have heard of him." The Water Cloud sect was in the Northern Territory, but it could only be considered a mid-level sect. In front of the High Heaven Palace, it was not enough, but there was still one in the Emperor realm, and that was the Water Cloud sect's leader, Yuan Mao. Chapter 3707. Any cultivator in the world who reached the Emperor realm would have the qualifications to establish their own sect. The Water Cloud sect had only been established recently, and there was only one person in the Emperor realm, the sect master, Yuan Mao. Under normal circumstances, Ying Fei wouldn't have known about this person. He was one of the 32 monster kings in the ancient wild lands, and his cultivation was comparable to a third-stage Emperor realm master. How could a trivial first-order Emperor realm master enter his eyes? However, in the past 10 years, the GZ army had been building up and recruiting soldiers in the Northern Territory. Ing Fei had been instructed by Hyoji to send a recruitment letter to the Water Cloud sect, hoping that the Water Cloud sect would contribute to the GZ army. However, when the people he sent returned to the High Heaven Palace, they didn't bring back a single soldier. They only brought back some supplies, saying that the Water Cloud sect was showing respect to the GZ army. The GZ army's recruitment wasn't compulsory, and it was completely voluntary. Those who were willing to join could join, and those who weren't, Hyoji wouldn't force them. At that time, he made this decision in consideration of the reputation of Yang Kai and the GZ army. Therefore, when the Water Cloud sect refused to join the GZ army, Ing Fei didn't pay any more attention to it. Since he was in charge of this matter, he naturally remembered. Actually, it wasn't just the Shuayan sect. There were many sects and schools in the world that were just like the Shuayan sect, indifferent to the war between the two realms. After all, the two-realm battlefield was in the western regions. Everyone felt that even if the sky fell, the great emperors would be there to hold it up. No matter what, they wouldn't be pressured. The battlefield was so far away from them, so why risk their lives to go to the western regions and fight to the death with the demon race? No one expected that one day, the situation would change. The Western Territory was no longer the battlefield between the two worlds, and the flames of war had ignited everywhere in the 4 territories of the star boundary. "Where's your father?" Ing Fei asked. He couldn't sense the presence of the Emperor realm in this group of people. Naturally, he knew that Yuan Mao wasn't here. Moreover, judging from Yuan Wenlong's mournful expression, Yuan Mao was probably dead. As expected, Yuan Wenlong's eyes reddened. He gnashed his teeth and said, "My father was killed by the demon race." Ing Fei sighed, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place." Although Yuan Mao hadn't accepted his own army's invitation to recruit soldiers back then, and the Shuayan sect hadn't sent a single soldier either, their selfishness and self-preservation being clear as day. But who in this world wouldn't think for themselves? As the saying goes, every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Ing Fei didn't have any ill feelings towards the Water Cloud sect and Yuan Mao. He just didn't think much of them. If the Water Cloud sect had accepted the recruitment invitation and sent their elites to the GZ army, they wouldn't have been able to avoid the fate of being destroyed. However, at the very least, they would have been able to preserve some of their Yuan Qi. They wouldn't have lost their inheritance, and they might have had a chance to make a comeback in the future. But now, Yuan Mao was dead, and most of their elites were probably gone. The Water Cloud sect was probably going to be wiped out from the Northern Territory. This was why Ing Fei sighed. Yuan Wenlong didn't understand and asked respectfully, "How should I address my 2 benefactors?" Ing Fei glanced at him and said indifferently, "Eagle Town's main commander, Ing Fei, under the GZ army." Fu Ling interrupted in time, "Flag leader Fu Ling." Yuan Wenlong was stunned and his face turned red with shame. Obviously, he also remembered how he had persuaded his father to reject the recruitment of the EZ army. For a moment, regret welled up in his heart and he burst into tears. Fu Ling said with a disgusted expression, "What's a man like you crying for? Let me ask you, is this all you have left?" Yuan Wenlong stopped crying and nodded, "This is all we have left. The others have all been killed or eaten." He suddenly pointed in a direction and said, "Out of the valley, there's a cave in the mountain wall. I just heard some crying sounds coming from there. I think the demon race must have kidnapped people from the outside and imprisoned them there." Ing Fei turned his head and looked over. This was consistent with the information he had obtained along the way. Those kidnapped people should be the residents of the city from before. He and Fu Ling split up. One stayed here, and the other rushed in that direction. The main hall was bustling with noise and excitement. More than 100 members of the demon race were gathered here, and the Demon King could be found everywhere. This should be the conference hall of the Water Cloud sect. The Water Cloud sect wasn't big, but the conference hall was grand and magnificent. It could accommodate hundreds of people without feeling crowded. At the top of the hall, a high-rank demon king with crimson eyes was sitting in the main seat. His entire body was filled with a bloody aura, and his crimson eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light from time to time. On the left and right sides of the hall, there were continuous tables. Behind each table, there were 2 members of the demon race. The tables were filled with steamed, boiled, fried, and fried food. Looking at these items, one could see that they were all scraps of human bodies. Some were half-cooked, some were bloody, and some were fried until they were yellow. They emitted a strange aura. More than 100 members of the demon race were hunched over the tables and eating with relish. There were even some members of the demon race who tasted the most delicious food from time to time, causing the demons beside them to nod their heads in agreement. In the center of the hall, a group of human women were dancing with pale faces. Around them, the sound of gongs, drums, and strings could be heard intermittently. It was unknown whether these people were originally members of the Water Cloud sect or were captured by the demon race. At this moment, they were forced to sing, dance, and sing in this place. They were all terrified, but when their lives were at stake, no one dared to resist. Their wriggling bodies were stiff, and there was no aesthetic at all. The sound of gongs, drums, and strings was also a mess. No one could maintain their normal state in this kind of environment. The food that the demons in the hall ate was all steamed, boiled, or fried food that was sent up from the foot of the mountain. The only exception was the high-grade blood demon who was sitting at the head of the table. There was a tray placed in front of him. On the tray, there were a few bright red fruits. A charming succubus lay in his arms. Her clothes were messy. The blood demon reached his hand into her clothes and rubbed them, causing the succubus to giggle incessantly. "Master, do you still want to eat?" The succubus demon stretched out her slender hands, picked up a bright red fruit from the tray, and put it in front of the blood demon's mouth. The blood demon opened his mouth and bit down. In an instant, juice and blood splashed everywhere. That bright red fruit wasn't a fruit at all. It was clearly a human heart that had just been plucked not long ago. The blood demon ate the human heart in the succubus demon's hand in a few bites, and the bloodthirsty light in his eyes became even more terrifying. He shouted, "Delicious, delicious. The taste of human hearts is indeed the most delicious." With his sudden roar, the women in the center of the hall, who were suppressing the fear in their hearts, turned pale with fright. The timid ones even fell to the ground on their buttocks, and a few of them even began to cry. The blood demon lowered his head, and the bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Who told you to stop?" He stretched out his hand, and a huge suction force came, directly pulling a woman who had fallen to the ground over. His big hand grabbed her neck, and he couldn't stop laughing. The woman's expression changed greatly. She kept shaking her head and begged, "No, no, how could the blood demon pay attention to her?" He stretched out his hand, tore her clothes, and opened his mouth to bite her snow-white neck. Under the surge of demonic chi, the woman in his hand turned into a dried corpse in a few breaths of time. His big hand let go, and the dried corpse fell straight to the ground, no longer breathing. The blood demon closed his eyes, as if he had hysteria. His whole body trembled non-stop, and it was obvious that he was extremely excited and comfortable. Even the skin on his face was slightly twitching. The hall was filled with screams. Seeing their companion suffer such misfortune, how could the women below remain calm? They were already in great fear, and now they were in a mess. The demon race members around them laughed, as if they were very happy with this scene. The laughter stopped abruptly. A figure wrapped in a cold aura rushed in from outside. Demonic chi surged around his body like boiling water, and the place where he stood almost turned into a black hole, swallowing everything in the world. His face couldn't be seen clearly, and only a pair of scarlet eyes burned like flames in the boundless black aura. "Who goes there?" A demon king stood up and shouted. Although this person's aura wasn't friendly, and he was a high-rank demon king, he wasn't afraid. After all, they were all from the same race, so what was there to be afraid of? Yang Kai ignored him and swept his gaze across the hall. He looked at the blood demon sitting at the top, then at the dried corpse at his feet, and gently waved his hand. A gentle force swept out, wrapping around the surviving humans in the hall. Amidst a burst of panicked screams, they were taken into the sealed world bead. With a walla, the door was closed. The Demon King who asked the question before suddenly stood up and asked fiercely, "Who are you?" He was curious. Why did the people in the hall suddenly disappear? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, a strange force flashing across his eyes and entering the Demon King's knowledge sea. The Demon King let out 2 gasps before suddenly sitting down with a dull look on his face. Then, under the stunned gazes of all the demon race, he lifted his sleeve and bit down on his arm. With a single bite, blood dripped out, but the Demon King didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, a silly grin appeared on his face as he chewed on the flesh of his arm with relish. Crash. All the demon race members stood up together, the table in front of them flipped over, and the things on it spilled all over the floor. Some stared in horror at their companion who was eating his arm while others stared at Yang Kai in horror. None of them were fools. Although this person also had demonic chi, at this time, how could they not know that he didn't have good intentions? Moreover, his strength was terrifying. They didn't see him do anything, but their companions were chewing on their own flesh. This kind of method was simply sensational. Is it delicious? Yang Kai looked at the Demon King with a dull expression and asked softly. The Demon King replied vaguely while chewing, "It's delicious." "If it's delicious, then eat more." Yang Kai nodded and no longer paid attention to him. His dark red eyes swept across all the demons present one by one, and the power of his knowledge sea was pushed to the limit. One after another, the demon race members sat down. Just like the Demon King at the beginning, they stretched their arms to their mouths and bit off their own flesh, chewing it. There were over 100 demon race members in the hall, all of whom had the cultivation of Demon King. Yang Kai looked around and saw that only 10 demon race members were still standing. These 10 were either peak mid-rank Demon King or high-rank Demon King. Only with such cultivation could they contend with Yang Kai's knowledge sea. There's a monthly Xuanhuan King event here, and the rewards are generous. Just looking at it makes me drool. I'm going to fight for it with all my might. Chapter 3708. Yang Kai had obtained the power of Yu Ru Meng's primordial yin, and his divine soul's cultivation had soared. Even an ordinary half-saint false emperor couldn't compare to him, let alone the demon kings in the hall. If Yang Kai really wanted to kill them, his divine soul could instantly destroy the knowledge seas of most of the demon kings present, killing them on the spot. But after witnessing such a tragedy in the mountain valley and witnessing a group of demon kings feasting on human flesh in the hall, how could Yang Kai so easily kill them in his fury? If you like to eat meat, then eat to your heart's content. Only when you eat yourself clean will you be done. 2 streaks of blood slid down his cheeks from his scarlet eyes that pulsed like flames. The method he used just now was much more strenuous than directly using his divine soul to attack. Even though Yang Kai's divine soul was now incomparably powerful, it was still beyond his power to deal with over 100 demon kings at once. His divine soul's power had already been fully unleashed. The expressions of the dozen or so demon kings who were still standing in place changed greatly, and they all tried to resist. Among them, several peak mid-rank demon kings resisted with great difficulty. Their bodies trembled, and they clenched their teeth without uttering a sound, for fear that the slightest bit of carelessness would cause them to follow in the footsteps of their companions. Although the remaining few high-ranked demon kings were a little more relaxed, they weren't that relaxed. A voice kept echoing in their minds, and under the influence of that voice, the thought of eating their own flesh kept rolling in their minds, and they couldn't suppress it no matter how hard they tried. Roar! An angry roar was heard. It was a mid-rank demon king who couldn't bear the pressure and took the initiative to launch an attack. If he didn't act now, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. After seeing the fate of his companions with his own eyes, how could he not know what would happen to him once his knowledge sea's defense collapsed? He would rather die at the hands of the enemy than eat his own flesh. This roar was like a fuse. When that mid-rank demon king flew over, the other demon kings who were still standing in the hall also rushed over. In a split second, the demonic chi in the main hall surged, and the killing intent was abundant. Yang Kai had come here in anger. Now that he saw the demon king taking the initiative to attack, he was even more furious. His mind was shaken, but his mind suddenly fell into an unprecedented tranquil state. His body and heart were one, and his heart was one with the heavens and earth. In his mind, something seemed to be stirring, about to break out of its shell. Somehow, a trace of the truth of the great Tao flashed in his mind. In his field of vision, there were no more enemies, and he was no longer in the conference hall of the Water Cloud sect. Instead, he seemed to be standing in the vast and boundless world. His mind was constantly rising, and he looked down at all the living beings in the world. In this strange state, the laws of heaven and earth surged into his body, tempering his mind and spirit. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed into his body like streams returning to the sea. His cultivation continued to rise. In the demon territory, because he obtained Ming Yu's legacy and advanced to the third layer emperor realm, and because of the laws of heaven and earth in the demon territory, his emperor chi transformed into demon chi, and he became a high-ranked demon king. After escaping from the demon territory back to the star boundary, Yang Kai's cultivation gradually stabilized due to the tremendous pressure he faced. After returning to the star boundary for more than 10 years, he mingled in the lower planes, refining the universe and creating the heavens and earth. Although it was of great help to his cultivation, and his attainments in the laws of space had deepened, to the point where even Li Wu Yi felt inferior, his cultivation did not improve much. But now, after more than 10 years, Yang Kai suddenly had a realization in the Water Cloud sect's main hall. It was as if he had become the heavens and earth. Yang Kai was angry, and the heavens and earth were angry. Thunder exploded on the flat ground, rumbling in all directions. Yang Kai's aura, which was already powerful to begin with, clearly increased by a lot. Without thinking, Yang Kai instinctively stretched out his hand, but he did not slap any demon king. Instead, he slapped the void. With a single slap, the heavens and earth collapsed. With his palm as the center, an incomparably huge suction force pulsed, pulling in everything around him. With a series of crashing sounds, the tables and chairs in the main hall, as well as the pillars on the walls, all flew into the void and disappeared. The demon kings who had rushed over, whether they were mid-rank or high-rank demon kings, were unable to control their bodies at this moment. Each and every one of them had a look of horror on their faces as they flew along with the tables and chairs to a certain point in the void. Even the blood demon sitting at the top was not spared. Although he was more than 20 meters away from Yang Kai, after that palm strike, his body was still sent flying uncontrollably, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his body. As for the succubus demon beside him, it was only a demon commander and was simply unable to resist such a huge suction force. Its body drifted, and with a cry of alarm, it was directly sucked into the void, disappearing without a trace. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. With a loud roar, the blood mist on the blood demon's body surged, and his blood essence spurted out like crazy, turning into a mass of blood light as he tried to break free from that huge suction force. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to withdraw. He could only watch as his body flew forward bit by bit. Turning his head to look, he saw that the main hall was in a mess. The magnificent building had been completely destroyed, and there seemed to be an invisible beast in the void, devouring everything. Everything that entered the mouth of that beast, whether it was a demon king or an inanimate object, mysteriously disappeared. At this moment of life and death, the blood demon bit the tip of his tongue, turning his blood essence into a blood arrow, and shot it towards Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai frowned. After feeling this murderous intent, his mind was immediately pulled out of that strange state. Tilting his head, he dodged the blood arrow attack. With this move, the mysterious palm he sent out lost its momentum. The collapsed void turned into a small black dot, which rapidly shrank into nothingness. The entire main hall was rapidly collapsing towards that black dot, and even a large part of the mountain peak was missing. That extremely terrifying suction force disappeared, and the blood demon regained his freedom. Wild with joy, he used the blood escape technique, turning into a streak of blood light to escape. From the time Yang Kai entered the main hall until now, only a dozen breaths of time had passed, but the various divine technique he had used were unimaginable. Over 100 of his Demon King subordinates had been wiped out before they could even touch his clothes. How could the blood demon not know that he was no match for him? If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he could only wait for death. A high-rank Demon King with an awe-inspiring demonic chi, yet he was so hostile towards the demon race. At this time, the blood demon finally understood Yang Kai's identity. Only that human who had once wreaked havoc in the demon territory could have such means. Even if he wanted to run, how could he? Yang Kai extended his hand and grabbed, and the blood demon froze in midair. Under the restriction of the space law, he couldn't even move a finger. Only now did he realize how big the gap was between him, a high-rank demon king, and Yang Kai, a high-rank demon king. For a moment, his heart was as dead as ash. Yang Kai maintained his grabbing posture, lowered his head, and frowned as he pondered over the feeling he had just felt. No matter what, he couldn't enter that mysterious state again. He knew that he had missed a great opportunity because of this blood demon's interruption. But thinking about it again, if he hadn't come here and been stimulated by what he had seen, how could he have gotten such an opportunity? Although this opportunity had been interrupted midway, it wasn't like he hadn't gained anything. Thinking of this, his mind immediately calmed down, and the anger he had just felt dissipated. When he raised his head again, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and revealed a stunned expression. He hadn't sensed anything that had happened in the hall just now. Before he was interrupted by the blood demon, he was completely immersed in a strange state of comprehension. Only when he looked up did he discover that the conference hall was no longer there. Even the mountain that the hall was situated on was missing a large chunk. Among the devilish beings in the hall, only the blood demon that he had imprisoned was left. After a moment of silence, he understood what had happened. Although he had been immersed in comprehension, it wasn't that he was completely unaware of the outside world. He just didn't pay attention to it. Now that he thought about it, he naturally remembered. It was a pity. Although those demon kings had to be killed, Yang Kai's original plan was to let them eat themselves clean, giving them a taste of their own medicine. But now, those demon kings had already died without a complete corpse, so there was no way to let them eat themselves. Collapse. Yang Kai whispered softly, and the demonic chi lingering around his body converged, revealing his true appearance. What? The imprisoned blood demon was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't understand what these two words meant. Yang Kai turned his head and grinned. Why would he explain anything to him? Collapse was the name he had given to his newly comprehended space secret technique. Since he began cultivating the space secret technique, all the space divine technique had been comprehended by himself. After all, there were very few people on this path, so there was no experience he could draw from. Besides Li Wu Yi, there was no one in this world who could teach Yang Kai anything about the space principles. Everything depended on himself. After the Moonblade, Nihility, Exile, and Instant Movement, the collapse technique was born. The Moonblade was an offensive method, condensing space force into a deadly blade with great power. Nihility was a means of self-protection. By merging one's body into the void and concealing all auras, even those stronger than Yang Kai would find it difficult to find him if they were not careful. The Nihility technique could also be used to avoid fatal attacks. Yang Kai had encountered many powerful enemies over the years and had relied on Nihility to protect himself many times. Exile was the use of the space principles to connect to the void and banish the enemy into the void. Needless to say, teleportation was the most practical secret technique for escaping and chasing. The collapse technique that Yang Kai had comprehended was somewhat similar to exile, but the difference was that exile only banished the enemy into the void. If the banished person was lucky enough, they could still struggle at death's door in the void. Although they could not avoid the fate of death in the end, there was always a glimmer of hope. Perhaps a blind cat would run into a dead mouse and be able to escape from the void. There were all kinds of strange things in the great thousand worlds, so this kind of thing was not impossible. Shin Yuzhu, whom Yang Kai had rescued from Temple Luo's sect, had survived in the void for tens of thousands of years. She was a character who had participated in the last struggle for the Great Tao. Chapter 3709. The collapse technique had nothing to do with void cracks. Once it was used, heaven and earth would collapse. Under the pressure of the huge space force, everything would collapse to the size of a speck of dust, invisible to the naked eye and unable to be scanned by divine sense. It was a true destruction technique. This was the difference between collapse and exile. If it was said that exile could still allow one to survive in the midst of death, then collapse meant certain death. Yang Kai walked towards the blood demon. The blood demon was trembling all over as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He had crossed over from the demon domain, and his subordinates were strong and powerful. The star boundary cultivators he had encountered over the past few days couldn't even withstand a single blow. There was no one within a radius of 100,000 kilometers that could stand up to him, causing him to think that the star boundary was nothing more than this. Only now did he understand what despair and fear were. How could he know that because they had to deal with the war in the Western Territory, most of the star boundary's elites had joined the army? How could there be any powerhouses left? Under the restraint of the space force, the blood demon couldn't move at all. He could only watch as Yang Kai reached out and grabbed his neck, lifting him up. Yang Kai. The blood demon roared, "You are now part of the demon race, why?" Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened. Yang Kai's hand had turned into a knife and stabbed into his chest. The unbearable pain drained the blood from his face and he trembled all over. Inside his chest, his heart felt like it was being squeezed by a strong hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and said, "I am a human." The big hand slowly withdrew from the blood demon's chest, causing the blood demon to tremble even more violently. With a puff, something seemed to be torn off. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, a fist-sized demon heart had appeared in his hand. Above the demon heart, there was a pitch-black demonic chi lingering. It had just been taken out, but it was still beating, making thumping sounds. Yang Kai brought the demon heart to his mouth. Although the demon heart in the blood demon's chest had been taken out, he wouldn't die immediately. The powerful demon race would always refine more than one demon heart. Seeing this, the blood demon cried out in alarm, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but a grin appeared on his face as he bit down. Immediately, a piece of the demon heart in his hand, blood spraying everywhere. The blood demon was stunned. Although he liked to eat people's hearts, it was only recently. When he was in the territory of the demon race, where was there a human heart? He didn't feel anything when he ate someone else's heart, but now, someone was eating his demon heart right in front of him. Seeing this scene in front of him, his heart was filled with fear. It was simply indescribable. Looking at the evil grin on Kai Yang's face, he felt that the person in front of him was even more demonic than himself. Although Yang Kai hadn't completely become the demon race, after all, his emperor Qi had been turned into demonic Qi, so his temperament had been somewhat affected. Normally, it didn't matter, but if he was stimulated, his demon heart would naturally act up and become evil. After chewing a few times, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of mush onto the blood demon's face. The powerful force behind this action actually knocked the blood demon's head back. Disgusting. Yang Kai stared at the blood demon gloomily. "You should rejoice. I was planning to eat your demon hearts one by one, but now it's too difficult to swallow, so, you'll be able to enjoy yourself." As soon as his words fell, Yang Kai madly poured his demonic chi into the blood demon's body. The blood demon's body immediately swelled up like a balloon, turning into a round ball in less than 5 breaths of time. From the looks of it, it seemed that as long as Yang Kai let go of his hand, he would fly out. Amidst the extreme panic and uneasiness, the blood demon suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, blocking the filth that was thrown at him. Looking back, the mountains were full of demon race soldiers, all of them staring blankly at him. There were hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers stationed here, so their defenses shouldn't have been so lax, but Yang Kai and the others had snuck in quietly and acted quickly. Although the demon race army was large in number, they simply couldn't react in time. It wasn't until Yang Kai used his collapsing secret technique that the demon race soldiers scattered throughout the demon land noticed. However, the hundreds of demon kings gathered in the hall had been wiped out by Yang Kai, so there weren't many masters left in the demon race, nor were there anyone who could give orders. At this moment, looking at Yang Kai, they didn't know what to do for a while. Yang Kai had already called out Jui Feng, mounted his horse, and waved the myriad sword forward. He had been hiding Jui Feng to guard against a half-saint guarding this place, but who would have thought that there was no half-saint in this demon land? What else was there to say? Jui Feng knew what he meant. With a roar, he stepped forward, igniting fire under his feet, and with a few steps, he had already charged into the demon race army with Yang Kai on his back. With a charge, he charged into the enemy army. The myriad sword chi crisscrossed, slashing out sword rays of death. His empty right hand constantly pointed at the void. Wherever he pointed, the heavens and earth would collapse. Within a large area, everything would collapse towards the center, turning into a small black dot and disappearing. The demon race in this area often didn't understand what was happening before their vision turned black and they disappeared. At the beginning, the demon race wanted to rely on their numbers to drag out the battle and kill Yang Kai. However, after fighting for a while, they discovered that no one could approach within 100 zhang of Yang Kai. The sword chi that crisscrossed the heavens and earth slashed out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the demon race would fall like straw, and the void would collapse from time to time, silently swallowing the lives of many of their clansmen. Facing such a powerful enemy, the demon race that wasn't even a demon king didn't have the courage to fight. They all scattered in all directions, only wanting to get as far away as possible. However, hundreds of thousands of demon race members were scattered all over the Water Cloud sect. How could they all escape in such a short time? Yang Kai and Jui Feng split up and chased after the demon race members. Every moment, a large number of demon race members would fall to the ground and die. Just as he was in the mood to kill, Yang Kai suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from more than 10 li away. His hands stopped moving and he listened carefully. A moment later, his figure flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the place where the fighting came from. This place was in front of a cave. Tens of thousands of demon race members had gathered outside the cave and were fiercely attacking the cave. The mountain peak where the cave was located was on the verge of collapse. At the front of the cave, Fu Ling and Ning Fei were fighting fiercely. The corpses of the demon race members on the ground had already piled up into a small mountain. However, although their cultivation wasn't weak and it wasn't difficult for them to break through the encirclement, it was beyond their power to kill all the demon race members. What's more, there were many people in the cave who had been captured by the demon race. The two of them were guided by Yuan Wenlong in the mountain valley before and came to this cave to rescue people, but before they could rescue them, they were surrounded by the demon race members and trapped inside the cave. A fierce battle immediately ensued. With a creaking sound, the mountain peak behind them was about to collapse, causing Shi Lei and Fu Ling to become anxious. If the mountain were to collapse, not many of the people who were abducted from the cave would be able to survive. However, they had no way to stop it. Just as they were feeling anxious, they sensed Yang Kai's aura suddenly appear beside them. Turning their heads, they saw Yang Kai appear. Immediately, their anxiety was swept away and they focused on dealing with the enemy in front of them. Yang Kai flashed into the cave and returned after a few breaths. All the captured people in the cave had been stored in his sealed world bead. After nodding lightly to Ning Fei and Fu Ling, the two of them understood and immediately felt that the shackles binding them had been removed, so they immediately let loose. Just now, because they were worried about the group of people behind them. Neither Ying Fei nor Fu Ling dared to use their full strength, but now that this restriction was gone, their anger erupted in an instant. With a furious roar, Ying Fei transformed into his original form. A gigantic demonic beast that was over 100 meters long appeared, his wings flapped, and the astral wind transformed into blades that slashed out in all directions. Before he could even get close, the demon clan in front of him had already been sliced into pieces by the sharp wind blades, and their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Wherever Ying Fei flew, the wind blades would slash, turning the demon race's army into a sea of blood. Fu Ling also revealed his dragon body. The purple dragon of the seventh step flew in the sky, spewing out large amounts of purple dragon breath from his mouth. Wherever the dragon breath passed, as long as it was contaminated, the demon clan would turn into purple sculptures, and become stiff on the spot, unable to move. Tens of thousands of members of the demon race were instantly scattered, fleeing for their lives. With a rumbling sound, a team of several hundred people emerged from the other side of the mountain, led by none other than the young sect master of Water Cloud's sect, Yuan Wenlong. After being rescued by Yang Kai and the others, he had been resting in the mountain valley for a while, so when he heard the commotion here, how could he not know what had happened? Although he had not fully recovered, the demon race had slaughtered his home, his sect, and his hatred for the demon race had already seeped into his bones. He immediately led a few hundred people out to avenge the deaths of his fellow sect members. If it was under normal circumstances, these few hundred people would not be of much use, but now that the demon race was fleeing for their lives, and there were no powerhouses to hold the fort, Yuan Wenlong and the rest had killed many members of the demon race along the way, venting the anger in their hearts. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Water Cloud sect gradually regained its calm. In the wilderness, the corpses of the demon race could be seen everywhere, and the demonic qi in their bodies was slowly dissipating. Yang Kai stood in the void and threw out jade slips one after another. There were many old demon race members here, and it was impossible for him, Shi Lei, and the others to kill them all. Although there were tens of thousands of demon race members who died at their hands, most of them still managed to escape. These demon race members were scattered into stragglers, and if they encountered a powerhouse or a regular army, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. However, if they encountered some small sect or small family, there would be many more tragedies. Since Yang Kai had stirred up this demon den, he naturally had to do it thoroughly. The GZ army's two main forces were not far behind, and Yang Kai immediately issued an order to split up and set up a defense. They had to wipe out all the demon race members who had escaped. Ying Fei and Fu Ling stood on both sides of him, looking at a mountain peak from afar, their eyes wide open. That mountain peak was the mountain where the discussion hall of the Shuiyun sect was located. However, at this very moment, the shape of the mountain peak was a bit peculiar. There was actually a huge semicircular gap on the entire mountain peak. Through the outline of the semicircular gap, the two of them could roughly piece together a circular pattern. Chapter 37:10. The semicircular gap was flat, as if someone had cut it with a sharp weapon, making the top of the mountain look like an upside-down crescent moon. Ying Fei and Fu Ling were a little stunned, not knowing how Yang Kai had done it. With Yang Kai's ability, it wouldn't be surprising if he had smashed the mountain into pieces, but he had made a semicircular gap in it, which was somewhat puzzling. "Master, can we leave this place first? If we are too late, I'm afraid everyone won't be able to hold on." Yuan Wenlong looked at the hundreds of people from the Water Cloud sect who were still alive with a worried expression. These hundreds of people weren't very strong. After being captured by the demon race, their cultivations were sealed, and after staying in the demon land for a few days, they were all showing signs of discomfort. At this moment, most of them were breathing heavily, and a violent and evil aura was faintly emitting from their bodies. The demon land was filled with demon intent, silently eroding their minds at all times. This process wasn't fast, but it definitely wasn't slow either. After going through a great battle just now, these hundreds of people's minds were agitated, and the process of being eroded by the demon intent accelerated. If they stayed here any longer, most of them would become the demon race and become demons. That was why Yuan Wenlong wanted to take them away from here as soon as possible. Seeing this, Yang Kai naturally understood the worries in his heart and nodded, "Relax your minds, don't resist." His big hand moved forward, and under the cover of his divine sense, he took these hundreds of people into the sealed world bead. A moment later, 3 figures soared into the sky. In the sky, the passage connecting the 2 worlds had been sealed by Yang Kai, but the black dots and the demon land couldn't be eliminated. The situation was exactly the same as what happened a few days ago in the Western Territory, which made Yang Kai feel a little uneasy. The demon race that escaped from the Water Cloud sect did not even take 5 days before they were surrounded and killed by the GZ army. If the hundreds of thousands of people gathered together, they might be able to fight against the GZ army. However, if they were scattered, they would only give the GZ army a chance to defeat them one by one. They didn't encounter any decent resistance at all. Hundreds of thousands of demon race members were either killed or injured. Very few managed to escape. The army did not stop. They continued to split into 2 groups, crossing each other as they advanced into the depths of the Northern Territory. Along the way, Yang Kai had sealed more than a dozen passages between the 2 worlds. The GZ army's soldiers were strong and powerful, and they rarely met any worthy opponents. Only a half-saint could stop the GZ army's attacks. In some places, there was even more than one half-saint, which was really a headache. At the same time, in the Eastern Territory, the Southern Territory, and even the Western Territory, the 55 armies of the star boundary turned into 55 steel blades, galloping across the entire star boundary. Almost every day, large-scale battles broke out. Both the human and demon races suffered heavy casualties. Countless cities and sects were destroyed, and hundreds of millions of lives were lost. Half a month later, the situation of the entire star boundary was clear. Currently, there were a total of 108 black dots in the star boundary. They were evenly distributed across the 4 territory of the star boundary, and the number coincided with the number of days, which was really alarming. There was still no news from the great emperors. However, the star boundary side had also found out that the demon saint had also disappeared without a trace. When the 10 demon saint crossed over from the demon territory, the 7 great emperors, together with Yu Ru Meng and the others, scattered and chased after them. Along the way, they fought with each other. The huge commotion could be said to be incomparably rare, and it was difficult for people to not notice. At the final moment, when the world collapsed and the giant hand reached out from the crack, many people saw it with their own eyes. Therefore, as long as they made a little investigation, they would be able to find out what had happened that day. The great emperors and the demon saint had been captured by a giant hand. No one would dare to believe such a thing. Li Wui secretly guessed that the giant hand should not be some kind of divine technique. In this world, there was no one who could do such a thing. Thinking about it, the demon saint must have secretly arranged something in the demon territory, and would activate it when the crack opened. This guess was reasonable. Originally, because of the disappearance of the great emperors, everyone was in a state of panic. Now that they knew that even the demon saint had disappeared, it made everyone feel a little more at ease. What everyone was afraid of was that the great emperors had disappeared and the demon saint had remained in this world. If that was really the case, then no one in the star boundary would be able to contend with the demon saint. No matter how powerful the 55 armies were, there would be a day when they would be completely annihilated by the demon saint. The ink spot in the sky was huge, and a black halo could be faintly seen rising and falling. Every time it rose and fell, the ink spot would imperceptibly expand a little. For a short period of time, nothing could be detected, but if this continued, the entire Northern Territory would be swallowed by the ink spot. Under the ink spot, everything within a radius of 300,000 li was demon land. On the periphery of the demon land, an army of nearly 1 million was stationed. The tent stretched as far as the eye could see. Back then, when the 55 armies gathered in the Western Territory, they were in high spirits. They were just waiting for the right time to open up the passage between the two worlds and give the demon race a head-on blow. Although the head-on blow was given, the passage between the two worlds was opened by the demon race. In the Western Territory, the demon race had suffered 20 million casualties. The losses could be said to be disastrous. However, the demonic chi from the corpses of the dead demon race spread to various parts of the star boundary. Under the support of some kind of power, 108 passages were opened in the star boundary, bringing an unimaginable disaster to the star boundary. At that time, no one could have imagined that the war would develop in such a way. Under the will of heaven, the flames of war were everywhere in the star boundary. It had been more than a month since the incident in the Western Territory. During this time, the GZ army had been fighting in various parts of the Northern Territory. Not only had their numbers not decreased, they had increased by a lot. Now, there were more than 350,000 soldiers. When Li Wuyi sent out a recruitment letter to the entire star boundary, most of the cultivator had the same idea as the Water Cloud sect. They only wanted to protect themselves. Even if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. The Western Territory was far away, so the war would not affect them. Therefore, they turned a blind eye to the recruitment letter. But now, the methods of the demon race had shattered their illusions. Countless people were separated from their families destroyed, their sects destroyed, and their families massacred. Of those who survived, there were those who were scared out of their wits and fled in panic, but there were also those who had a burning desire for revenge, who took the initiative to join the various armies and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. This was how the GZ army expanded their numbers. However, the GZ army was very strict in its selection, so even though there were many people who wanted to join, only a few tens of thousands of people were accepted. It was just to replenish the manpower they had lost. Yang Kai's small sealed world was already overcrowded. The space in the small sealed world's first territory was limited to begin with, and as Yang Kai continued to move forward, the small sealed world had already taken in several tens of millions of refugees and could no longer hold any more. Now, in the small sealed world, besides the small plot of land where the medicine garden was located, everything else was packed. The second territory had already been stripped away, leaving the third territory, which was vast and could easily accommodate more people. However, the key point was that the third territory was formed from the mainland of the devouring demon's territory. It could be considered the second unformed demon territory. How could people from the star boundary survive in it? If they were really placed in it, it would not be long before they were eroded by the demon intent and turned into demons. The small sealed world could no longer be accepted. If they encountered any refugees, they could only point them in the direction of the high heaven palace. As for whether they lived or died along the way, no one could care so much. War had never been so cruel before. The GZ army did not expand by much. Bing Yun's Bingshan army had already expanded to 600,000 soldiers. The Bingshan army's foundation was not as solid as the GZ army's. Every time they encountered the demon race, they would suffer heavy casualties. Naturally, they would need to expand. As long as there were people who wanted to join the battle, the Bingshan army would gladly accept them. Whether it was the GZ army or the Bingshan army, they were both armies of the Northern Territory. After the incident in the Western Territory, they both returned to the Northern Territory. For the past month, the Bingshan army, like the GZ army, had been fighting in various parts of the Northern Territory. 5 days ago, the two armies met outside Surging Waves City. Surging Waves City was a small city. Legend had it that in the past, the Emperor Realm came here and spread his branches and leaves. He attracted living beings from all over and gradually formed this city. Because the Emperor's name contained the word Surging Waves, the city was named after him. However, this was a long time ago and whether it was true or not was impossible to verify. Surging Waves City was originally an unknown city in the vast Northern Territory. There were only a few 100,000 residents in the city and the strongest was only a Dao source. There was not even an emperor. It was probably inferior to Maplewood City in the past. However, this place was now very famous. The demon saint, Huang Wuji, and the iron-blood great emperor, Zhang Wuhen, had once fought here and disappeared together. When the demon saint and the great emperors disappeared, a crack appeared in the sky and black dots were born. The surroundings of Surging Waves City turned into the demon land, and this place became one of the 108 demon dens. Inside the demon den, there were nearly 3 million demon race soldiers stationed here. In the demon land, the demon race soldiers were densely packed and there was no end in sight. With so many demon race soldiers gathered in one place, the world was filled with demonic qi and chaos. In the past 5 days, the GZ army and the Bingchen army had joined forces and clashed 3 times with the old demon race, but all of them ended in failure. This demon den was different from the other demon dens that Yang Kai had encountered recently. The demon race seemed to place a lot of importance on this place. Not only were there 3 million demon race soldiers stationed here, there were even 5 half-saint experts among them. Yang Kai also had many experts under his command, including Zhui Feng, Dharmakaya, Baizhua, and Biyao. There were 4 half-saint experts. Yang Kai himself was almost equivalent to a half-saint. Moreover, Bing Yun was a fake emperor. In terms of the number of half-saint experts, the 2 armies were not inferior to the demon race. However, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Although an army of 1 million wasn't a small number, the demon race had 3 times the number of soldiers. Moreover, the demon race was stationed in the demon land. The ubiquitous demonic qi in the demon land affected the combat strength of an ordinary cultivator. On the contrary, the demon race was like a fish in water. During the first clash, both sides fought for a full day and night. Within a 300,000 kilometer radius, the corpses of both sides' clansmen could be seen everywhere. The army of 1 million was also reduced by more than 100,000. After attacking for a long time, seeing that the bloodthirst technique was about to lose its effect, Yang Kai and Bing Yun could only helplessly retreat. That night, Yang Kai put Bing Yun and all of his half-saint subordinates into the small sealed world and single-handedly became the demon race's main camp. As long as he could get rid of the 5 half-saint experts on the demon race's side, the remaining demon race members wouldn't be able to pose a threat. Chapter 37:11. However, the half-saint of demon race seemed to have been prepared for this. They gathered together and never separated. The half-saint experts from both sides engaged in another great battle. In the end, one of the demon race's half-saint was injured. 2 days later, in the GZ army's commander's tent, Yang Kai encountered an assassination attempt. The assassin was a shadow demon half-saint. He quietly infiltrated the GZ army alone and launched an attack. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's extraordinary soul cultivation, it would have ended in tragedy. Even so, Yang Kai was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. In the past, he only knew that the shadow demon race was talented and proficient in the art of concealment and assassination. The shadow demon half-saint was one of the best among them. However, this knowledge was one thing. It wasn't until he personally encountered it that he had a clear and profound understanding of this matter. The shadow demon half-saint's infiltration and sneak attack were simply impossible to guard against. Even Yang Kai didn't notice it, let alone the others. Fortunately, the shadow demon half-saint left a trace when he attacked. Yang Kai was alerted and immediately turned his body into nothingness, thus avoiding a disaster. The shadow demon half-saint didn't succeed in his attack and immediately fled. Yang Kai activated the law of space to solidify the void but still wasn't able to stop him. When Bayao's Dharmakaya and the others heard the commotion and rushed over, there was no trace of the enemy. 1 head-on battle, 2 sneak attacks, in just 5 days, 3 clashes. This made Yang Kai and Bing Yun realize that the enemy in front of them was a tough nut to crack. It would be difficult to defeat the 3 million demon race's army with just the strength they currently possessed. Yang Kai and Bing Yun stood side by side on a lonely peak surrounded by clouds. They stood on the peak of the mountain and looked at Sunglang City that was thousands of miles away. Even though they were thousands of miles away and more than a month had passed, the aftermath of the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint could still be clearly seen. Above the demon land, under the ink dots, the great emperor's emperor auras circulated while the demon saint's demonic aura wreaked havoc. They turned into two dazzling lights in the air and entangled with each other endlessly. How many years had it been since experts of this level fought in this universe? That remnant battlefield was definitely a holy land for one to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. If someone could comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth from the clash of those two forces, they would definitely reap great benefits, allowing their own cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. However, that place was currently under the control of the demon race, so who could cross over? On the contrary, it was the demon race where many demon king level powerhouses and above were comprehending. Senior, is there any news? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked around for a while before asking. Bing Yun sighed and said, none of them can leave. They all have their own enemies to deal with. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. He had already expected this result. The two armies had clashed with the demon race 3 times, but no one could do anything to the other. Bing Yun was wondering if they could ask for help from the other armies in the Northern Territory. They could work together to remove this nail in front of them and then eliminate the demon race in the other demon dens one by one. But now, all the armies in the astral boundary were busy fighting the demon race. Who could come and help? Li Wui had received countless requests for reinforcements, so he could not send more people. He could only let the various army commanders think of a way to solve this problem. Now, in the 4 territory of the astral boundary, there were 108 demon dens. Every one of them had a demon race army stationed there. Although many demon race in the demon dens had been eliminated in the past month, the demon land still remained. Even the astral boundary's laws of heaven and earth could not repair it. The demon race in some demon dens had already evacuated in advance before the astral boundary's army arrived. They gathered in a larger demon den, causing the astral boundary's army to miss. Most of the demon dens were still manageable. After all, the number of half-saint in the demon territory was limited. Not every demon den had a half-saint overseeing it. For example, in the Water Cloud sect, there was no half-saint powerhouse. Yang Kai could single-handedly turn the place upside down. However, some demon dens overseen by a half-saint were more difficult to deal with. Among them, there were more than one half-saint overseeing demon dens. There were a total of 10 demon dens overseen by more than one half-saint. The demon race attached great importance to these 10 demon dens. There were at least 4 or 5 half-saint in each of them. Tsang Lang's city in front of them was one of them. These 10 demon dens were where the ink dots first appeared in the astral boundary that day. It was also where the 7 great emperors, Yu Ru Meng, and the others disappeared along with the demon saint. Tsang Lang's city alone was enough to hold back the GZ army, preventing them from diverting their attention to other matters. The same was true for the other 9 demon dens. These 10 demon dens were enough to prevent the 30 armies of the astral boundary from acting rashly. They could only divide their forces to defend against the demon race. At this point, anyone could see that these 10 demon dens were extremely important to the demon race. The demon land could ignore the other demon dens, but these 10 demon dens had to be conquered. As long as they could conquer these 10 demon dens, no matter what schemes the demon race had, it would be difficult to carry them out. However, how difficult would it be to conquer them? Based on the current situation of the various armies in the astral boundary, it was no different from a pipe dream. These 10 demon dens were also scattered across the 4 territories of the astral boundary. Among them, 3 were in the Northern Territory, 3 were in the Southern Territory, and 2 were in the Eastern Territory and Western Territory. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, gathering all the powerhouses in one place and finishing everything in one go might not be a bad idea. Bing Yun nodded and said, I've also thought about what you said. We have the Space Spirit Bead and the One Realm Bead. Our mobility is far greater than the demon races. If we can gather 10 fake Emperor-level powerhouses, we might be able to eat this fat piece of meat in front of us. However, once they leave, what will happen to the armies under them? The demon race will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Without the fake emperor-level powerhouses, those armies will definitely suffer heavy casualties. If that's the case, the losses will outweigh the gains. It's not impossible to bring the entire army into the One Realm bead, but this means that we will completely abandon our vigilance against certain demon dens. Yang Kai nodded and said, Senior is right. What does Army Commander Li think? Bing Yun said, the general said to wait for news from Dragon Island. If the two elders from Dragon Island can come out of seclusion, then all the problems will be solved. Yang Kai smiled and said, then I'm afraid it won't take long. Ever since they returned to the High Heaven Palace from the Northern Territory, Yang Kai asked Xiongqi to escort Yang Shao and Yang Shui to Dragon Island. Now that a month had passed, there should be some results. The astral realm was in danger. Although Dragon Island was a small world, it was also dependent on the astral realm. No matter how much the dragon race did not care about worldly affairs, they would not stand by and do nothing in this situation. They still understood the principle of interdependence. I hope so. Seeing Yang Kai's determined expression, Bing Yun also smiled. While they were talking, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand. At the same time, the law of space fluctuated slightly. When he opened his hand again, there was a jade slip in his hand. Li Wui's aura came from the jade slip. Bing Yun said, a message from Army Commander Li? Yang Kai nodded and immersed his divine sense into it. After checking it, he smiled bitterly and said, Senior, I'm afraid I can't fight alongside you. What does the general want you to do? Bing Yun asked. Yang Kai threw the jade slip over and said, the general wants me to go to the demon territory to search for the great emperors and devour the demon territory. Bing Yun had already finished reading the contents of the jade slip and knew what he said was correct. He nodded and said, this is a good idea. Just by looking at the number of demon race troops in the heavens and earth, we know that the demon race's elites have all left. The ones left are probably the old and the weak. You shouldn't be in any danger in the demon territory. He smiled and said, the demon race invaded my astral realm. Army Commander Li is giving them a taste of their own medicine. If Yang Kai went deep into the enemy's territory to devour the demon territory, the demon race would definitely not ignore it. At that time, Yang Kai alone would be able to divert a lot of the demon race's attention. It would be even better if he could draw away a few half-saint. Moreover, Li Wui guessed that the great emperors should be in the demon territory right now. The main purpose of this trip was to find out the great emperor's whereabouts and current situation. Yang Kai said seriously, after I leave, I'll have to ask Senior to take care of the GZ army. Bing Yun laughed and said, your GZ army is strong and powerful. Which army in the astral realm can compare to it? Why would you need me to take care of it? My Bingshan army needs your GZ army to take care of it. Hyoji might be steady, but he's still young. Now that the great emperors are missing, I'm afraid his mind will be in chaos. Bing Yun said seriously, don't worry, I'll take care of him. Yang Kai nodded and thanked him. Bing Yun said, when are you leaving? Where are you going? Yang Kai replied, I'll leave after I make some arrangements. He looked at the black dot thousands of miles away and grinned. Let's leave from there. Bing Yun followed his gaze and was stunned. She secretly sighed at Yang Kai's courage. If you want to leave from there, perhaps you can make some arrangements. Yang Kai looked at her and thought for a moment before understanding Bing Yun's plan. He nodded and said, I'll listen to Senior. The two of them immediately set off and returned to their encampment. A moment later, in the GZ army's commander's tent, the two armies gathered. Yang Kai told them that he was preparing to leave for the demon territory, causing an uproar. After knowing that this was Li Wui's order, they fell silent. Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo requested to follow. After all, they were arranged by Yu Rumeng and Bai Li Mo to protect Yang Kai. Logically speaking, wherever Yang Kai went, they had to follow. However, now that the war situation was critical, How could Yang Kai cut off the arms of the two armies at such a crucial time? He immediately rejected them. Even his Dharmakaya was left behind by Yang Kai. After a simple discussion, everyone dispersed. At night, the two armies gathered and launched a fierce attack on Sanglang City. The demon race was already prepared and naturally met the enemy quickly. However, what made the demon race a little puzzled was that the attack of the humans this time was all bark and no bite. After an hour, the humans had already retreated. It was very puzzling. Watching the human army retreat like a receding tide, the devil race's half-saints stood in the void with their brows tightly knitted. They instinctively felt that the human army was up to something, but they didn't notice it at all. Suddenly, the shadow demon half-saint who had previously infiltrated the GZ army to assassinate Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the black dot in the sky. His eyes flashed. Chapter 37:12. There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you want to barge in. The shadow demon sneered in a low voice. His figure suddenly faded and disappeared. Qian Chong, where are you going? A half-saint asked. To kill. The shadow demon half-saint's voice came from the direction of the ink dots. As soon as these words came out, the few half-saints raised their eyebrows as they suddenly realized what that strange feeling was. They hadn't seen any trace of Yang Kai in this battle. Logically speaking, Yang Kai had a high position in the human race. He seemed to be a corps commander. It was impossible for him to not appear in such an important battle. Thinking about the movements of the human race's army, how could they not know that the human race's army was only here to distract their attention? That human race brat was proficient in the law of space. It was reasonable for him to take advantage of the chaos to become the demon race's territory. He's proficient in the law of space. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill him. Qian Chong tried once before but returned without success. A half-saint frowned. If he really wants to become the demon race's territory, he should be complacent and let his guard down. It's not impossible for him to give it a try. I hope so. However, that human race brat has the space artifact. There are always traitors protecting him. Baya, Baizhua, and that strange stone man have already appeared. They aren't with that brat. I'm afraid he only brought that beast Jue Feng this time. If Qian Chong makes a move, even you and I won't be able to guard against him. As long as that brat relaxes a little, Qian Chong will be able to kill him. That's true. I hope Qian Chong can bring back good news. At this point, the half-saint didn't say anything else. They just vigilantly watched the human race's army's movements. They were on guard against the human race's counterattack. The Shadow Demon clan was naturally proficient in concealment and assassination. It was like a rabbit eating grass and a wolf eating meat. This was an instinct that originated from their bodies. The Shadow Demon half-saint was even more proficient in concealment and assassination. Qian Zhong concealed his figure and aura, passed through the huge ink spot in the sky, and quietly sneaked back into the demon territory. Yang Kai had secretly become the demon race's territory. This was only his guess because he didn't see any traces of Yang Kai on the battlefield. However, he wasn't too sure whether this was the truth or not. However, the moment he returned to the demon territory, he was able to confirm that his guess was correct. Because the place where he appeared clearly had Yang Kai's aura left behind. Qian Chong was overjoyed. All the half-saint and even the demon saint hated Yang Kai to the bone. It was just that this kid was proficient in the laws of space, and although he was weak, he was an expert at escaping. After the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the demon saint hadn't been able to do anything to him. Later on, this person wreaked havoc in the demon territory, splitting the demon race's territory. He instigated 3 demon saint level experts and even a large number of demon race experts, causing the demon race to bear a grudge against him. Before invading the Star Realm, the demon saint had said that if anyone could take down Yang Kai's head, the demon saint would personally guide that person's cultivation and help that person reach the peak as soon as possible. If it was an ordinary reward, the half-saint wouldn't be moved, but who wouldn't be jealous to be able to obtain the personal guidance of a demon saint? This credit belongs to me. Qian Chong thought to himself, but he didn't show any excitement. An outstanding assassin could precisely control the changes in his mood, and not cause the slightest ripple. He didn't need to carefully search for traces. He only needed to raise his head to see Yang Kai riding Windchaser not more than 1.5 kilometers away from him. He leisurely moved forward, as if he was leisurely coming to the demon territory to play. At such a distance, to Qian Chong, it was almost as if they were face to face. He could already make a killing move. However, before he could make a move, he suddenly saw Yang Kai turn around and smile brightly in his direction. That smile was full of the taste of a successful scheme. Qian Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. However, before he could react, his body suddenly collided with a layer of gentle force. That force was invisible and very well hidden, and Qian Chong didn't notice it at all. The force didn't have any killing power, and it was probably only used for reconnaissance. However, after colliding with that force, the figure hidden in the void immediately revealed itself. "I've been waiting for a long time." A person's voice came from the side. Along with the voice, a figure stepped out of the void. He was dressed in white and had one hand behind his back. He was calm and composed, and he had the bearing of a master. Li Wui. Qian Chong's hair stood on end, and his eyes widened. His mind was full of questions. Why is he here? In the astral boundary, there weren't many false emperors, and they couldn't compare to the half-saint in the demon race. Even with Yu Rumeng and the other subordinates, the number of false emperors in the astral boundary was still somewhat lacking compared to the demon race. However, the disparity wasn't that great. Among all the false emperors, Li Wui was the most famous, and the half-saint feared him the most. This was because at least 3 half-saint had died at his hands. He was an existence that stood above all the false emperors and half-saint. His title as the strongest person in the astral boundary below the great emperors was not just empty words. Although Qian Chong was powerful and could look down on all the false emperors in the astral boundary, he definitely didn't dare to underestimate Li Wui. Therefore, the moment he saw Li Wui, Qian Chong knew that this was a trap. A trap to lure people into a trap. And Qian Chong just had to step into it. Without hesitation, Qian Chong's figure retreated. Not far behind him was the passage between the 2 realms. As long as he returned to the passage, he would be able to return to the demon land. At that time, Li Wui wouldn't be able to do anything to him. On the contrary, he could join forces with his companions and see if there was a chance to kill Li Wui here. However, just as he moved, a scorching heat came from behind him. This heat seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Before the attack even arrived, Qian Chong's face was filled with shock. His retreating figure suddenly froze. He didn't stop moving at all, displaying his powerful strength. Dodging to the side, Qian Chong hastily turned his head to look back. In front of the passage between the 2 realms, a slender woman with bright eyes and white teeth was smiling faintly at him. Her hand formed a seal, and a flame danced like a dragon, chasing after him. While casting her technique, the woman smiled and said, "Yang Kai, there really is an idiot who walked right into my trap." Yang Kai spurred his horse over and laughed. "If he isn't an idiot, how can I compare to him?" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already sent a palm strike towards Qian Chong. As the law of space fluctuated, he shouted, "Condense." At the same time, Li Wui also slowly raised his palm and sent it towards Qian Chong. Although he was strong, his opponent was also a half-saint. This palm strike contained his full strength. With the combined strength of the two, the space around Qian Chong suddenly froze. Qian Chong, who was escaping like a shadow, instantly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The blood in his heart roiled, and his breathing became difficult. His originally unpredictable figure also became extremely sluggish because of this. The scorching heat quickly attacked, causing Qian Chong to break out in cold sweat. With a shout, his demonic qi surged out, and the surrounding space immediately became like a mirror that was bombarded by a huge force. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, countless small cracks appeared. With a crash, the void collapsed, and chaos gradually rose. Qian Chong also took this opportunity to break free from the restraints of the void. However, in this short delay, the fiery light had already pounced in front of him. At this time, Qian Chong had already used up all of his strength and had yet to regenerate his strength. Although this gap was so short that it was negligible, it was still perfectly grasped by the woman. The fiery light enveloped Qian Chong in an instant, and then turned into a ring of fire. It quickly shrunk and suddenly tightened, firmly binding Qian Chong. The ring of fire bound him, and the scorching heat caused the demonic qi on the surface of his body to sizzle. Qian Chong was greatly shocked, and he bit the tip of his tongue. His aura suddenly surged, and the ring of fire that bound him showed signs of collapsing. With two whooshing sounds, two more fiery lights flew out from the woman's hands. Like the first fiery light, they swayed like fire dragons and enveloped Qian Chong. The three fiery lights turned into three rings of fire that bound Qian Chong's chest, waist, and legs. Qian Chong, who had been on the verge of breaking free, now showed a look of despair. Yang Kai and Li Wuyi's attacks arrived at the same time. Li Wuyi's robes fluttered in the wind as his emperor qi surged, and he pointed a finger at Qian Chong. This finger seemed to be extremely slow, but it also seemed to be completed in an instant. When this finger was pointed, Qian Chong's head jerked back as if he had been struck by lightning. A finger-sized hole appeared on his forehead, but strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Yang Kai also pointed his finger. Unlike Li Wuyi's calmness, when he pointed his finger, the void trembled and the world hummed. The power of his finger was terrifying to the extreme. Qian Chong's chest suddenly caved in, and then his entire body rapidly shrank, collapsing into the hollow. Collapse. Li Wuyi's eyes lit up when he saw this. As a Grand Master proficient in the Tao of space, Li Wuyi knew that Yang Kai's move was extraordinary. He had already comprehended the essence of the Tao of space. The scene of a living person collapsing so quickly was somewhat strange. If Yang Kai was alone, it would be impossible for him to defeat this shadow demon half-saint, but by taking him by surprise, Li Wuyi and Yang Yan were able to defeat him in a very short time. In just 3 breaths of time, Qian Chong's entire body had completely collapsed, and a small black dot suddenly formed in the void. The 3 rings of fire flew towards Yang Yan and wrapped around his white wrist. Just as he was about to say something to Yang Kai with a smile on his face, his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Be careful!" Hong. The small black dot suddenly expanded, exploding into countless figures, each of which looked exactly like Qian Chong. There were tens of thousands of figures, and each of them had the same aura, making it impossible to distinguish which was the real one. The tens of thousands of figures scattered in all directions. Li Wuyi and Yang Yan attacked together, and before the figures could even run a few steps, more than half of them were eliminated. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up, feeling as if he was being stared at by a great monster. Looking up, he saw a figure rapidly rushing towards him. In the eyes of this figure, there was an unforgettable hatred and determination to perish together with him. A trapped beast's desperate struggle. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his wrist, summoning the mountains and rivers bell. With a light flick of his finger, a melodious sound rang out, and a world-suppressing power swept out in all directions. Chapter 37:13. As soon as Qian Chong appeared, he was surrounded by Yang Kai, Li Wuyi, and Yang Yan. Before he could use his divine technique, he was beaten half to death. Although he tried his best to escape, he was still heavily injured. At this moment, he didn't even have half of his peak strength. When the mountains and rivers bell rang, the sound of the bell directly entered his mind. Qian Chong spat out a mouthful of blood. The melodious sound of the bell echoed in the demon territory, shattering the void and reaching the star boundary. Logically speaking, even if the two worlds were connected by a passage, the commotion in the demon territory shouldn't have reached the star boundary. However, the sound of the mountains and rivers bell did. After the sound of the bell, the expressions of many half-saint in the demon land shook. A thought appeared in their minds: success. The demon race knew a lot about Yang Kai. They knew that he had a treasure like the mountains and rivers bell. Why would he use such a treasure unless he was in a life and death situation? Therefore, when they heard the sound of the bell, the half-saint felt that Yang Kai was at the end of his road. It wouldn't be long before Qian Chong returned with good news. While they were secretly happy, they were also envious of Qian Chong's good luck. Killing Yang Kai was a great contribution. He would be able to obtain the personal guidance of the demon saint. Coincidentally, Bing Yun and the others also had the same thought. The demon race didn't know about Yang Kai's arrangements, but Bing Yun and the others knew. Before the two armies attacked, Yang Kai had disappeared for a while. Needless to say, he had gone to find reinforcements. In the demon territory, Qian Chong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was no longer graceful and agile. Yang Kai urged his horse to charge at him. The mountains and rivers bell in his hands spun and rapidly enlarged, covering his head. Qian Chong wanted to dodge, but the mountains and rivers bell's suppressive power made his body feel heavy. He couldn't dodge no matter what. With a boom, the bell fell and covered Qian Chong, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai jumped down from wind-chasing wolf and rushed to the side of the mountains and rivers bell in a single step, then struck out with his palm. There was another loud bang, and the sound waves were visible to the naked eye. The shadows that were fleeing in all directions were instantly turned into nothingness. Qian Chong's scream came from the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai didn't stop there. He struck the mountains and rivers bell again and again. The bell rang continuously, and Qian Chong's screams turned into screams and howls. After dozens of palms, Qian Chong's voice gradually disappeared. Yang Kai put away the mountains and rivers bell, but where was Qian Chong's figure? All that was left was a pile of mangled flesh and blood. It was almost impossible to tell the shape of a human. The dignified shadow demon half-saint had died in such a humiliating manner. This was probably something that he had never expected when he had chased after them. Yang Kai scanned him with his divine sense, and after confirming that he was no longer breathing, he reached out and pulled him into the sealed world bead. Yang Yen frowned. What's the point of taking such a filthy thing? Yang Kai said, what if he faked his death? Once he enters the sealed world bead, even if he has extraordinary abilities, he won't be able to cause any trouble. In the sealed world bead, he was the master. The moment he collected Qian Chong's corpse, he had already used his means to destroy it. Yang Yen nodded. It's good to be careful. Li Wu Yi said, boy, take care of yourself. We're leaving. Take care, we won't see you out. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. He knew that he had wasted a lot of their time. Without them, it would be bad if something happened to their legions. Yang Yen saw his cheeky smile and stretched out a hand to poke his forehead. Li Wuyi nodded. If there is news from the great emperors, reply immediately. Saying so, he wrapped Yang Yen with his emperor Qi and retreated towards the passage between the two worlds. In the sky above Surging Waves City, the expressions of the few semi-saints were uncertain. When the mountains and rivers bell rang for the first time, they all thought that Yang Kai was about to die, but the ringing of the bell didn't stop. It rang a few dozen times in a row, and there was no sign of it slowing down, which made them feel that something was wrong. At this time, the bell stopped ringing and the several half-saint were discussing whether to send people in to check the situation. Suddenly, they saw two figures appear under the black dot. The half-saint was shocked and looked over. One demon shouted in a low voice, Li Wu Yi. Li Wu Yi glanced at them faintly before his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The several half-step sages watched as Li Wu Yi fled, none of them making a move to stop him. Of course, Li Wuyi's strength was terrifying, but the main reason was that they knew that even if they tried to stop him, they wouldn't be able to. In this world, if Li Wuyi wanted to leave, no one could stop him except for the demon saint. This person was like Yang Kai, proficient in the law of space and could come and go like the wind. However, he was much more terrifying than Yang Kai because he was a genuine false emperor. They looked at each other in dismay and realized that Xian Chang's fate was likely to be sealed. After Li Wuyi and Yang Yan left, Yang Kai immediately sealed the passage between the two worlds. Although he estimated that the demon race wouldn't send people to chase after him, he still had to be careful. After the passage between the two worlds was sealed, Yang Kai had the time to look around. The world laws of this continent were not small, but he wasn't sure which continent he was on. Although he had visited almost all the continents in the demon race's territory in the past, except for a few continents with obvious characteristics, the others were more or less the same. If he didn't ask someone, he wouldn't be able to figure it out. However, this didn't matter. In any case, he was going to devour it, so who cares which continent it was? Before devouring, Yang Kai first tried to use the space spirit bead to contact Yu Ru Meng and the 7 great emperors. He already had the space spirit bead that could contact Yu Ru Meng, and from Li Wuyi, he obtained 7 more space spirit beads that could contact the great emperors. As long as any one of them was on this continent, he would be able to contact them. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, the space spirit bead didn't respond to him at all. However, he wasn't too disappointed. There were so many continents in the demon race's territory. If the great emperors were really in the demon race's territory, he would be able to find them one day. Summoning the sealed world bead and turning it into a rolling beast, Yang Kai stood on top of the rolling beast's huge head and stomped his feet. Let's get to work. After so many years, he was once again devouring the continents in the demon race's territory, and this time, there would be no obstacles. The rolling beast's devouring speed was extremely fast. Its ferocious mouth was like a bottomless pit, turning everything it passed into nothingness. The swallowed continents would fall into the sealed world bead and merge with the world, perfecting its world principles and expanding its territory. As time passed, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He couldn't sense the aura of a single living creature on this continent. The entire continent was lifeless. There were 108 channels connecting the demon race's territory to the star boundary, and every one of them had an army of the demon race crossing over. The smallest army was in the hundreds of thousands, while the largest army was in the millions. There were a total of 108 channels, an unimaginable number. Even if the demon race's territory was vast and had a large population base, with so many demon race crossing over to the star boundary, the demon race left in the demon race's territory were probably old, weak, and disabled. Even if their numbers were still large, there was nothing to be afraid of. That was what Yang Kai originally thought. But what he saw in front of him was different from what he imagined. On this continent, there was not a single living demon race, not even a single living creature. It was extremely strange. This demon land could best be described as an empty nest. He originally thought that this was just a phenomenon in the territory of the demon race. After all, he started devouring from the channel between the two worlds. Even if there was a demon race guarding this continent, they wouldn't dare to get too close to the channel between the two worlds. But after rolling and devouring for a few days, Yang Kai finally determined that there was nothing alive on the entire continent. Sitting on the rolling beast's head, Yang Kai separated a part of his consciousness into the sealed world bead and transformed into a soul avatar to check the situation of the demon land that was being rolled and devoured. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and stretched out his hand. With a crash, a mountain of bones appeared in front of him. How many skeletons were there? And this was just the skeletons he casually summoned. Who knew how many more were buried deep under the ground? Some of these skeletons were only the size of babies. Obviously, they belonged to the demon race that had not yet matured. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more as a look of confusion appeared on his face. Now it seemed that besides the part of the demon race that had invaded the star boundary on this continent, the rest should have died out. But what was the reason for so many demon race deaths? What puzzled Yang Kai even more was that there was no trace of demon chi in these skeletons. Logically speaking, this was impossible. Yang Kai had only left the demon territory a dozen years ago. More than a dozen years ago, the demon territory was still fine and there were countless demon race living on every continent. In other words, these demon race had only been dead for a dozen years at most. Although their bodies had died, the demon chi hidden in their bodies could not have dissipated so quickly. But this was the truth. This matter was so strange that Yang Kai faintly felt that it was not simple. Just as he was thinking about this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. The moment his soul avatar dissipated, his main body turned to look in a certain direction. 300 kilometers away, a figure was fleeing quickly. It should have discovered Rolling Stone's trail and was in a panic. Yang Kai's figure shook, and when he stabilized himself again, there was another figure in front of him. It was the demon race that was fleeing 300 kilometers away. The demon race obviously did not understand what was going on. Just now, he felt the ground shake and ran out of his hiding place to take a look. Seeing a huge monster in the sky, he was scared out of his wits and hurriedly fled, but then his body tensed up and his vision turned upside down. When he recovered, there was another person in front of him. After being stunned for a moment, the demon race suddenly gritted his teeth, roared, and threw a punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was secretly amused. This demon race that he had captured in front of him was only at the Yuan Qi stage according to the cultivation level of the human race. He could be considered a beginner on the martial Dao. In the two-realm battlefield, he was not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Such a guy actually dared to attack him. Yang Kai had not seen such a novel thing in a long time. He was too lazy to fight back and just smiled softly, "Sit down and talk." As soon as his voice trailed off, the devilish being actually sat down on the ground. He was still maintaining his punching posture, and his face was filled with astonishment. Chapter 37:14. Yang Kai was a high-ranked demon king. Although he had yet to reach the level of absolute law, it still depended on who he was facing. His words contained the power of his divine sense, so how could this Yuan Qi realm demon race resist? Sitting down, the demon race's face turned ashen. This guy in front of him didn't even move a finger, but just a few words were enough to make him unable to resist. He also understood that he definitely wasn't a match for this guy, so he immediately lost hope and sighed, "I still can't avoid it." Yang Kai chuckled, "What do you want to avoid?" The demon race straightened his neck and said, "Do it." Saying so, he actually closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Facing this guy in front of him was like an ant facing a giant dragon. There was no way for him to resist. "You think I want to kill you?" Yang Kai sized him up with interest. Looking at the faint burning aura in this demon race's body, he should be a flame demon. Isn't that so? The flame demon opened his eyes and frowned. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain and said, "Let me ask you something. If you answer clearly, I'll spare your life. If you don't, you'll suffer a fate worse than death." The flame demon thought that there was actually a chance of survival in a situation where he was certain death. His heart moved, but he tactfully didn't discuss any conditions with Yang Kai and straightforwardly said, "Ask away. What happened to this continent? Why did the demon race on this continent all die out?" "You don't know?" The flame demon was stunned. Such a big thing had happened on this continent. Almost all the demon race knew about it, so how could this guy in front of him not know? "Why would I ask you if I knew?" Yang Kai's face turned cold. The flame demon saw that his expression wasn't right and his heart jumped, but he didn't dare to be negligent and quickly told him everything he knew. The change in this continent started 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the half-saint realm expert in charge of this continent gathered all the demon race experts who had reached the demon spirit realm. The so-called demon spirit realm corresponded to the cultivation of the human race, which was the origin returning realm. There was a total of 3 million soldiers. Afterwards, the 3 million soldiers were divided into 10 groups. Under the orders of the half-saint, they conquered the continent and slaughtered the remaining demon race members. All the members of the demon race who were above the demon spirit realm had been taken away, leaving only a few people who were not up to par. Even though there were many of them, how could they be a match for this army of tigers and wolves? For a full 8 years, the continent was in a state of carnage. The original billions of living beings were all massacred, and all the demon race members were buried on the spot. 2 years later, the world shook and the passage between the two worlds opened, resulting in the current situation. Although the Balrog before him had a low cultivation base, he had managed to avoid a calamity because he had been cultivating in the underground magma. It was only when he came out of seclusion that he gradually understood the changes in the continent. How would he dare to stay outside? He immediately fled back to his seclusion ground and went into hiding. When Yang Kai arrived, the rolling stone appeared and swallowed the world. He couldn't hide anymore and could only escape. In the end, he was captured by Yang Kai. After hearing his story, Yang Kai was surprised. "You're saying that the demon race on this continent was killed by you people?" The flame demon frowned, thinking, "What do you mean by we? Are you not a member of the demon race?" When he saw Yang Kai's demonic chi, he was certain that he was a member of the demon race. However, his strength was too low and he couldn't see through this guy's background. "Yes." The flame demon nodded. Yang Kai frowned. He thought that some natural disaster had happened on the continent, causing the demon race to die out. Who knew that the truth was like this? He wasn't worried that the flame demon would lie to him. The difference in their soul cultivation was too great. If the flame demon showed any signs of lying, Yang Kai would be able to see through it. But, what was the purpose of the demon race? Why were they so crazy as to slaughter their own people, and in such a large number at that? Those demon race members with demon soul cultivation and above were recruited. They must have formed an army and entered the astral plane through the passage between the two worlds. The remaining demon race members might not be of much use on the battlefield, but they were the foundation of the demon race. What was the reason for the demon race to do such a thing? Were they not afraid of their race being exterminated? A few days ago, when the world collapsed, I came out to take a look. All over the continent, a large amount of demonic chi suddenly appeared and rushed over there. The flame demon pointed in the direction Yang Kai had come from, which was also the direction of the passage between the two worlds. Where did the demonic chi come from? For some reason, Yang Kai suddenly thought of the demon race members who were killed in the astral plane. After they died, the demonic chi in their bodies would also dissipate and drift towards the passage between the two worlds, enriching the demonic chi in the demon land. The Balrog sighed. It should be the devil chi of the people who were killed. All the devil chi comes from underground. Yang Kai suddenly understood. This explanation was reasonable. He had been wondering why the skeletons he turned over in the small sealed world didn't have the slightest bit of demonic chi. It turned out that the demonic chi and demonic chi hidden inside had leaked out. "Master, why did the Saint Venerables do this?" The flame demon thought Yang Kai was a demon race, and secretly felt that Yang Kai should be a half-saint level demon race. He couldn't help but want to ask about the reason for such a huge change. "You'll have to ask them." Although he answered like this, Yang Kai had already guessed the root cause of this massacre. The demon saint broke into the astral plane and used themselves as a bridge to connect the two worlds, but a bridge was no more than a bridge. To completely connect the two worlds, other forces were needed. The blood sacrifice of the demon race in the Western Territory battlefield was prepared for this. The demon race in the Western Territory battlefield needed to die, because the demon saint needed their demonic chi. So, at the last moment, the demon race went crazy, became delirious, committed suicide, and was completely wiped out. But the demon territory side had long been prepared. The corpses of the dead demon race were buried deep underground, and the demonic chi did not dissipate, waiting for the right time to break out. When the demon saint attacked, the demonic chi would break out. Under the combined efforts of the two sides, the barrier between the two worlds was broken, and the passage between the two worlds appeared. And because of the nourishment of the large amount of demonic chi, the 108 demon land appeared in the astral plane. The demon race had completely cut off their own path of retreat. They had completely put up a desperate fight. Were they so confident that they could swallow the astral plane? Once they were defeated, even if they fled back to the demon territory, without Master Pang as a base, it would be extremely difficult for them to recover. Yang Kai's expression became dignified, faintly feeling that the demon race was playing a big game, but the current situation was complicated and confusing, making it impossible to see what was going on. Flame Demon still wanted to ask something, but Yang Kai had already reached out and grabbed him, taking him into the small sealed world and throwing him into the third territory. Flame Demon thought that Yang Kai was going back on his word and was going to attack him, so his face filled with despair, but when he came back to his senses, he found that he was unscathed. Looking at the scene in front of him again, he could not help but be stunned. In the third territory, there were still many members of the demon race. Basically, they were all residents of the territories under Yu Ru Meng and Bei Liamo. There was no dispute in the small sealed world. At this moment, these demon race members had built many cities in the third territory and were living and working in peace. The place where Flame Demon appeared was the center of one of these cities, and there were so many of his clansmen living around him. He could not help but feel like he had been reborn, tears streaming down his face. Yang Kai sat on the rolling giant head, forming a seal with one hand, his eyes closed, his divine sense surging as he combined all the information he had obtained to calculate the demon race's intentions. Unfortunately, even though his head was hurting from thinking, he still came up empty-handed. Although he was certain that the demon race was plotting something big, and it was definitely detrimental to the star boundary, the information he had was limited, so it was really difficult to get a clear picture of the overall situation. The rolling swallowing movement stopped, and its giant body seemed to have expanded a little. Yang Kai looked around and saw that there was nothing around him. The continent he had landed on had been completely swallowed up. Yang Kai got up, stomped his foot, and the rolling body immediately shrank and transformed back into the sealed world bead. By the time he reached the next continent, it was already a few days later. He released the rolling body and continued to devour. Just like the first continent, the demon race on this continent was almost completely wiped out. Although he had expected this, when he confirmed it, Yang Kai could not help frowning. The two races were at war and were enemies with each other. It was reasonable to say that no matter how many people died on the side of the demon race, as a human, Yang Kai would not feel too much about it. In fact, he would rather see more of the demon race die. However, a battle on the battlefield was a battle on the battlefield. No one would be lenient when killing enemies on the battlefield, and they would only hate themselves for not killing enough. However, the demon race did not hesitate to destroy their own foundation in order to break through the barrier between the two realms. However, on second thought, the demon race was brutal. In order to deal with the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent, they had set up the Great Blood Sea formation and sacrificed the entire demon race of the Eternal Heaven continent. Looking at the big picture through a tube, the actions of the demon race this time could not be considered strange. If there was a chance in the future to settle the war between the two realms, he would have to carefully discuss it with Ru Meng and the others. At the very least, he would have to restrain their subordinates. Yang Kai did not stay idle while the rolling body devoured the continents. The flames of war were everywhere in the star boundary, so the mobility of the star boundary army was very high. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this rare time to refine more one-realm beads. As long as there were enough one-realm beads, the star boundary army would be able to come and go like the wind. At times, they would be able to catch the demon race off guard. Originally, he had chosen to refine one-realm beads from the dead stars and large meteorites in the territory of the lower planes. The size of the dead stars and meteorites would determine the size of the space inside the refined one-realm bead. However, he was currently unable to leave and go to the territory of the lower planes. Therefore, he could only rely on the sealed world bead to think of a solution. Fortunately, he had sufficient experience in stripping the second territory. After calming down and thinking about it, he felt that it should not be a difficult matter. He could not move the territory of the first territory. Currently, the territory of the first territory was overcrowded with people except for the medicine garden. There was not enough space in the first place, let alone stripping it. In that case, he could only start from the third territory. The third territory was formed from the continents within the territory of the devouring devils. It contained the laws of heaven and earth within the territory of the devouring devils. The demon race could survive there without any hindrance. However, if a non-demon race lived there for a long time, they would definitely be eroded by the demonic intent and become demonic creatures. If a person's temperament was not strong enough, they might even lose their mind and not recognize their own family. Chapter 37:15. Fortunately, Yang Kai was in charge of everything in the sealed world bead. Separating a piece of land from the third territory was just a matter of thought. The difficult part was how to remove the demon intent from it. As long as the demon intent was not removed, the human race army would not be able to enter. After trying several times and failing several times, wasting a lot of time, Kai Yang finally found a suitable method. A month later, the first one-realm bead separated from the small sealed world was born. This one-realm bead was different from the ones Yang Kai had refined before. The biggest difference was that it was not big, but even so, it could easily accommodate 50,000 people. It was not that Yang Kai could not refine a one-realm bead with a bigger space, but considering the current situation in the star boundary, a smaller one-realm bead would be more useful and would take less time to refine. One continent after another was rolling and swallowed. Every time he reached a continent, Yang Kai would activate the space spirit bead and try to contact Yu Ru Meng and the 7 great emperors. Unfortunately, he had not been able to contact any of them. This made Yang Kai wonder if the great emperors were in the demon territory. If they were not in the demon territory, where could they be? There was no trace of them in the star boundary. In a grotesque space, there were 2 extremely dazzling balls of light, one black and one red. Within the balls of light, there were 2 figures sitting quietly. Both of them were tall and sturdy, and their auras were deep. Both of them were forming hand seals, causing the energy in their bodies to surge. As the energy surged, the black and red balls of light continuously clashed with each other. However, at a glance, it was obvious that the red light had the upper hand, and the black light was in a state of being suppressed. This confrontation lasted for an unknown amount of time. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like thousands of years. However, for the 2 people facing each other, the passage of time did not bother them. There was only the enemy in front of them. Suddenly, a bell-like voice rang out from the black light, "The Iron Blood Great Emperor lives up to his name." Within the red light, Zhang Wuhen's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He said indifferently, "The first demon saint is quite careless." Among the 12 demon saint in the demon territory, Huang Wuji was publicly recognized as the #1 demon saint. In comparison, the 10 great emperors of the star boundary did not have any ranking, and there was no such thing as the #1 great emperor. However, in terms of combat strength, Zhang Wuhen was fully deserving of the title. This was also something that all the great emperors had a tacit understanding of. However, when one's cultivation realm had reached their level, they no longer cared about any false reputation. There was no need to rank them as #1, 2, 3, or 4. From the looks of it, in the confrontation between the first demon saint and the first great emperors, Zhang Wuhen's methods were more impressive. Otherwise, the black light would not have been suppressed. Huang Wuji laughed heartily. "Even if you have the means to reach the heavens, so what? The star boundary cannot avoid the fate of being eroded. Zhang Wuhen, if you know what's good for you, surrender early. Otherwise, it will end in tragedy." Zhang Wuhen said indifferently, "You want to invade the star boundary? That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Huang Wuji coldly snorted, "Do you really think this king can't do anything to you?" Zhang Wuhen was a man of few words. "You can try." Huang Wuji sneered, "I'll try then." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion in the void. Suddenly, an object appeared in his palm. As soon as this object appeared, the expression of Zhan Wuhen, who had been as calm as an ancient well, changed. He only felt a monstrous evil aura rushing towards him. Moreover, this aura gave him a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but recall the day when he saw the big hand that stretched out from the void above Tsanglang City. At this moment, the evil aura gave off a similar feeling to that big hand. He had never figured out where that big hand came from, and only now did he understand. Looking at it with rapt attention, a trace of dark red light flashed in his eyes. Seeing through the layers of obstacles, he could clearly see the shape of the object in Huang Wuji's hand. It was a green, withered, and broken palm. The palm was cut off at the wrist, and the cut was very clean, as if it had been cut off by someone with a sharp weapon. No one knew how many years had passed, but there was no longer any blood flowing out from the cut on the palm. However, when the broken palm appeared, a monstrous, evil aura surged out. Zhan Wuhen was surprised. Just by looking at the power of this broken palm, he could imagine what kind of cultivation level the owner of this palm had. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, who had already reached the peak of the martial Dao, seemed to see a new door open in front of him when he saw this broken palm. For a moment, his emotions were in turmoil, and he couldn't control himself, his body trembling slightly. Huang Wuji sneered, "Are you afraid? It's not too late to beg for mercy." Zhan Wuhen's body trembled even more. He lowered his head, and the hair on his forehead cast a thick shadow in front of his eyes. He chuckled, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is, so that's how it is, it's all true." Huang Wuji saw him muttering to himself, but he didn't know what he was muttering about. However, the way he looked at him as if he didn't put him in his eyes made him furious. He said in a cold voice, "Stubborn." As he spoke, he raised the broken palm and slammed it down in Zhan Wuhen's direction. A green light flashed out of the broken palm, turning into a giant green palm, and slammed into the red light. In an instant, the light overflowed, and the inexplicable space changed, as if it could collapse at any time. As the palm slammed down, the red light, which had a slight advantage, suddenly swayed and retreated. The black light took advantage of the situation and immediately seized the opportunity. Within the red light, Zhan Wuhen's body was lowered, and his face was slightly pale. However, he roared and released a strong fighting spirit. He forced himself to straighten his body, and the fluctuating red light quickly stabilized. "You're courting death." Huang Wuji was shocked by Zhan Wuhen's willpower, and once again slammed down with the broken palm. The red light retreated again. After 3 palms, Zhan Wuhen's mouth was overflowing with blood. The red light, which had the upper hand, was now suppressed to within 10 feet of him. It was completely at a disadvantage. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, who had not been injured for tens of thousands of years, was beaten to the point where he could only defend. However, he was still smiling, and his smile was extremely happy, as if he had seen something new and interesting. Huang Wuji shouted, "Zhan Wuhen, I cherish talents. I'll ask you one more time, are you going to surrender or not?" "Again. Again." Zhan Wuhen shouted. Huang Wuji's eyes were as big as copper bells. He was about to attack again in anger, but suddenly his expression changed. He hurriedly put away the broken palm, as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. He looked down and saw that there was a fingernail-sized green spot on the palm of the hand that was holding the broken palm. Zhan Wuhen waited for a while, but he did not attack. He suddenly became impatient. "Why aren't you attacking? What are you waiting for?" Huang Wuji was anxious and did not say a word. He changed his incantation, and the black gas was like a tide, suppressing Zhan Wuhen. How could Zhan Wuhen let him do as he wished? He immediately fought with him. In this strange and variegated world, the first great emperors and the first demon saint were fighting desperately. Although there was no earth-shattering battle, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. No one knew about the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint. Everyone in the astral boundary thought that the great emperors had entered the demon territory, so they could not get in touch with them. Who knew that the great emperors were not in the demon territory at all? Yang Kai might have sensed something, but he could not be sure if he did not devour the last continent. Ever since Yang Kai left, the 4 territories of the astral boundary had a war between the 2 races almost every day. In the beginning, the demon race suffered a great loss. Many demon lands did not have a half-saint. The astral boundary army came with the hatred of their families and countries. They killed many members of the demon race and even cleaned up some demon dens. For example, in the Northern Territory, the GZ army had cleaned up more than 1 demon den. However, the devil race didn't sit still and wait for their deaths. Places without half-saints guarding them would usually be evacuated before the Star Realm's great army arrived, and they would head to the 10 great devil nests. Sand accumulated to build a tower. So far, these 10 great devil nests were already filled with powerful soldiers and horses, giving the Star Realm an endless headache. A year after Yang Kai became the demon race's territory, 98 of the 108 demon dens in the astral boundary had been cleaned up. Only the remaining 10 demon dens could not be pacified. Of these 10 demon dens, there were at least 7 or 8 half-saint overseeing them. With such a powerful force, it was impossible to rely on 1 or 2 armies to deal with them. Only by gathering at least 20 false emperors would there be a chance of breaking through. Although the demon race in the demon dens were either killed or driven away, the demon land had never been able to recover. Not only that, with the passage of time and the casualties of the demon race, the demon land in the astral boundary continued to expand. 2 months after Yang Kai left, Dragon Island's great elder Zhu Yan and second elder Fu Xiu left the mountain. Many members of the dragon race followed them. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, Dragon Island was involved in the affairs of the astral boundary. Just as Yang Kai had said, although the dragon race had not interfered with the affairs of the world for a long time, they also understood the principle of interdependence. Not to mention that Yang Xiao personally invited them, even if it was someone else, the dragon race would not ignore them. After learning that the situation in the astral boundary was so dangerous, the 2 elders almost emptied their pockets. Originally, they thought that with Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu taking action, they would be able to settle the situation quickly. Who would have thought that when the 2 dragon race elders broke into a demon den and started a massacre, the demon saint would suddenly appear? This surprised everyone. After all, the great emperors and the demon saint had disappeared together. Now that the demon saint had appeared, where did the great emperors go? But immediately after, everyone discovered that not all the demon saint were in the astral boundary. This time, only 3 demon saint were dealing with the 2 great elders of the dragon race. These 3 were blood demon Shueli, feather demon Fuyu, and red demon Huobu. Other than them, the other demon saint were still missing. Li Wui carefully recalled that on the battlefield in the Western Territory, the ones who chased after the 3 half-saint were Yu Rumeng, Bai Liemo, and Chang Tian. None of the opponents the great emperors chased after had appeared. It was impossible to say that it was a coincidence. Now, it seemed that some unforeseen event had occurred, causing the 3 demon Saint Shueli, Fuyu, and Huobu to regain their freedom. On the other hand, there was still no news of Yu Rumeng, Bai Liemo, and Chang Tian. These 3 demon saint should have returned to the astral boundary long ago, but they had been hiding and waiting for the critical moment to deal a heavy blow to the important figures in the astral boundary. Fighting 2 against 3, the 2 great elders of the dragon race were extremely strenuous, and Fu Xiu had suffered heavy injuries. Fortunately, there were many dragon race experts accompanying them, and there were many fake emperors as well, so they were barely able to retreat safely. Chapter 37:16. After the battle, Li Wui broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he managed to invite the 2 elders of the dragon race in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fu Ti was injured. Although it wasn't light, it wasn't too serious either. In addition, the dragon race's physical body was very strong, and their recovery ability was very strong. He only needed to rest for a few days to recover. After this battle, the war actually entered a strange period of calm. On the astral boundaries side, 98 of the 108 demon race nests had been cleared. There were only 10 left. However, due to the might of the demon saint, no one dared to act rashly. Zhu Yan and Fu Ti, who was still recovering, were paying close attention to the movements of the three demon saint at all times. They were afraid that they would suddenly appear and turn the world upside down. They were clearly in the astral boundary, but because of the sudden appearance of the three demon saint, the demon race had the initiative. With this advantage, the demon race was content with the status quo and didn't rashly start a war. In this chaotic world, this rare tranquility was suffused with a sense of oppression, as if a storm was coming. In the Northern Territory, 1,000 miles away from Tsanglang City, on the mountain peak where Yang Kai and Bing Yun once stood side by side, there was now a group of 5 people, all of them looking 1,000 miles away with solemn gazes. These 5 people were the GZ Army's Army Commander Hyoji, the Bingshan Army's Army Commander Bing Yun, the Wu Yin Army's Army Commander Fu Renjia, the Jiahai Army's Army Commander Pan Gingnian, and the Yiwu Army's Army Commander Shen Tu Xing. Needless to say, Fu Renjia was originally from the Northern Territory. However, before the outbreak of the War of the Two Realms, he had been living in seclusion in the mountains and forests, hoping that one day he would be able to comprehend the Great Tao. After the outbreak of the War of the Two Realms, he was invited by Li Wui to take up the position of Wu Yin Army's Army Commander. The old man was a good person. When they were in the Western Territory, Yang Kai had some friendship with him. The origin of the Jiahai Army's commander, Pan Gingnian, was even more extraordinary. He had followed the Frostfeather Great Emperors since he was a child. He was both a disciple and a servant, and could be considered half a disciple of the Frostfeather Great Emperors. It was just that he did not have the status of master and disciple. The Frostfeather Great Emperors had a quiet temperament and had always lived in seclusion in the Northern Territory's one-line sky. If it weren't for the great implications of the war between the two worlds, he wouldn't have easily entered the world. When the Frostfeather Great Emperors entered the world, Pan Gingnian naturally followed. As for the commander of the Yiwu Army, Shen Tu Xing, he was a member of the Star Court. The people in the Star Boundary's Northern Territory might not know of him, but if one were to trace back to 10,000 years ago, his reputation in the Northern Territory would definitely be at its peak. It was rumored that this guy entered the martial Tao at the age of 10, reached the Emperor realm at the age of 100, and was already a third-layer emperor when he was 300 years old. He was invincible in the Northern Territory and had once founded a sect. However, he only stayed for 200 years before leaving, and his whereabouts were unknown. The sect he left behind did not have a deep foundation, and it fell apart within a few hundred years after he left. Therefore, the people in the Northern Territory did not know of Shen Tu Xing's great name. Who would know that he had already entered the Star Court and had long since advanced to the False Emperor realm? Most of the battles in the Star Boundary had been settled, and only the last 10 great demon dens were left. They were like 10 nails nailed into the Star Boundary's Western Territory. The 55 armies of the Star Boundary naturally gathered in one place. The 5 armies of the Northern Territory gathered here. Millions of soldiers were majestically facing the demon race in Tsanglang City. Commander Yao, how long has it been since Lord Yang entered the territory that became the demon race? Fu Renjia looked around for a while before suddenly asking. Hyoji replied, more than a year. More than a year. Fu Renjia frowned. There should have been some news after more than a year, but Yang Kai had not sent any news from the demon territory. It seemed that he still had not found any traces of the great emperors. Right now, the entire Star Boundary was only supported by the 2 great elders of the dragon race. However, there were only 2 of them, while there were 3 demon saint. Even if they could keep an eye on one demon saint, who could keep an eye on him? The result of not keeping an eye on him was that no one could stop the demon saint's slaughter. In fact, more than 10 months ago, the demon saint had done the same thing after they had revealed themselves. Huobo and Fu Yu stayed inside the devil's den and kept the two elders of the dragon race busy. Shueli, on the other hand, quietly snuck out, found a place where the Star Realm's army was stationed, and began a massacre. Fortunately, the star boundary was now filled with spatial formations, and the space spirit bead was even more prevalent. Many fake emperors blocked Shueli for a while, but the two great elders of the dragon race had already arrived. Shueli jumped in fright and hurriedly exchanged a few blows with Zhu Yan and Fu Tin before turning into a bloody light and escaping. Zhu Yan and Fu Tin were afraid that it was a trap, so they did not dare to chase after him for too long. They could only watch as he ran away. After that, Shueli moved around the 4 territories of the star boundary and tried many times to test the waters, but he did not achieve anything. Not long after he made a move, the two great elders of the dragon race appeared out of thin air. At this time, Shueli could not guess the reason. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. If that was not the case, why would the demon race not make a move when there were 3 demon saints? It was because the star boundary's mobility was too strong. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they were not confident that they could kill the 2 great elders of the dragon race. At most, both sides would suffer. Who would be willing to do such a stupid thing? It was all thanks to the space spirit bead and the spatial formations that the star boundary was able to obtain a period of peace in this chaotic world. What is the demon race trying to do? Bing Yun's brows were tightly furrowed as she looked at Sung Lang City thousands of miles away. At this moment, a strange building was gradually taking shape in Sung Lang City. When they first saw this thing a few months ago, no one paid any attention to it. However, after a few months, this thing was already hundreds of feet tall. As time passed, this thing grew taller and taller. The building looked like a tower from afar, but how could there be such a tall tower in the world? Moreover, this tower was filled with demonic qi. At every moment, a large number of demon race members were busy inside, as if they were trying to make this tower reach the heavens. The demonic tower was strange. No one knew what the demon race was doing. The only thing they were certain of was that this demonic tower was very unfavorable to the star boundary. The reason the 3 demon saints were willing to stop fighting was probably related to this demonic tower. Moreover, according to the information obtained from Li Wui, there were similar demonic towers in the 10 great demon dens of the star boundary. Not only were they identical in appearance, but their construction progress was also similar. The demonic tower stood tall, and a storm was coming. It made people feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, Pan Gingmian's expression suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. At the same time, a jade slip appeared out of thin air and was caught in his hand. The other 4 people sensed a familiar aura from the jade slip and immediately understood that this should be a message from Li Wui. They all turned to look at it. Pan Gingmian immersed his divine sense in the jade slip. After a short while, he raised his head and said, "Army Commander Li wants us to organize an attack and see if we can destroy this demonic tower." Saying so, he threw the jade slip to Bing Yun. After the 5 people took turns to look at it, they all fell into contemplation. Fu Renjie frowned and said, "I'm afraid this demonic tower won't be easy to destroy." "We have to try," Hyoji said. Shen Tuxing said, "Let's plan carefully. We can't just sit around and wait for death." Currently, the entire Star Boundaries war was almost led by the demon race. In their own homeland, who could tolerate such a thing? Everyone had long wanted to meet the powerhouses of the demon race in the demonic dens, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Now that they had Li Wui's order, they naturally had a good reason to act. Everyone also knew that the reason Li Wui wanted them to attack the demonic tower was mainly because he saw the strength of the GZ army. In the other 9 demonic dens, there were also 5 or 6 armies gathered, but in terms of the number of powerhouses, the GZ army was still superior. 3 half-saint of the demon race, plus the Holy Spirit Qiongqi, the 5th elder of the dragon race, and the 9th order red dragon Zhu Qing. The Emperor realm was filled with powerhouses. In this regard, no army could compare. If the 4 army commanders were included, just the number of false emperors gathered here was almost 9. Apart from the fact that there were no great emperors present, which army of the demon race did they lack? The 5 of them immediately returned to their tents and carefully discussed the various details. Although Hyoji's cultivation was low, as the representative of the GZ army, his status was equal to the other 4. He didn't show the slightest bit of awkwardness during the discussion. Instead, he spoke frankly with assurance. Many of the details made the eyes of Bing Yun and the others light up. In the demonic territory, Yang Kai was still sitting on Rolling Stone's head, continuously refining the One Realm bead. The refinement of the One Realm bead was useful to the Star Boundary Army, but it was also greatly beneficial to Yang Kai's own progress in the Tao of Space. It had been more than a year since they became the demon race's territory. The entire demon territory was deathly still. Basically, every living creature on every continent had died, except for a few lucky ones who managed to escape the disaster. However, Yang Kai hadn't encountered more than 10 such demon race in a year. No one stopped him, no one resisted him. He only needed to go to those continents and let Rolling Stone devour them. The demon race had completely abandoned their homeland. And as he devoured, Rolling Stone's body grew bigger and bigger, and his devouring speed also became faster and faster. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the 3rd territory in the small sealed world was gradually becoming complete. He didn't have this feeling before, but when the continents in the demon territory were devoured to a certain extent, Yang Kai suddenly had a realization. The entire demon territory was originally one, but for some unknown reason, it was split into different continents, separated by the void, and could only be traversed through the world gate. Now, Rolling Stone was devouring and fusing them together, which was tantamount to a process of destruction and reconstruction. When this feeling truly reached completion, it would be time for the last continent in the demon territory to be devoured. And that time was not far away. But so far, Yang Kai still hadn't been able to contact any of the great emperors or Yu Ru Meng. Somehow, Yang Kai felt that they weren't in the demon territory. If they weren't in the star boundary, and they weren't in the demon territory, where could they be? Could they be in a void crack? But void cracks were vast and boundless. Even with the space spirit bead in hand, Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could contact them. But in any case, once everything in the demon territory was over, Yang Kai planned to enter the void to search. If he could find them, that would be for the best, but if not, he could only think of other ways. Chapter 37:17. On this day, Yang Kai was refining the One Realm bead, his mind immersed in the mysteries of space principles. Suddenly, his expression changed and he exclaimed in surprise, a strange look appearing on his face. There seemed to be something strange in the small sealed world. Not moving, Yang Kai sent a wisp of his consciousness into the small sealed world to identify the source of the anomaly. Then, he manifested his soul avatar. This was a huge fragment of a continent. It should have been devoured by Raleigh, and it should have just been devoured. Generally speaking, a fragment of a continent that was rolling and swallowed would quickly melt into the world and enrich the 3rd territory. However, this fragment seemed to be somewhat unusual. The force of rolling was unable to completely fuse with it and instead remained outside. This fragment was about 100,000 kilometers in radius, so it could not be described as small. From the looks of it, it should have been buried somewhere deep underground and could not be seen normally. After being swallowed, the outer layer melted away while the inner layer remained. This 100,000 kilometers in radius was filled with a principle that Yang Kai was both familiar and shocked. Yang Kai did not need to identify it carefully to realize that it was the principle of time. It was precisely because it was filled and protected by the principle of time that this fragment of a continent was able to survive the assimilation of the small sealed world. Yang Kai was extremely surprised. This continent fragment was part of the demon territory, so how could it be filled with principle of time? Moreover, it covered such a large area. What surprised him even more was that the aura of this principle of time was exactly the same as what he sensed in the flowing time temple. Could it be that this principle of time was left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor? If that was the case, it meant that the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had come to the demon territory in the past. He couldn't help but recall what Xiongqi had once said. When the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor were in seclusion in the divine palace, they suddenly sensed the Tao of mystery outside of the universe. Then, they went out to explore the universe. In the end, they never returned. Only their natal treasure, the endless hourglass, returned to the divine palace. The great emperors of the flowing time great emperor must have encountered a powerful enemy and met with misfortune. Could it be that the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor left the divine palace and came to the demon territory? In this territory of the devil race, he had encountered a powerful enemy and fought a great battle. This place was the battlefield of that great battle. Otherwise, how could there be such a rich remnant of the laws of time? It was just a guess. There was no way to confirm it. After all, it was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Who could say for sure? Seas turned into mulberry fields, clouds turned into dogs, and the demonic territory collapsed. This battlefield was buried deep underground, and no one could see it. It had been preserved to this day. If it weren't for Yang Kai driving the rolling devouring demon territory, this battlefield buried deep underground would not have seen the light of day. Was it really the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors of the great emperors? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before stepping forward towards the ancient battlefield. He had also stayed in the flowing time temple for some time and was very familiar with the remnant aura of the principles of time in the divine palace. Whether the laws of time here were left behind by the flowing time great emperor or not, he only needed to go in and feel it to know. Outside the ancient battlefield, he didn't feel anything, but when Yang Kai stepped into the battlefield, he suddenly felt that his thoughts had stagnated. Not only did his thoughts stop, but even everything around him became extremely slow. Knowing that this was the influence of the laws of time, Yang Kai immediately used his divine sense to protect himself and barely got rid of it. Continuing forward, the deeper he went, the stronger the laws of time became. After just 1,000 feet, Yang Kai felt that he couldn't move. It wasn't a restriction, but the transmission of thoughts in his mind was infinitely delayed. Often, it would take a long time for his body to react. He couldn't help but be shocked by the horror of the principles of time. After so many years, it still had such power. What kind of scene was it at its peak? But now, Yang Kai was sure of one thing: the principles of time here were really left behind by the flowing time great emperor. In other words, when the flowing time great emperor left the divine palace, he really entered the demon territory, and then fought an earth-shattering battle with an unknown master before finally leaving with serious injuries. However, before he could return to the divine palace, the flowing time great emperor died from his injuries, the great emperors died, the endless hourglass returned to the divine palace on its own, and the great emperor's corpses fell into the eastern sea. Countless years later, their bones were scattered all over the eastern sea and were obtained by the monster race in the sea. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he couldn't find a way to answer them. Suddenly, he wondered if the collapse of the demon territory into continents had anything to do with the war back then. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but who could figure it out? Suppressing his troubled mind, he walked forward step by step. He walked extremely slowly, his every movement like a wooden puppet. The principles of time washed over his soul, making Yang Kai feel like a day was passing like a year. The first 1,000 feet took Yang Kai a day to walk, but the next 1,000 feet took him more than 10 days. However, when he arrived here, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Because there was another force in this ancient battlefield that was entangled with the remaining principles of time here. He hadn't noticed it before because he was at the edge, but now that he had walked a little more, he immediately noticed it. In the battle tens of thousands of years ago, the great emperors fell, and the fate of the great emperor's enemies was unknown, but the remnant chi of the two had been fighting here until now, and they were still evenly matched. If Yang Kai hadn't come, perhaps it wouldn't have been a big deal. Just these two forces raging in this ancient battlefield had long since formed a strange balance. But when Yang Kai divided his attention to investigate this place, he had inadvertently broken this balance and allowed these two terrifying forces to find an outlet to vent. Even though these two mysterious and peerless forces were powerful, without a carrier, it was impossible to determine the victor. In detail, in this ancient battlefield, these two forces carried the will of their master when he was alive. However, they could only be entangled with each other and were unable to cause any substantial damage to the other party. Yang Kai's arrival gave them an opportunity to determine the victor. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the two forces invading his soul avatar. The strength of these two forces was so strong that he couldn't resist them at all. Using his soul avatar as a battlefield, they clashed and clashed. Yang Kai's soul avatar suddenly began to fluctuate, as if it could collapse at any time. Although his spiritual cultivation had reached the level of a fake emperor, he had only split a portion of his consciousness to investigate the situation. How could it withstand such a huge amount of power? As a carrier, this portion of his consciousness was really too weak. It was like two dragons fighting in a pond, and no matter what the outcome of these two dragons was, the pond would definitely be shattered. His face changing dramatically, Yang Kai quickly poured his spiritual energy into his soul avatar, but this time he didn't divide his soul and instead used his full strength. He knew that he had accidentally reached a critical moment of life and death, and if he wasn't careful, he might die here. Being killed by the chi of the ancient battlefield from tens of thousands of years ago was a tragic ending that Yang Kai could not accept. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's spiritual energy poured out, stabilizing his constantly fluctuating body, but his brow was filled with pain. The two forces inside his body didn't care about his feelings at all, and every time they collided, he felt like he was about to be torn apart. And this was only the periphery. If he really went deep into the ancient battlefield, it would be even more terrifying. Although the situation was dangerous now, it was not completely hopeless. As long as he could withdraw from this ancient battlefield before his soul was destroyed, he should be fine. Thinking about it was just thinking, but actually taking action was extremely difficult. Previously, due to the influence of the time principles, it took Yang Kai 10 days to travel 2,000 meters, and that was only on the surface. Now that the time principles had invaded his body, the influence was even worse. Yang Kai wanted to retreat, but it took him a long time to turn around, and then he slowly walked back step by step. After walking less than 10 meters, Yang Kai showed a pained expression. Strangely, this pained expression was also very slow, as if it had been extended infinitely. A light crack came from the depths of his soul, and Yang Kai felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, as if it had been torn apart. If someone were here, they would definitely be able to see that a crack had really appeared between Yang Kai's eyebrows. This crack was just the beginning. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on Yang Kai's body, making him look like a porcelain doll that was about to shatter, as if he would shatter into pieces at the slightest touch. After a long time, Yang Kai figured out what kind of crisis he was in, and after a long time, he began to feel anxious. But at this moment, his soul avatar was already covered with cracks, making him look both strange and terrifying. When he was really on the line between life and death, Yang Kai's state of mind calmed down, and although his pace was slow, he still resolutely returned the way he came. Connecting his mind to his body outside the mysterious small world was only a matter of thought, but it took a lot of effort. As soon as he established contact, Yang Kai immediately urged the power of the soul-warming lotus. A 7-colored light bloomed, and in his knowledge sea, the 7-colored island shrank and transformed into its original form of the soul-warming lotus, constantly rotating high up in the sky, releasing a dense 7-colored light. Like rain on dry land, Yang Kai's sluggish thoughts suddenly recovered at this moment. Inside his body, the 7-colored light escaped from the cracks, gushing out from his nose and mouth before enveloping Yang Kai's entire soul. The majestic power of the soul-warming lotus cut off the influence of the ancient battlefield on him. In an instant, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he quickly flew out. This time, he completely recovered and was no longer affected by the time principle. The moment he rushed out of the ancient battlefield, Yang Kai's soul returned to his body. Atop the rolling head, Yang Kai's main body, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath, like a drowning man who had just been reborn, a look of lingering fear on his face as his clothes were soaked in sweat. Before he could examine his condition carefully, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as 2 streams of golden blood flowed out from his nostrils. He felt a splitting headache and could not help howling miserably. Although the encounter just now had not destroyed his soul, it had still injured his soul. This kind of pain was definitely not comparable to ordinary physical injuries. Chapter 37:18. Having narrowly escaped death, Yang Kai's face was pale and he felt something sticky under his nose. He raised his hand and wiped it, only to find that his palm was full of blood. Although he had successfully escaped, recalling the experience just now, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. There was only one question in his heart: who was the one who fought the Flowing Time Great Emperor in a life-and-death battle with the Great Emperors? It must be known that the Flowing Time Great Emperor stood at the peak of the entire star boundary. Even other Great Emperors could only look up to him, just like the difference between the Great Emperors Wukong of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors of the same period. Perhaps the Flowing Time Great Emperor was even stronger. An opponent who could fight a life-and-death battle with him must have reached the same level. Could it be the legendary Great Demon God? Yang Kai frowned. The first time he knew the name of the Great Demon God was in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. He had followed the barbarian race to the north and south, fighting a life-and-death battle with the demon race. At the last moment, the evergreen divine tree had sacrificed itself to seal the gap between the 2 worlds. From that gap, a giant palm had struck out, almost ruining the evergreen divine tree's efforts. Everything in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World was based on what had really happened in various eras. The ancient barbarian demon race really did exist, but the process was certainly different from what Yang Kai had experienced. But since the Great Demon God's palm had been in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World, it meant that the Great Demon God really did exist in that era. Later, Yang Kai played the trick of injuring himself and followed Yu Rumeng to become the demon race's territory. He had asked her about the Great Demon God, but who would have thought that when he mentioned it, Yu Rumeng's face would change dramatically and she would tell Yang Kai not to mention these 3 words in the future. These 3 words seemed to be a taboo in the territory of the demon race. Later, Yang Kai forgot to inquire about the Great Demon God, because in the past few years in the territory of the demon race, he had never heard anyone mention the Great Demon God. The strongest in the territory of the demon race were the 12 Demon Saint and the Lord of the 100 Spirit Continent, Demon Dragon Chang Tian. It was not until today that Yang Kai had some suspicions. If it had been the Great Demon God who had fought with the Flowing Time Great Emperor back then, it might have made sense. However, judging from the current results, the Flowing Time Great Emperor had perished after that battle, and the Great Demon God had most likely not come to a good end either. Otherwise, there would not have been no news of him for so many years. As his mind raced, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. A moment later, Yang Kai was startled again and carefully examined his memories. Although he had been staying in the ancient battlefield for more than 10 days and his mind had been immersed in it, he had not paid much attention to the situation of his body. However, his body was a strange existence and had its own memory. Just because he did not pay attention to it did not mean he could not detect it afterwards. Ordinary people had this ability, not to mention Yang Kai who had cultivated it. Just now, his mind was in turmoil and he had not noticed anything, but now he inadvertently discovered something interesting. His soul avatar had spent more than 10 years in the ancient battlefield, but his body had only spent half an hour in the outside world. In other words, the flow of time in the ancient battlefield was many times faster than normal. Yang Kai had experienced this kind of thing. Not only had Yang Kai experienced it, but Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had also benefited from it. The 2 little ones were only a few years old when they followed Xiongqi into the Flowing Time Temple, but a few years later, when Yang Kai went to find them again, they had grown up and had both arrived in the Emperor realm. Later, when he asked, he learned that the 2 little ones had been cultivating in the Flowing Time Temple for hundreds of years. The Flowing Time Temple was the legacy of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. In a certain forbidden area in the temple, the principles of time were everywhere, making the flow of time very different from the outside world. This allowed Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to spend hundreds of years in just a few years. Not only had they really grown up, but their cultivation had also reached an extremely high level. However, the legacy of the great emperors could not be sustained for a long time. Once it was consumed, it would no longer exist. Even though Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had now inherited the legacy of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and obtained the Flowing Time Temple, it was difficult for them to achieve the glory of that day. Unless the two of them could cultivate to the level of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and had extremely high attainments in the principles of time, it would be difficult for them to achieve the glory of that day. This was probably a meeting gift that the Flowing Time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy. When Yang Kai first learned of this, he was very happy for the two of them. At the same time, he was also very envious. Since he started cultivating, it had only been a little more than 100 years. If he really cultivated for a few more 100 years, he wouldn't dare to say anything else, but he would definitely reach the false emperor realm. There was no hope for him to reach the great emperors. The realm of the great emperors was not something that could be achieved through cultivation alone. It had to be another opportunity. But even if he was a false emperor, it would be of great help to the current situation. He was now a high-rank demon king and could exchange blows with a false emperor. If he really advanced to the false emperor realm, he might even have the strength to fight against a demon saint. He never thought that such a good thing would actually fall on his head one day. He didn't know which continent he had swallowed before rolling. If he had known earlier, Yang Kai would have swallowed this continent no matter what. Now that more than a dozen years had passed, his strength had most likely undergone earth-shaking changes. For a time, he was ecstatic. This was not the only good thing. While his mind was tumbling, he suddenly felt that his soul had become much more solid and there was something more to his knowledge. Previously, in the ancient battlefield, using his soul avatar as a medium, he had to endure the collision of two terrifying forces, causing him so much pain that his soul had almost been shattered. Fortunately, he had the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus to help him avoid this disaster. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future, and Yang Kai had just tasted this sweetness. His soul had been damaged, but after being repaired by the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul had become much more resilient and his spiritual energy had also improved significantly. Not to mention this, for the time being, the power of the soul-warming lotus had cleansed his knowledge, washing away the murderous intent hidden in the two forces Yang Kai's soul avatar had brought in, leaving behind the purest form of energy. This energy contained the true martial intent of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperor, perhaps the great demon god or someone else. This true martial intent was the condensation of the essence of the cultivation of these two masters. Normally, even if these two masters were to teach Yang Kai face to face, Yang Kai would have to spend a great deal of effort to understand them, but the situation at this time was different. These two had died long ago, so the pure true martial intent they left behind in Yang Kai's knowledge was equivalent to these two masters imparting wisdom to Yang Kai. The various mysteries contained in this true martial intent were laid bare in front of Yang Kai. For example, these two masters had a lychee in their hands and invited Yang Kai to eat it. Even if Yang Kai held the lychee in his hand, he would have to peel off the skin and shell before he could eat the flesh. But the existence of the soul-warming lotus had completed this job for Yang Kai, like a considerate maid, stuffing the sweet flesh into Yang Kai's mouth. Yang Kai only needed to chew and swallow. It was said that there was no such thing as a free lunch, but Yang Kai had encountered it once. Overjoyed, Yang Kai ignored the pain in his head and hurriedly immersed himself in comprehending the true martial intent left behind in his knowledge. This was a treasure left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the great demon god. If he could really take it for himself, the improvement he would receive would be immeasurable. However, after meditating for a while, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes again. With a thought, he linked up with the sealed world bead and another person appeared in front of him. This person was tall and well endowed, with a pair of delicate wings on her back. Who else could it be but Biyao? Master. Biyao cupped her fists. Since the last time Biyao was taken into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai had kept her inside. She was now a mid-rank demon king, and although her strength wasn't low, in the GZ army, where masters were as common as clouds, her presence wouldn't make much difference, so Yang Kai didn't let her join the GZ army. What's more, this girl seemed to have some special hobbies, so Yang Kai didn't want her to appear in front of his wives all day long. Yang Kai kept her in the sealed world bead because he wanted to leave a useful helper for himself, as well as to deal with unexpected situations. For example, right now, it was much more convenient to have a useful helper. After greeting him, Biyao was surprised. Are we back in the demon territory? Standing on top of the rolling beast, Biyao couldn't see the end of its massive body. As it moved forward, the world around it seemed to be swallowed up. Biyao had seen this scene many times before. Yang Kai nodded and stuffed the sealed world bead into her hands. Guard it. If you need anything, just call me. After saying this, he flashed into the sealed world bead without any explanation. Before Biyao could say anything, Yang Kai had disappeared. She was immediately annoyed. How can a mid-rank demon king guard this place? This is the demon territory. If I run into a half-saint, won't I be dead for sure? If it was in the past, she wouldn't have cared, but now, she was a traitor of the demon race. If she really fell into the hands of a half-saint, she wouldn't have a good ending. But soon, Biyao discovered that there was no life in this world. The rolling beast swallowed everything at an extremely fast speed, covering thousands of kilometers in an instant, but she didn't see a single living thing. Biyao couldn't help feeling puzzled. What's wrong with this world? The reason why Yang Kai gave the sealed world bead to Biyao was naturally because the rolling beast had no sentience and could only follow his simple orders and instincts. Once this world was completely swallowed, it would need to move to another world. At this time, Yang Kai, who was in the sealed world bead, needed someone to remind him. Biyao was the perfect candidate. While Biyao was vexed, Yang Kai arrived at the ancient battlefield again. However, this time was different from last time. Last time, Yang Kai had come with his soul clone, but this time, he had come with his main body. Inside the ancient battlefield, the flow of time was very different from the outside world, so naturally, Yang Kai would choose to cultivate here to improve himself faster and save more time. For Yang Kai, what he needed most right now was time. Although his cultivation as a high-rank demon king was not bad, he had no advantage against a half-saint. However, he had only been a high-rank demon king for less than 20 years, so he didn't know when he would break through to the half-saint realm again. The appearance of this ancient battlefield was undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. Chapter 37:19. His damaged soul had not been completely repaired, and no matter how powerful the soul-warming lotus was, it still needed time to take effect. However, the martial Dao true intent that had been washed away gradually remained in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, waiting for Yang Kai to absorb and comprehend it. Without hesitation, Yang Kai stepped into the ancient battlefield. Just like before, the principles of time wrapped around him, causing Yang Kai to involuntarily feel that time was in chaos. But last time, he had used a soul clone and was affected by the principles of time, so it was inconvenient for him. Now that he was here with his main body, his resistance was naturally incomparable. At the very least, there was no longer the feeling of stagnation like before. Step by step, Yang Kai covered a distance of 1,000 feet in less than an incense stick's worth of time. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. It had to be known that when he came here, it had taken him an entire day to cover a distance of 1,000 feet. The various advantages of his main body here could be seen. He did not move forward because Yang Kai knew that if he took another step, the two forces entangled in this ancient battlefield would definitely wreak havoc on him again. His damaged soul had not yet been repaired, so he naturally had to wait until it was repaired before making any plans. Entering this ancient battlefield was only to fight for more time to cultivate. After calculating the distance, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, allowing the soul-warming lotus to repair his soul while comprehending the pure energy in his knowledge sea and absorbing the martial Tao true intent of the two masters. A few days later, Yang Kai's damaged soul was once again restored to its previous state. After this tribulation, Yang Kai's already powerful soul had once again been strengthened. Although it wasn't much, it was still equivalent to several days of hard work. When his soul was restored, Yang Kai had fully comprehended the pure energy in his knowledge sea. These two forces that came from the two masters were originally of different attributes and could not be completely merged, but under the cleansing of the soul-warming lotus, their appearances had been washed away, leaving behind only the purest martial Tao true intent, which was why they could be absorbed by Yang Kai. As the saying goes, the myriad of great Taos all lead to the same destination. His sea of consciousness, which had turned pitch black because he had become the demon race, now had an additional speck of golden light. It was insignificant in the pitch black environment, but it was extremely conspicuous. It was like a prairie fire that would one day ignite into a monstrous blaze. Yang Kai stood up and discovered that his thoughts were clear and unobstructed. Although the principles of time were still flowing around him, they no longer had any effect on him. He knew that this was the benefit of comprehending and absorbing that trace of true intent of the martial Tao. However, this was only the outermost region of the ancient battlefield. The principles of time and time laws were the weakest. If one went deeper, it would be a completely different scene. Stepping forward, just as Yang Kai expected, as soon as he took the first step, two majestic forces immediately invaded him. They were the principles of time of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor and the other force. Previously, as he was afraid of encountering an accident, Yang Kai was not very clear about what he felt, but now that he carefully sensed it, he discovered that the other force had a deep demonic nature and was secretly merging with the demon chi in his body. Yang Kai was increasingly certain that the one who fought the flowing time great emperor on this battlefield in the past was not the great emperors of the demon territory, but rather the great emperors of the demon race. No wonder he was able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of these two. Originally, he thought it was a meat pie that fell from the sky, but now he realized that this meat pie was not something that just anyone could eat. Although he did not obtain the flowing time great emperor's mantle and inheritance, he had at least cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal and had scratched the surface of the principles of time. With this foundation, he was naturally able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. For the same reason, when he was promoted to high-rank demon king, he was affected by the world laws of the demon territory and became the demon race. His emperor chi had turned into demon chi, and only the soul-warming lotus had protected his knowledge sea and prevented him from truly becoming a part of the demon race. He could already be considered half a demon race. Therefore, he was able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the demon race. Everything seemed to be a coincidence, but who could say for sure whether this was an opportunity or fate? Fortunately, Yang Kai was here. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to obtain any benefits. Instead, their martial Tao true meanings would corrode their heart and ruin their cultivation. Even if Yang Shao and Yang Shui were here, they would only be able to absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the flowing time great emperor and great emperors. They would not be able to comprehend and absorb the martial Tao true meanings of the demon race's martial Tao true meanings and would naturally be affected. After understanding this, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth could not help but curve into a heartfelt smile as he walked forward step by step. Previously, when his soul clone came here, it wasn't very qualified to act as a vessel, so Yang Kai only managed to persist for a short while before he couldn't bear it and quickly withdrew. Now that his main body had arrived, this vessel was much better than a pure soul clone. If his previous soul clone was just a small pond, then his main body was now a lake, able to withstand much more. Although he still could not bear the torment of the two dragons, Yang Kai was not dead, so he naturally grasped his own limits. 5,000 feet. The strength of the carrier, coupled with the martial Tao true meanings Yang Kai had comprehended and absorbed before, allowed Yang Kai to walk forward a full 5,000 feet before he was forced to stop. At this point, he could no longer move forward. If he forced himself to continue, he would probably suffer indelible injuries. His soul was being torn apart, and his physical body was also in unbearable pain. He could not help but tremble as drops of golden blood seeped out of his pores. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and clenched his fists, his face twisted into a frightening grimace. The soul-warming lotus was already emitting a 7-colored light, constantly repairing his damaged soul. With the soul-warming lotus present, Yang Kai did not have to worry about his soul dispersing. Silently sensing his soul, Yang Kai found that his soul had not yet reached its limit, but his physical body was already unable to bear it. This was normal. Because of Yu Ru Meng, his soul had already surpassed the level of a half-saint, but his physical body was only at the level of a high-rank demon king, so the gap was really too big. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai roared and spat out 2 words one by one: dragon transformation. Since his soul had not yet reached its limit and his physical body was unable to bear it, he might as well make his physical body stronger. A dragon's roar resounded as a golden dragon head flashed. Yang Kai's body swelled up, and with a series of crackling sounds, dragon scales covered his entire body. 2 short dragon horns grew on his forehead, his hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and his dragon tail swished behind him, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust in the ancient battlefield. His half-dragon body was still in a humanoid state, but it had many more characteristics of the dragon race. After dragon transformation, Yang Kai's breathing became heavy, and the breath he exhaled from his nostrils could actually stir up a gale, giving him an awe-inspiring appearance. Yang Kai could not help but be startled as he touched his head, vaguely feeling that he seemed to have grown a little taller. Carefully examining himself, Yang Kai found that it was not an illusion and that he had really grown taller. He could not help but marvel. The last time he used dragon transformation was in the Flowing Time Temple against the Wind Monarch, and he was not as tall as he was now. All these years, Yang Kai had been drifting around, so busy that he did not have the heart to cultivate dragon transformation. However, he had been swallowing dragon blood pills, so even if he did not deliberately cultivate, his body had unknowingly grown bigger. However, this process was very slow. The dragon race was a race with long lifespans, so growth was not something that they had to rush. Yang Kai had swallowed so many dragon blood pills and dragon blood flowers, but his body had only grown from 300 feet to 320 feet, and it had taken him more than a decade to do so. He had fought the Wind Monarch in the temple and used all his strength, and then went to the lower territory to refine the One Realm bead. He did not even have the time to swallow and refine dragon blood pills. Logically speaking, even if he had grown, he should not have grown so quickly. Yang Kai estimated that his current body was at least 400 feet tall, which could be said to be an explosive growth. For the dragon race, the bigger the body, the stronger the strength. In the Dragon Palace, the largest of the dragon race elders of the past was 100 feet tall, which was a height that the current dragon race could not reach. Yang Kai had the golden divine dragon source energy, and the more comprehensive this source energy was, the larger his body would be. Now that his body had grown bigger, it meant that some of the source energy had been stimulated. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai guessed that it was the benefit of the battle with the Wind Monarch. In that battle, he had used all his strength after dragon transformation, and at the critical moment of life and death, the golden divine dragon source energy had been silently developed. At that time, he was exhausted and did not feel anything. It was only today that he discovered the benefits. This could be considered a pleasant surprise. His body had become stronger, so he could bear more. After dragon transformation, the pressure on his body suddenly lightened, and Yang Kai, who had been struggling to move, once again took a step forward. This time, he walked for another 500 feet. Kai Yang finally came to a stop. He had already reached his limit. His huge body sat down cross-legged, as towering as a small mountain. Within this ancient battlefield, Yang Kai opened up his body and mind, allowing the two forces to invade his body while silently comprehending. During this time, Yang Kai did not move at all. It was not until 3 months later that he opened his eyes. His majestic dragon eyes were full of spirit, and it was obvious that he had gained a lot. He could not help but grin, but the sound of rolling thunder could be heard, shaking the world. If a timid person were to come here and see this scene, they would be scared to death by Yang Kai's ferocious mouth. Within 1,000 feet of the ancient battlefield, the two forces that had been wreaking havoc for countless years had completely disappeared. They had been absorbed into Yang Kai's body and refined. Without the principles of time, the flow of time naturally returned to normal. Yang Kai's mind moved, and in the next moment, Boya, who was sitting on the rolling thunderhead with her hands supporting her chin, heard Yang Kai's voice. "How long has it been?" Although Boya did not understand why Yang Kai would ask such a childish question, she still answered, 5 days. Fortunately, it had only been 5 days. In the ancient battlefield, Yang Kai got up and stepped forward. His pace was not fast, but every step he took caused the earth to tremble. As he walked, the blood covering his body fell off. But after a few steps, Yang Kai had a suspicious look on his face. Why did it feel like he had grown a little taller? Chapter 37:20. Touching the top of his head, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't an illusion. He had indeed grown taller. Although it wasn't much, only about 1 zhang, it was already an incredible achievement. The larger the body of the dragon clan, the more difficult it was for them to improve. With his current height of 400 feet, if he cultivated the dragonification secret technique normally, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to grow another 10 feet. But now, he had easily achieved it after meditating in this ancient battlefield for 3 months. It wasn't even deliberate. Could it be that the martial Dao intent had the effect of improving the power of the dragon race's bloodline? It wasn't impossible. The masters of the two forces were peak experts. Even the current demon saint and great emperors couldn't fathom the martial Dao intent contained in their power. It was only natural that it had some special effect. Perhaps it had something to do with the polishing of the two forces. The two forces used Yang Kai's body as a medium to fight against each other, allowing Yang Kai to use a transcendent feeling to comprehend the mysteries within. This kind of memory was stored in the body, so it naturally allowed the bloodline in the body to develop and improve. This was a good thing. Yang Kai smiled happily and continued forward. This time, he walked forward for a distance of 1,500 feet before he reached his limit. Although the deeper he went, the more powerful the two forces became, Yang Kai's previous sufferings were not in vain. 3 months of cultivation had allowed him to grow, so naturally, he would be able to go further. While Yang Kai was wholeheartedly cultivating in this ancient battlefield, a great battle had already broken out in the demon land of Tsanglang City. Under Li Wui's orders, the GZ army, Bingshan army, Wuyin army, Jehai army, Yiwu army, and Wuyin army, a total of several million people, moved out and launched an attack on Tsanglang City. In the demon land of Tsanglang City, the demon race waited solemnly. Both sides fought fiercely in the demon land for several days. Both sides suffered losses, and the battlefield was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. In the end, the demon race couldn't hold on and showed signs of defeat. The GZ army took the lead and rushed to within 30 li of the tall demon pagoda. But at this time, the demon race had already set up an impregnable defense around the demon pagoda. Countless demon race desperately resisted the attack of the Star Army and swore to protect the tall demon pagoda with their lives. A majestic palace flew out from behind. On the jade platform of the palace, Yang Shao and Yang Shui stood side by side. A gust of wind blew from high up in the sky. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as their hands formed seals. With a buzzing sound, the palace crashed into the tall demonic tower of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. With the power of the temple, Yang Shao and Yang Shui were ready to attack the root of the problem. The distance between the huge palace and the demon pagoda was quickly shortened, and all the demon race in front of them were smashed to pieces. Countless attacks came from all directions, but they were all blocked by a layer of light curtain enveloping the palace. The light curtain was tough and only rippled. Yang Shao and Yang Shui were unscathed. The flowing time Great Emperor was the palace of the great emperors. Even if the two little ones could only use a part of its power, it was still not something that ordinary attacks could break. Seeing this, the three demon clan semi-saints immediately rose into the air and headed towards the Divine Hall. Before the Divine Hall could even get close, they had already made their moves and bombarded the Divine Hall with terrifying might. Two figures rushed out from the temple. One big and one small, one old and one young. Where Yang Shao and Yang Shui were present, how could Xiongqi and Lu Yan not be present? Amid the roars of beasts and cries of phoenixes, Xiongqi and Lu Yan met the three half-saint demons head-on. Yu Yi's exchange was earth-shattering. Xiongqi was a veteran divine spirit. In this world, among all the false emperor divine spirits and half-saint divine spirits, perhaps only Li Wu-yi could suppress him. He didn't put the others in his eyes at all. In a one-on-one fight, no half-saint could be his opponent. However, Lu Yan was still a little lacking. Although she had obtained the Phoenix True Fire and had become a divine spirit, she had only been cultivating for a short period of time. Divine spirits needed time to accumulate their strength. She might be much stronger than a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, but she had no chance of winning against a half-saint divine spirit. Therefore, even with Xiongqi by her side, Yu Yi was instantly at a disadvantage against the three half-saint of demon race. Fortunately, they didn't have to fight the demon race to the death. They only needed to delay for a while. The flowing time temple rumbled forward. The three half-saint of demon race were obstructed, and the other half-saint divine spirits also had their own opponents. There was no other force capable of stopping the temple's advance. The noisy battlefield seemed to quiet down at this moment, and the whole world seemed to freeze. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, the flowing time temple crashed into the pitch-black demon pagoda. Yang Shao and Yang Shui, who were standing on the steps of the temple, were the first to be hit. Their faces turned pale, and then they each spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, a muffled sound like thunder exploded. The light curtain outside the temple suddenly caved in, but it didn't shatter. A halo of light rippled out and spread in all directions. The demon pagoda shook slightly, and then returned to normal. When the half-saint of demon race saw that the demon pagoda was safe and sound, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, they still rushed towards the demon pagoda without caring about the damage they would suffer. They would rather be hit by their opponent's attacks to defend the demon pagoda. Seeing this, how could everyone not know that the demon pagoda was really important to the demon race? When the demon pagoda first appeared, no one in the astral plane knew what it was for, and they didn't pay much attention to it. When they really paid attention to it, the demon pagoda was already in its embryonic form. Li Wui faintly guessed that this thing would be very useful to the demon race, so he let the 5 armies try to attack it to see if there was a chance to destroy the demon pagoda. Now, after trying it out, they realized that the demon pagoda was far more important to the demon race than the astral plane had expected. The half-saint actually disregarded their own safety to protect the demon pagoda. How could the fake emperors let them do as they wished? They all chased after the half-saint of demon race and caused more damage to the enemy. On the temple, Yang Shao and Yang Shui looked at each other. Their minds were connected, so there was no need for any discussion. They changed their hand seals, and the temple retreated at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10 kilometers away. They changed their hand seals again, and the temple crashed into the demon pagoda again. Although the collision just now didn't destroy the demon pagoda, it wasn't completely ineffective. Yang Shao and Yang Shui saw it more clearly than the others. Although the demon pagoda was sturdy, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand 3 collisions from the temple. As long as they hit it 3 times, the two of them were confident that they could completely destroy the demon pagoda. At that time, no matter what the demon race was planning, it would be useless. Another loud rumbling sound rang out. The demon pagoda trembled as if it was about to collapse, but in the end, it stabilized. Seeing this, the half-saint on the battlefield didn't hesitate to use secret techniques that consumed their life essence to increase their strength. They just wanted to quickly get rid of their opponents and stop Yang Xiao and Yang Shue's actions. It wasn't only the half-saint, but also the Demon King. In an instant, the already intense battlefield changed even more. The strength of the GZ army's soldiers and horses was displayed at this time. There were always some benefits to having so many experts. Facing the counterattack of the demon race's experts, they were actually able to maintain the situation. They didn't allow any threat to the demon race to disturb Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. The flowing time temple collided with the demon pagoda for the third time. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's small faces were as pale as paper, but their eyes were filled with unswerving determination. Above the demon pagoda, a halo of light suddenly circulated. As energy gathered, a huge vortex appeared in front of the demon pagoda. Standing above the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw this. Although they didn't know what that vortex was, they knew that victory or defeat would be decided in one fell swoop. Therefore, they didn't hesitate to use their strength. A slender jade foot stepped out of the vortex. Immediately after, a graceful figure appeared in the air. Her skin was smooth, her face was like jade, and she had a pair of exquisite wings on her back. Wang, as that pair of jade feet landed, the world seemed to tremble for a moment. Yang Xiao was stunned at first, but then his expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, "Fuyu." There were currently 3 demon saints in the astral boundary, and all of them were famous. Even if Yang Xiao hadn't observed them up close, he had seen them from afar in the Western Territory. Moreover, the characteristics of the Feather Demon clan were so obvious. How could he not recognize them? Why was she here? How could she appear here? Wasn't she supposed to be in the demon land in the Eastern Territory? The Eastern Territory was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from here. Even if she was a demon saint, it would take her at least a few days to fly here. There was no reason for her to appear here for no reason. Recalling the scene just now, Yang Zhao's heart thumped. That demon pagoda. Could it be that it had the ability to cross territory? This was the only way to explain the current situation. Fuyu's appearance caused the expressions of many experts in the astral boundary to change. Hyoji, who was in charge of the Central Army, immediately took out the space spirit bead and sent a message to the 2 elders of the dragon race. He didn't go into battle to kill the enemy, not because he was a coward, but because the 5 armies were out in full force. There had to be someone in charge of the overall situation. The other commanders were all fake Emperor Realm experts, so they naturally had to go into battle to restrain the enemy half-saint. He was the weakest, but he had no problem coordinating the army. Thus, Bing Yun and the others handed over the command of the allied army to him. In fact, he did a good job, and it was all thanks to him devising strategies. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to create 2 opportunities for Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. However, the third time was like kicking an iron plate. Just as Hyoji sent a message to the elders of the dragon race, Fuyu's crystal-like eyes indifferently glanced at Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Her gaze was extremely indifferent, as if she was looking at 2 insignificant ants. However, when she looked at the flowing time temple again, her expression finally changed. She let out a soft sound of surprise. Clearly, she had also noticed the extraordinariness of the flowing time temple. The distance between them was rapidly closing. After experiencing the initial shock, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui didn't retreat. Instead, they urged the temple forward even more diligently. This was because both of them knew that in front of a demon saint, there was no chance for them to escape. If they put their lives on the line, they might be able to gain something. Chapter 37:21. The temple buzzed as it charged forward with a brilliant might. Even if there was a large mountain in front of it, it would most likely be smashed to pieces. Compared to the enormous temple, Fuyu's figure was incomparably small. However, that demon saint's aura was even higher than the heavens. Her jade-like hand reached forward and clenched in the air. A 5-colored divine bow with dragons and phoenixes carved on it appeared in her hand. When her other hand gently twisted it, the bowstring was pulled back, and a feather arrow that was also flowing with light and color was knocked on the string. A great sense of danger suddenly enveloped Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Even though the two of them had obtained the true teachings of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and had made some small achievements in their cultivation, they still felt a sense of suffocation. They could only feel the killing intent and might rushing straight at them, causing their minds to be in turmoil and unable to control themselves. Biyao was a mid-rank demon king. If she was prepared, she could even kill a high-rank demon king, let alone a demon saint like Fuyu. In this world, only the great emperors and demon saints of the same level could receive an arrow from her without dying. In front of this arrow, anyone below the level of a demon saint was nothing. Thus, even though the two of them were hiding in the Flowing Time Temple, they couldn't help but feel exposed to danger. They didn't feel safe at all. When the arrow was formed, it had already been shot out. The distance was too close, so Fuyu didn't have the time to react. A ray of light visible to the naked eye shot out from Fuyu's hand, heading straight for the temple. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. It was as if heavenly lightning had ignited the flames of the earth. When a loud bang rang out, a violent shockwave spread out, affecting the entire battlefield. Countless humans and demon race members were thrown off their feet. Even the demon kings had to circulate their energy to defend themselves. The fake emperors and half-saints had even more serious expressions on their faces. Fuyu stumbled back 2 steps before stabilizing herself. She let out a soft cry of surprise again. She looked around and saw that the huge palace was actually intact. It was just that it had been sent flying back by the huge impact. Amidst the cracking sounds, countless cracks appeared on the light curtain that had been wrapping the Flowing Time Temple, and before the temple could stabilize, it shattered. Yang Zhao's and Yang Shui's faces, which were already pale, were now bloodless. Both of them were bleeding profusely. That light curtain was the defense of the Flowing Time Temple itself. Although Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were not strong enough to display its full power, it was not something that could be easily broken. This could be seen from the fact that the light curtain was still intact after the previous 2 collisions. However, under Fu Yu's arrow, the light barrier shattered. It could be seen how terrifying the power of Fu Yu's arrow was. If it were not for the protection of the Flowing Time Temple, not to mention Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, even a fake emperor or half-saint would have been blown to smithereens. The temple was sent flying back, like a giant beast that could not control its body. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's minds were connected to the temple, and at this moment, the world was also turned upside down. However, before they could catch their breath, a sense of crisis that made them feel as if they were about to die once again shrouded the two of them. In front of the demon pagoda, Fuyu once again drew her 5-colored divine bow. The arrow trembled as it pointed directly at the Flowing Time Temple. Her crystal-like eyes were full of indifference. Just now, she came in a hurry and did not display her full power at all with the first arrow. However, she was a demon saint. Even if it was just a casual attack, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, the 2 humans did not die, which made her somewhat intolerable. Under normal circumstances, she would not bother to attack these 2 ants again. However, she saw that the divine palace was extraordinary, so she was determined to destroy this inexplicable palace. As for the life and death of the people hiding in it, how could she care about them? If Fu Yu only had time to display 50% of her strength with the first arrow, then the second arrow was at least 80%. Otherwise, she was not sure that she could destroy the temple. When the arrow was shot, only the brilliance of this arrow was left in the world. All the movements on the battlefield were overshadowed by this arrow. Hyoji, who was in charge of the army, looked at this scene helplessly. His eyes were about to split open, but there was nothing he could do. He was not strong enough, so how could he save people from the demon saint? He did not know how to explain this to Yang Kai and Dragon Island. Yang Shui was Yang Kai's younger sister. If she died here, Yang Kai would definitely be angry. This was not the most important thing. Yang Xiao was the son of the two great elders of the dragon race. If he really died here, wouldn't the great elder and the second elder go crazy? Now, the entire star boundary was relying on these two to stabilize the situation. If they lost their minds, the entire star boundary would be in danger. The divine temple was flipped over, and the arrow quickly flew over. It would not take a moment for it to reach the front. Just as the arrow was about to hit the divine temple, a pale golden light suddenly flew out from the divine temple. The light was formed from tiny grains of sand. It danced lightly and wrapped around the arrow. The flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. At the critical moment of life and death, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui endured the discomfort and jointly urged the power of the endless hourglass. The flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand stored in the hourglass shot out. The principle of time spread out, and the whole world seemed to freeze at this moment. The principles of time eroded the arrow, and the flowing time Great Emperor slowed down the arrow and weakened its power. After a moment, everything returned to normal. Although they urged the power of the endless hourglass, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were still not strong enough. Being able to delay the attack of a demon saint for a moment was already an extraordinary achievement. Not to mention, under the erosion of the principles of time, the arrow's power was greatly reduced. But it was still not something the two of them could contend against. Little ant. Yang Xiao turned his head and looked at Yang Shui in front of him, a smile appearing on his pale face. He was about to die, but he had no regrets being able to be with his family before death. Yang Shui also glanced at him and smiled gently. On the jade platform of the divine temple, the two of them clenched their hands tightly. Between life and death, there was great fear, but the two of them looked as calm as water. All of a sudden, a withered hand emerged from the void and grabbed the ambolite. Wang, the feather arrow was like a spirit snake, constantly struggling in the big hand, but it was unable to break free from the big hand's restraint. The big hand suddenly clenched, and the feather arrow shattered, turning into multicolored light that dissipated into the world. When the large hand grabbed the arrow, countless pairs of eyes in the sky and on the ground focused on the large hand. Fu Yu frowned and revealed a look of disgust. Only when the arrow was shattered did a figure appear in everyone's field of vision. The figure was not very tall and looked like a normal person, but standing there, he was indomitable, enough for everyone to raise their heads and look up. Yao Si let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally made it. Thank goodness. Father. Yang Xiao was overjoyed. Zhu Yan did not turn his head and said indifferently, "Well done." When he received Hyoji's message, he immediately rushed over through the space spirit bead, just in time to see Fu Yu shoot the second arrow. His scalp immediately went numb, and the calmness that he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years almost collapsed in that instant. It was all because he could not stop that arrow in time. Fortunately, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui activated the endless hourglass and bought him an instant of time. This instant was the difference between life and death. Facing the demon saint, he did not lose his fighting spirit and instead tried his best to survive. This was not something that just anyone could do. Yang Xiao had the qualifications to make Zhu Yan proud. "You dare to hurt my son, die." Another figure appeared right after Zhu Yan. Who else could it be but Fu Dun? When she appeared, she pounced at Fu Yu without any explanation. Her dragon eyes were filled with killing intent, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. The temperature of the entire world plummeted. Dragons had reverse scales, and to Fu Dun, Yang Xiao was her reverse scale. She would fight to the death with anyone who dared to hurt her Icy laws lingered around her as Fu Dun transformed into a crystal dragon. Dragons might fill the air as she spat out a dragon breath at Fu Yu. Beside Fu Yu, Huobo and Shueli strangely appeared. Seeing the icy aura coming at them, Huobo let out a strange laugh. His round and short body, which was like a round ball, rushed into the sky with an indescribable agility and rushed towards the icy aura. Boom. A huge ball of fire exploded in the sky as Fu Dun's attack failed. With a dragon roar, Zhu Yan also transformed into his dragon true form and fought alongside Fu Dan against the three demon saint of the demon race. They fought all the way to the clouds and soon disappeared. Inside the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were already at the end of their rope. They did not even have the strength to stand. Qiongqi broke away from his opponent and arrived at the temple in a flash. He hurriedly checked the two's injuries and found that they had only used up too much energy and did not leave behind any hidden injuries. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. With his departure, the situation on the battlefield immediately changed subtly. The slight advantage that Star Realm originally had was gradually wiped out. The demon race organized a counterattack and slowly pushed Star Realm's army back. Hyoji smashed his fist hatefully and gave the order to retreat. The purpose of this battle was to destroy the demon tower, but now that they had failed, there was no point in continuing to fight. It would only add to the casualties. Moreover, after fighting for so many days, the soldiers of the various corps could not bear it anymore and could only quit while they were ahead. In this battle, the casualties of both the human and demon races numbered in the millions. After the battle, the demon race took 3 days to clean up the corpses. Yang Kai was unaware of the battle on Star Realm's side. At this moment, he was still meditating in the ancient battlefield. Such a good opportunity was very rare. The flow of time in the ancient battlefield was different from the outside world, a difference of several dozen times, so Yang Kai naturally had to seize this opportunity. Originally, he had a bit of a purpose, but as time passed and his mind became immersed, Yang Kai was completely immersed in it and only felt the joy of becoming stronger little by little. During this period, other than when Boya called him out to continue devouring other worlds, he stayed in the ancient battlefield in the small sealed world. Inside the ancient battlefield, the area where the two forces were wreaking havoc would shrink every few months. When Yang Kai entered the ancient battlefield, the two forces that had been entangled with each other for many years used his body as a medium to refine and absorb them, becoming the capital and nutrients for Yang Kai's continuous growth. Moreover, as he cultivated, Yang Kai did not feel any signs of his foundation being unstable. Every step he took was extremely solid. The reason for this was the flow of time. The benefits obtained in the ancient battlefield were not achieved overnight but were truly honed bit by bit, so naturally, there were no hidden dangers. Chapter 37-22. Inside the demon territory, the continents disappeared one after another, and the third territory of the sealed world bead was gradually approaching perfection. Yang Kai was cultivating inside the ancient battlefield and had lost all sense of time, only knowing that he was growing stronger every once in a while. When only half of the ancient battlefield remained, which covered an area of several 100,000 kilometers, Yang Kai experienced some unexpected changes. On this day, Yang Kai opened his eyes and silently sensed the changes in his body. He then asked Boya about the situation outside and learned that it would take at least a few more days for a certain continent to be completely devoured. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai strode forward. When he reached his limit, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and opened his mind. As always, the two forces that filled the ancient battlefield immediately seemed to have found an outlet and rushed into his body. Using his body as a medium and as a battlefield, these two forces clashed with each other, continuing the shocking war from ancient times. It seemed that a victor and loser were about to be decided. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that this time was a little different from before, as if there was something more, but when he carefully examined himself, he couldn't find anything. He couldn't help feeling a little puzzled, wondering if he was just being paranoid. But just as he was thinking so, two figures suddenly appeared in his mind. One was tall and indomitable, while the other was small, not even 1/10,000th the size of the tall figure. However, this small figure was obviously fighting with the tall giant, and their battle was in full swing, neither side gaining the upper hand. Yang Kai's expression brightened and he almost broke away from that mysterious feeling. But soon, he stabilized his mind and carefully examined himself, discovering that these two figures gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. These two figures were not visible to the naked eye, but through his divine sense, but for some reason, whether it was the giant figure or the small one, Yang Kai felt like he couldn't see through them. Whether it was their faces or their figures, they were all blurry and indistinct. Yang Kai only knew that they were fighting, but he didn't know what kind of shocking methods they were using. Suddenly, he felt a little anxious. This ancient battlefield was the place where the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor and a powerhouse of the demon race fought. Now that he was meditating, two figures suddenly appeared in his mind. No matter how stupid Yang Kai was, he could guess who these two figures were. Those were the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor and a powerhouse suspected to be the great demon god. Yang Kai absorbed the remnant true intent of their martial Taos. His consciousness traversed through time and space, witnessing the battle of that day once more. If he could observe it carefully, he would definitely reap great benefits. But now, Yang Kai could only see two vague figures. Not to mention what they had done, he couldn't even see their faces clearly. How could he observe anything? It would have been fine if he didn't know, but the key point was that he had already guessed it but couldn't pry into it. Yang Kai was really anxious. With a quick thought, he hadn't seen such a scene in the past. Presumably, he'd always been comprehending here during this period of time, and he'd faintly grasped the essence of the martial Tao true insights of these two experts, causing him to be able to obtain such a fortuitous encounter today. Since that was the case, as long as he continued to cultivate, there would be a time when he could see it clearly. With this thought, Yang Kai concentrated, no longer paying attention to the two fighting figures. He became more attentive to his comprehension. When the ancient battlefield shrank by half again, Yang Kai had already been cultivating here for more than 30 years. The difference in the flow of time gave Yang Kai a unique advantage. After confirming with Boya, he had only been in the demon territory for less than a year. After 30 years of bitter cultivation, Yang Kai had been reborn. What made him rejoice was that ever since he was able to see the battle between the two powerhouses with his mind, this scene had never disappeared. Every time he grew stronger, he would try to observe the battle between the two powerhouses. Unfortunately, it always ended in failure. But this time was different. When Yang Kai focused his gaze, at first, the two figures were still a blur and he couldn't see them clearly. But after a while, they seemed to become clearer. Yang Kai's spirit was greatly aroused and he became even more attentive to his observation. In his knowledge sea, his divine sense surged, the sea roiled, and giant waves overlapped. Obviously, he was using all his strength. Just as Yang Kai felt a pain in his head and began to feel dizzy, he suddenly saw the tiny figure perform a few hand seals. The law of time lingered around the tiny figure's body before it slowly thrust a palm forward. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He couldn't be more familiar with those hand seals and the power of that palm. This was the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal. Moreover, it was the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal, created by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. This technique was the famous divine technique of the flowing time great emperor. Yang Kai had coincidentally obtained the 4 seasons pearls of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. From these 4 seasons pearls, he had comprehended a bit of the law of time and obtained the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal. But after all, he had comprehended it himself. Whether or not he had obtained the essence of this divine technique, no one could say for sure. Originally, Yang Kai felt that even if he didn't obtain the essence of the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal, at least he wouldn't lose face for the great emperors. But at this moment, seeing the great emperors make a move, Yang Kai realized how ridiculous his previous idea was. The same flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal, in the hands of Yang Kai and in the hands of the great emperors, the difference in power was like the light of a firefly and the brilliance of the moon. Of course, this was because of the huge gap in strength between the two, but it was also because Yang Kai hadn't been able to fully comprehend the law of time. What's more, the shadows that were left here now were only the manifestation of the true meaning of martial arts, not the real great emperors. But even if it was just a manifestation of the true meaning of the flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal, Yang Kai was still left in the dust. If this palm landed on his body, he would probably immediately turn into ashes, right? Staring blankly at the palm, Yang Kai's mind was completely filled with this palm, and he couldn't help but have a trace of understanding. So this was how the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal was used. Without comparison, he didn't feel anything, but now that he did, he realized that the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal he had used before was simply child's play. After this palm, there was another flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal, which repeated over and over again, as if it was a cycle of reincarnation. A real battle was definitely not like this. These two shadows were just something that Yang Kai had absorbed the true meaning of martial arts and observed. It was only because Yang Kai had also cultivated the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal that he was able to see this scene. After observing it over and over again, Yang Kai understood something. In the ancient battlefield, his dragon body also involuntarily moved, changing seals one after another, and a faint law of time lingered around his body, from thin to thick. It wasn't until the two shadows suddenly collapsed that Yang Kai reluctantly stopped his movements. Looking down at his two dragon claws, Yang Kai suddenly clenched them tightly and revealed a somewhat ferocious grin. Although it was still impossible for him to reach the level of the flowing time Great Emperor's Great Emperor, if he were to use the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal again, its power would definitely be earth-shaking. Getting up, Yang Kai's eyes were as firm as his footsteps as he walked forward. This time, he only saw the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal, but next time, he would definitely see more. As time passed, the area of the ancient battlefield shrank little by little. While Yang Kai was constantly becoming stronger, the things he could see were also becoming more and more, and it was no longer limited to just the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal. The scene of the two top masters fighting made Yang Kai feel intoxicated. Every time they collided, it seemed to be able to shatter everything and turn the world upside down. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable was that Yang Kai couldn't see what these two masters looked like. Their faces were blurry and indistinct. In the blink of an eye, several dozen years passed, and only the central region of the ancient battlefield remained. Coincidentally, there was only one last piece of land left in the demon territory that had not been devoured. In this final ancient battlefield, the two forces that filled it could be described as violent. Yang Kai tried to draw them into his body, but even he found it somewhat difficult to bear. Countless cracks appeared on his powerful dragon body as golden blood flowed out. In his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus was madly rotating, spreading a gentle force to maintain the clarity of Yang Kai's soul and repair his damaged soul. Kai Yang's mind was no longer focused on anything else. His entire being was completely immersed in the battle between the two figures. After so many years, Yang Kai was able to see the battle between the two figures more and more clearly. He really wanted to know what the final outcome of this battle would be. Although he had guessed that the flowing time Great Emperor would eventually be seriously injured and die, what would happen to the suspected Great Emperor? The answer lay in this final scene. Under his perception, the two figures were locked in a fierce battle, world principles were chaotic, and the heavens were falling apart. Yang Kai seemed to have seen the collapse of a world and sensed the division of the universe. His heart trembling, Yang Kai thought to himself, sure enough, the collapse of the demon territory was related to the flowing time Great Emperor. In ancient times, the demon territory was a whole, but after the flowing time Great Emperor fought with the suspected Great Emperor, it was shattered into countless pieces and scattered throughout the void. The two masters turned a deaf ear to this, and there was nothing else in their eyes, only each other, fighting desperately for a reason unknown to the world. Time and space reversed, and the final collision came as scheduled. It was still the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. The Great Emperor's palm slammed down, and the huge figure suddenly stagnated, raised its head, and let out a silent roar as cracks appeared on its indomitable figure. Yang Kai's heart tightened, and he secretly cheered up. Such a scene showed that the final result of the battle that day was the flowing time Great Emperor's victory. Although the Great Emperor died from his injuries in the end, at least he returned to the star boundary and was buried in his hometown. Just as Yang Kai was secretly happy for the Great Emperors, he suddenly saw 2 rays of light in the eyes of the huge figure. All this time, Yang Kai had been unable to see what the 2 masters looked like, and their faces were even more chaotic, as if they were covered with a veil. Until now. The huge figure opened its eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out, one gold and one black. The golden one had a golden vertical pupil and was full of majesty. Just looking at it would make one's heart tremble. It was as if even one's soul would submit under this majesty. As for the black one, it was as black as a pearl. It did not have a pupil. It was as if it was an endless darkness that wanted to pull people in and sink them into eternal oblivion. Yang Kai was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 37-23. The last trace of power in the ancient battlefield had completely disappeared, but Yang Kai was still sitting in place, unable to recover his senses, his mind filled with the last 2 eyes he saw. One gold, one black, the golden pupil was awe-inspiring, while the black eye was unfathomable. If it were an ordinary person who saw this pair of eyes, they would only marvel at how magical and powerful they were, but Yang Kai was completely shocked. It was because the golden and black eyes gave him a very familiar feeling. Weren't those the demon eye of annihilation and black pupil purgatory? Even though it was just a quick glance, Yang Kai was confident he was not mistaken. Those were definitely his own demon eye of annihilation and black pupil purgatory. It was precisely because he also had them that he felt so familiar and recognized them at a glance. But how could these eyes appear on a master suspected to be the great demon god? Ever since he started cultivating, his eyes had brought him a lot of benefits. Countless times, they had saved him from the brink of death and allowed him to turn defeat into victory. Among them, the demon eye of annihilation was obtained in Tongxian realm, where there was once a great demon god. The demon eye of annihilation was a relic left behind by that great demon god. However, the great demon god on Tongxian realm was not very strong, so even though Yang Kai later learned about the existence of the great demon god in the demon territory in the star boundary, he did not associate the 2 together. After all, the gap between them was too big. But now, it seemed that there really was some kind of relationship between the 2, if the opponent of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor was really the great demon god. Thinking about it carefully, although the great demon god on Tongxian realm was known as a demon, his life's deeds were truly admirable. The great demon god had laid down a shocking spirit array on Tongxian realm at the cost of his own life, concealing the entire Tongxian realm in the vast star field, so as to prevent this martial Dao level world from being discovered and invaded by other masters. It could even be said that the reason Tongxian realm was able to survive until now and not be enslaved by the masters of the star territory was all because of the great demon god. Yang Kai found it hard to associate such a world-shaking figure with the great demon god of the demon territory. As for the black pupil purgatory, it was something that Yang Kai had obtained from the ancient devil seal outside of Maplewood City. In ancient times, there was a cyclops giant demon that ran amok in the world, causing countless lives to be plunged into misery and suffering. The almighty experts of ancient times joined forces to exterminate it. Although the giant demon's body was destroyed, its eye was left behind. No matter what method they used, they were unable to destroy it. In the end, they could only think of a way to seal it. The location of the seal was outside of Maplewood City in the Southern Territory. Later, the seal loosened, and the ancient demonic chi leaked out, and Maplewood City almost fell. Yang Kai and the other 6 formed the 7 points black tortoise spirit array and went out of the city to repair the seal. In the end, the demonic chi poured into his body and he obtained the black pupil. Yang Kai still remembered that this matter caused quite a commotion at the time and even alarmed the Star Soul Palace. Later, Gao Shueting, Xiao Yuyang, and Shen Wenhao came to investigate, and he transformed into the demon race and fought with the 3 of them. At that time, he was only in the 3rd order Dao source realm, while Gao Shueting and the other 2 were already 1st order emperors. The weak against the strong, 1 against 3, and he still managed to escape unscathed. It was obvious how powerful the black pupil purgatory was. In the end, if it weren't for the firmament tree's gold and silver powers sealing it, Yang Kai would have lost his consciousness long ago. The demonic war hammer that the embodiment was using now was the demonic artifact of the Cyclops giant demon. Whether it was the demonic war hammer or the black pupil purgatory, they both belonged to the Cyclops giant demon, so how could they be related to the great demon god? The last scene he saw really left Yang Kai at a loss. However, he would never mistake the demon eye of annihilation and the black pupil purgatory. After thinking about it carefully for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what it was and could only sigh sadly. It was too long ago, and without experiencing it personally, who could say for sure? In the end, Yang Kai still couldn't see the outcome of that battle because after the master suspected to be the great demon god opened his eyes, a golden and black light flashed and the scene collapsed. Yang Kai also didn't know what happened to the two masters. Fortunately, the power of this entire ancient battlefield had been absorbed by Yang Kai, so this trip wasn't completely fruitless. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and showed a look of joy. Faintly, he felt that the third territory of the mysterious small world bead had become complete. In other words, the last continent of the demon territory had been rolling and swallowed up. The demon territory was originally a single entity, but because of the battle between the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor and the master suspected to be the great demon god, it fell apart and was blocked by the void. Countless flowing time great emperors descended and could only rely on the existence of the world gate to travel back and forth. In the short term, this wasn't a problem, but as time passed, the world gate became unstable and the connection between the continents of the demon territory became weaker and weaker. In the end, many continents disappeared from the territory of the demon territory, hidden in the void. Yang Kai broke through the void and swallowed these disappeared continents, a process of destruction followed by reconstruction. Now that all the continents had been swallowed up and merged, the third territory had completely turned into a second demon territory. Heaven and earth hummed at this moment. The laws that were originally flawed became complete at this moment. The newly born world was not outstanding, but after tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, it might become a beautiful world. And because Yang Kai was the master of this mysterious small world, the birth of this new world also gave him a faint feeling of being reborn. His mind was inexplicably comfortable, and he couldn't help but feel as if the chaos had been separated and the world had been created. The power that was usually difficult to grasp was now incomparably clear. World force. This was the biggest difference between the great emperors and the emperor realm and even the false emperors. The great emperors could connect with the world and borrow the power of the world. Every move they made contained the might of the world. The great emperors and false emperors were still limited to the level at which they could exert their own strength, but the great emperors had surpassed this category and leapt to a whole new level. Under normal circumstances, unless one was a great emperor, they wouldn't be able to feel the world force, no matter how strong they were. Even Li Wuyi couldn't feel it, but Yang Kai was blessed by the heavens. The existence of the mysterious small world allowed him to comprehend and even use the world force in advance. After all, the mysterious small world itself was also a world, and now that the third territory was complete, he had a deeper understanding of this power. If it were an ordinary third-stage Emperor Realm Master or even a high-ranked Demon King, even if they had this kind of experience, they would still be muddle-headed and would find it difficult to comprehend its mysteries. Even if Yang Kai was better in the past, he wouldn't be much better off. But in this ancient battlefield, time felt like a day. Yang Kai greedily devoured and absorbed the martial Tao true meanings of the two masters, allowing his own state of mind to transcend the level that it should be. He stood at a height that he didn't belong to, so it wasn't difficult for him to experience this. One had to know that these two were the top masters of the great universe. When it came to comprehension of the world force, who could surpass them? It could be said that although Yang Kai hadn't broken through to the half-saint realm in the past few decades of bitter cultivation, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Just as he was rejoicing, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. The perfection of the mysterious small world's third territory and the improvement of his mental state allowed Yang Kai's perception of this world to become extremely sharp. On top of that, he was the master of this universe world, so as long as he wanted to, nothing here could escape his detection. As far as the eye could see, a figure was flying over from that side. The person was riding on the wind with his hands behind his back. He was strolling leisurely as if he was on a scenic tour. As he flew over from the sky, he kept looking left and right. There was a trace of reminiscence on his face. Seemingly aware that Yang Kai was looking at him, this person glanced at Yang Kai from afar and smiled slightly. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The two were at least 10,000 kilometers apart at this moment. At such a distance, Yang Kai could only see him by relying on his advantage, so how could this person see him? Sure enough, there's something wrong. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. When he first saw this guy, he faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong, so he had Boya hide nearby and keep an eye on him. However, Boya didn't find any clues. Only now did he finally reveal his foxtail. With a thought, Yang Kai's soul arrived at the third-rank peak where Li Shiqing lived. Now, Li Shiqing was no longer in the small sealed world bead, and Huoluan was refining the power of the myriad demon pill. The owner of the last peak had already left. Originally, Boya had been monitoring nearby, but now that Boya was rolling outside, there was naturally no one to monitor him, so no one knew when he left the third-rank peak. In this small sealed world, Yang Kai was the heavens and the earth, so he wasn't afraid that this guy was hiding any evil intentions. If he really dared to have any disloyal thoughts, Yang Kai could easily turn him to ashes. 10,000 kilometers wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. The other party was only a mid-rank demon king, so logically speaking, it would take him at least a stick of incense worth of time to arrive. However, Yang Kai looked up and saw that this guy's escape technique was extremely mysterious, as if he could borrow the power of heaven and earth to move much faster than an ordinary demon king. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the demon race arrived not far in front of Yang Kai, still with his hands behind his back, nodding to Yang Kai with a smile, as if he was an old friend who hadn't seen him in many years. Yang Kai also looked at him with interest. Although Yang Kai could already see that he was somewhat unusual at this moment, the layer of mystery that shrouded him made him even more curious, making him want to lift that veil and see his true face. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh. What a nostalgic place. His tone was not deliberate, but truly filled with nostalgia, his brow filled with melancholy. Yang Kai raised his brow. Have you been to this place before? The demon race in front of him looked at him with a smile. You've been here for many days, so you should have seen something. Whether I've been here before or not, others may not know, but don't you? These inexplicable words made Yang Kai frown slightly. He looked at this person seriously, but after a while, his expression suddenly changed and he asked with a strange expression, Mo Sheng, great demon god? You're not going to say you're the great demon god, are you? Chapter 37-24. The first time he heard the name Mo Sheng, Yang Kai felt a little strange. The name of the demon race was very different from the name of the human race in the astral boundary. It had a strong territory style, but even if Yang Kai didn't understand the origin of the demon race's name, he knew that the name Mo Sheng was a little inappropriate. It was too similar to the demon saint. Yang Kai was a little surprised that Mo Sheng could live until now and not be killed by the other demon race. It was simply not ordinary luck. If it was just this, Yang Kai could only associate it with the demon saint. But in this situation, he couldn't help but think more. Mo Sheng, demon saint, demon god, they all sounded similar. Originally, Kai Yang had only casually asked this question, but who would have thought that Mo Sheng would actually wave his hand and say, demon god is not demon god, that's what they called it. My real name is Mo Sheng. Yang Kai couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but then he remembered that this was his own world. Why should he be afraid of him? He asked seriously, are you really the great demon god? If so, then all the previous strangeness could be explained. It was because he faintly felt that there was something wrong with him that Yang Kai had been paying attention to him all these years. Mo Xing smiled faintly and didn't answer, appearing unfathomable. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of expression to show. Now that the two races in the astral boundary were fighting in the territory of the demon race, there were countless casualties. The hatred between the human race and the demon race was as deep as the sea, but the suspected great demon god of the demon race was actually standing in front of him. Even if Yang Kai had a calm mind, he was still somewhat at a loss at this moment. What made it even more difficult for him to adapt was that this scene was a little different from what he imagined. This guy who called himself the great demon god not only didn't have a ferocious face and bloodthirsty brutality in his imagination, but instead had a leisurely temperament, giving people a kind of amiable feeling. "Are you really the great demon god?" Yang Kai asked again. Mo Xing pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes and no." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai showed a puzzled expression, but before Mo Xing could answer, he suddenly understood. Doppelganger? If the other party was really the great demon god, then how could he still have the qualifications to speak with him? He would most likely be killed while laughing. Moreover, how could a mid-rank demon king be the great demon god? He couldn't help but think of his avatar. He had an existence like the Dharmakaya, and the great demonic god's martial arts cultivation was many times higher than his, so it wasn't strange for him to have a doppelganger. Sort of. Mo Xing didn't try to defend himself. He just accepted Yang Kai's words and smiled at Yang Kai. "You took my things." Yang Kai poked his fingers into his eyes. "Are you referring to this?" Mo Xing nodded. "This pair of eyes was originally mine." Yang Kai grinned. "It's not yours, it's the great demon god's, and it's mine now." Now he could finally confirm that the person in front of him was really the great demon god's doppelganger, and that the one who fought against the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor in this ancient battlefield was also the great demon god. Mo Xing wasn't annoyed. He thought for a moment and said, "You're right, lost things are lost." He sighed again. "You humans are really amazing." It wasn't clear what he was thinking, but a look of nostalgia appeared on his face again. Yang Kai didn't care whether or not he was the great demon god's doppelganger. He was just a mid-rank demon king, and this was his territory, so he naturally didn't fear him. Seeing the other party being so easy to talk to, he couldn't help wanting to inquire more, so he said, "I saw a lot of things here before." Mo Xing nodded. "Being able to see them is your opportunity, and also your ability. But in the end, I wasn't able to see it clearly." "Can you tell me what the final result of that battle was?" Mo Xing smiled. "What else could have happened? He was killed, that's why I said you humans are really amazing." He didn't say who was killed, but Yang Kai knew that he was talking about the great demon god. For a moment, Yang Kai's mind was filled with excitement. Although he had already guessed this result, hearing it from Mo Xing's mouth, he couldn't help feeling a sense of pride. The one who killed the great demon god was the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors. "Since you're already dead, why are you still alive?" Yang Kai frowned as he looked at him. If the main body was already dead, there was no reason for the doppelganger to survive. Yang Kai knew that if he had encountered some kind of accident, the embodiment would have been buried with him. Mo Xing said, "Although my body is destroyed, my soul is not." Although the flowing time great emperor wasn't bad, he was still far from being able to destroy my soul. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Not to mention the great demon god's cultivation, even an ordinary demon king from the emperor realm would be able to escape with his soul if his body was destroyed. However, the tone of his words made Yang Kai slightly unhappy. It was clearly the flowing time great emperor who had defeated him and destroyed his body, but now, listening to him speak, it was as if he was evaluating that battle from a high vantage point, as if the flowing time great emperor was inferior to him. Mo Xing seemed to be able to see through his thoughts and said lightly, "I haven't recovered from my injuries yet. If not for that, I wouldn't have fallen into such a situation." Yang Kai's expression turned cold when he heard this. Although this was the first time he had come into contact with such a strong person, He knew that a strong person like the great demon god wouldn't lie. If he said that his injuries hadn't healed, then his injuries hadn't healed. Since his injuries hadn't healed, then there was no way for him to exert his full strength. Even so, he had fought the flowing time great emperor to the point of mutual destruction with the great emperors. This was under the condition that his injuries hadn't healed. What would happen if he was at his peak? Who could injure him? In just a few words, Yang Kai felt that this legend of the demon race had gently opened a door in front of him. Outside that door, there seemed to be another vast world. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yang Kai said, "What's the matter with these two eyes?" Mo Xing blinked and said, "I also want to know how they fell into your hands. If it's convenient, can you tell me?" This answer was really unexpected. Yang Kai thought that he really knew everything. A question and a puzzled expression made him fall from his high and mighty altar. "You're just a so-so," Yang Kai secretly thought. Not hiding anything, Yang Kai recounted his experience of obtaining the demon eye of annihilation and the black pupil purgatory. Hearing this, Mo Sheng was enraptured, as if he had heard a touching story. After he finished, he smiled and said, "So that's how it is. From what you said, they are the same as me." "They?" Yang Kai frowned, suddenly understanding. "You mean, those two are also clones?" Mo Sheng nodded. "Perhaps after that battle, my physical body collapsed, and my two eyes broke through the void and went somewhere else. Later, they gained sentience, and that's how they came to be." Yang Kai couldn't accept this. The one-eyed great demon was a disaster in ancient times, slaughtering countless people. In the end, it was killed by many powerful masters and sealed away. But the great demon god of Tongxian realm had done something that benefited the entire world. This was completely different from Yang Kai's impression of the great demon god. Yang Kai himself had received many favors from the great demon god, allowing him to achieve what he had today. Mo Xing said leisurely, "We are us, and the great demon god is the great demon god. This is different. If this senior was here, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to speak so much." Yang Kai heard this and his brow rose. These words reminded him of the embodiment. He and the embodiment were completely independent existences. The embodiment had its own personality and thoughts, so naturally it was different from him. Yang Kai had received a favor from the great demon god of Tongxian realm, but that great demon god was not the one in the demon territory. It could even be said that after the battle with the flowing time great emperor, the great demon god had died. After understanding this point, Yang Kai relaxed. After all, he had received many benefits from the other party, so suddenly becoming an enemy was not an issue. Even if there was nothing wrong with it from the standpoint of racial justice, it was still somewhat unjustifiable. Now that he understood, whether this person was an enemy or a friend, all he had to do was ask himself. "You've been hiding for so many years, so why have you come out now?" Yang Kai put down his worries and felt an indescribable sense of contentment in his heart. It was rare for him to meet the embodiment of the great demon god, so naturally he wanted to chat with him. He really wanted to know why Mo Sheng was hiding in this mysterious small world. Mo Sheng said, "The time has come, why haven't you come out?" "What time?" Yang Kai asked, his heart becoming tense as he considered whether or not he should directly take this Mo Sheng down. No matter how friendly and harmless this Mo Sheng appeared to be, he was still great demon god's avatar. Hiding in this mysterious small world, there was no doubt he had some kind of plot. Since they walked different paths, there was bound to be a life or death battle. Instead of waiting for Mo Sheng to reveal his dagger, it would be better to take the initiative. "Let me tell you a story," Mo Sheng suddenly said. Yang Kai was caught off guard by Mo Sheng's sudden change of topic and felt quite uncomfortable for a while, blinking a few times before saying, "Is it good?" "If it's good, then let's listen." Mo Sheng paid no attention to him and said, "There was a fellow who possessed extraordinary natural talent and outstanding natural talent. He attained great success in his cultivation at a young age, and he was naturally arrogant when he achieved success at a young age. He roamed the myriad of worlds and traversed through the universe, and he acted without restraint. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, "That guy was you, right?" After listening to the beginning, he could almost guess the ending. It had to be said that this story was quite lame. However, the two sentences Mo Sheng said just now made Yang Kai extremely concerned. After traveling the world, shuttling through heaven and earth, just how heroic was that? That was a very happy period of time. Mo Sheng's face showed a look of nostalgia. Good times don't last long. That guy met an opponent, a woman. Yang Kai chuckled perfunctorily. That woman was also very powerful. That guy had never met such a woman before. They fought several times but never won, and then that guy fell in love with that woman? Yang Kai looked at him with disgust. This kind of love story that was born out of hatred was something he could easily come up with. Mo Sheng glanced at him and said, "Love was nothing to that guy. It was just that the strength of his opponent aroused his competitive spirit." Yang Kai coughed twice, feeling embarrassed for having guessed wrong. The battle between the two lasted for 30,000 years, until one day. Mo Sheng's brow furrowed as he spoke, his indifferent face suddenly showing a trace of evil intent, causing Yang Kai to become extremely vigilant. No matter how harmless this guy appeared, he was still the avatar of great demon god. Chapter 37-25. That woman's strength suddenly increased greatly, so she naturally gained the upper hand in the battle, but that guy wasn't a pushover either. In a battle to the death, both sides suffered heavy losses. Mo Sheng's tone was flat, as if he was talking about someone else's matter. Both sides were wary of each other, so naturally they temporarily stopped fighting and focused on healing their own injuries. However, once one's cultivation reaches this level, it is not easy to get injured, and once one is injured, how difficult would it be to recover? It is necessary to devour the auspicious spirit of a great world, so that guy came to this world. While speaking, Mo Sheng waved his hand. Yang Kai's expression changed. So the great demon god was not a resident of the demon territory, but an uninvited guest from the outside? The reason he came to the demon territory was to heal his injuries and devour the so-called auspicious spirit of the demon territory. What exactly was this auspicious spirit? Yang Kai didn't understand, but he knew that it had a healing effect on the great demon god's injuries. Mo Sheng smiled faintly and looked at Yang Kai. "Did you know? This world was originally not called the demon territory, but had another name, the unmatched realm. It was only later that it became the demon territory, and the creatures that ruled this unmatched realm were the same as your star boundary, humans." Yang Kai was surprised. Really? If that was the case, then what was the current demon race all about? Mo Sheng disdained to explain anything and continued, "All creatures in the world belong to one of the four main categories: human, demon, and spirit. As long as one has a mind of their own, they can be classified into one of these four categories. Most of the 3,000 worlds were ruled by these four categories. This unmatched realm was ruled by the human race, but with the arrival of that guy, it changed. That guy healed in this world, devouring the world's auspicious spirit, and under his influence, the creatures of this world were gradually infected with demonic chi. Over the years, they became the demon race, and even the world's principles underwent subtle changes. Yang Kai was stunned. Never would he have thought that the demon race in the demon territory was originally the human race, but because of the influence of the great demon god, they had changed. After several tens of thousands of years of seclusion, the unmatched realm had undergone earth-shaking changes, and that guy's injuries had been suppressed. If he had another 10,000 to 20,000 years, he might have been able to fully recover. Naturally, he would have been able to come out of seclusion and find that woman to fight again. Speaking up to here, Mo Sheng's brows furrowed, revealing an unhappy expression. Just at this time, an uninvited guest appeared in the unmatched realm, and without a single word, a fight broke out. Although that guy's injuries had healed quite a bit, he still hadn't fully recovered. The strength of the person who came was also not bad, and after a great battle, the unmatched realm collapsed, and that guy's body was also smashed to smithereens. Mo Sheng shook his head and sighed. Although he didn't mention any names, how could Yang Kai not know that this uninvited guest was referring to the flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors? The collapse of the demon territory was just as he had guessed, directly related to that great battle. What happened after that? Yang Kai asked. He had to admit that although this story was simple and straightforward to the extreme, it had already affected his state of mind, causing him to be impatient to know what happened after that. Although his physical body was smashed, his soul remained intact. Although it was a bit miserable, there was still a possibility of recovery. Mo Xing glanced at Yang Kai, however, the spiritual energy in the unmatched realm had already been cleanly swallowed by that guy. Even the entire world was tainted by his devil chi, how could it help him recover? Fortunately, there was still another option. Star World? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Mo Xing nodded, that's right, it's the Star World. These two worlds are almost the same in size. If he could devour the spiritual energy in the Star World, he would be able to reconstruct his body. Even if he couldn't recover to his peak, he would at least be able to escape from his current predicament. Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding. It seems like that guy had this idea for a long time. He probably had this idea for a long time. If it wasn't for this, how could there have been a great war between the demon race and humans in ancient times? The great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor probably also felt this and came to this world to find trouble with him. Otherwise, why would the flowing time Great Emperor come here for no reason? Healing isn't a simple matter to begin with, Mo Xing replied indifferently. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking a question that he was concerned about. If the spiritual energy in the Star World is swallowed, what will happen? Mo Xing smiled faintly. What the unmatched realm is like, the Star World is naturally the same. It doesn't have much of an effect on the life and death of living beings, but there will be a small change in the existing situation. Yang Kai chuckled, from human to demon, how could it be a small change? What does it matter? Mo Xing looked at Yang Kai with some pity, as if he was looking at a stubborn stone. You can be considered half a demon race now. It's not the same, Yang Kai shook his head, it's not the same. Mo Xing smiled and looked at him for a while before saying lightly, if you say it's not the same, then it's not the same. Alright, the story is over, it's your turn. Me? Yang Kai pointed at his nose, I have no story to tell. Who wants you to tell me a story? I just want you to do me a favor. What favor? Yang Kai found it funny. The world's biggest enemy was in his small sealed world, standing in front of him and asking for his help. This scene was really strange. Help me enter the main Star World, Mo Xing replied with a matter-of-fact expression. Why? Yang Kai frowned. Mo Xing said, do you want to see the Star World's people suffer? If the demon race comes out in full force, how can the Star World resist? Right now, your persistence is just an ant trying to shake a tree. Yang Kai frowned, you are here, how can you know what's going on outside? Mo Xing had been taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai a long time ago and had not left for many years. But now, he seemed to know the situation in the outside world at a glance. Of course I know, you don't need to worry about it. Helping me is helping yourself, and more importantly, helping the billions of people in the Star World. Let them become the demon race? Yang Kai's voice gradually turned cold. If he became the demon race, he could still have the soul-warming lotus to protect his heart, but if the people in the Star World become the demon race, the situation would be hard to say. Why are you so stubborn? I just don't want to drag this out any longer. Yang Kai did not answer. After a long silence, he suddenly said, where are the great emperors now? Mo Xing said, they are not dead, they are still useful to me. He raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai and smiled, Yu Rumeng is also fine, but she will inevitably be punished. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that he knew the relationship between Yu Rumeng and Yang Kai. If you dare to hurt her, you are dead. Yang Kai's face darkened, but he was glad that the other party did not use Yu Rumeng to threaten him. But thinking about it, with his pride, he would not use such a despicable method. As long as you agree to help me, you will be reunited after the matter is done. What if I don't agree? Mo Xing smiled faintly. Then it doesn't matter, life and death are up to fate. For him, asking Yang Kai for help was just shortening the time to heal. Without Yang Kai, he did not care. Let me think about it. Yang Kai lowered his head. Think about it carefully, there is no hurry. Mo Xing looked relaxed. After waiting for so many years, why would he care about waiting a little longer? I've thought about it. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head. Mo Xing looked at him, only to see Yang Kai reveal a mouthful of white fangs and reach out towards him, saying, I'll catch you first. Mo Xing smiled, as if he had expected this and did not move, allowing Yang Kai to grab him. Although the other party only had the cultivation of a mid-rank demon king, this was still the avatar of the great demon god. Who knew what kind of foundation he had, so when Yang Kai attacked, he did not hold back at all, even using the world's strength of this place, only wanting to end this once and for all. But who would have thought that under this grab, Mo Xing would not have the slightest intention of resisting. Being grabbed by Yang Kai's giant hand, his bones immediately began to crackle, as if they would explode at any moment. Yang Kai was startled and subconsciously withdrew some of his strength. He wanted to capture Mo Xing to obtain more information, not kill him. However, at that moment, an irresistible force suddenly burst out from Mo Xing's body. Yang Kai was in the midst of withdrawing his strength, so by the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. With a loud bang, Yang Kai was sent flying, his face pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood midair. After landing, he steadied himself and looked at Mo Xing in horror. World strength, how could you, with Yang Kai's current physique and cultivation, even if Mo Xing, a trivial mid-rank demon king, used all his means, he might not be able to do anything to him, but in fact, in just a brief confrontation, Yang Kai had been injured. Of course, this was partly because Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, but the bigger reason was that Mo Xing was not using his own strength, but the world's strength of this mysterious small world. The mysterious small world was Yang Kai's territory. Here, he was the master. Even when Chang Tian and the others entered this place, they faintly felt like they were being suppressed by the world's strength. To put it bluntly, the strength of this world was his to use. Here, he was omnipotent. Yang Kai had never thought that one day, in his own territory, he would be injured by someone using his own strength. How could Yang Kai not be surprised? Mo Xing looked at him calmly and chuckled, the unmatched realm has changed because of me. My will is spread throughout every inch of this world, so I can naturally control the strength of this world. Even if the Demon King's territory had been swallowed up, this fact could not be changed. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank as he ground his teeth and spat, despicable. Just now, if Mo Xing had not deliberately shown weakness, he would not have suffered such a big loss. If he had resisted at the beginning, Yang Kai might have had a chance to resist. Mo Xing sneered, when fighting against an enemy, there is nothing to stop one from using extreme methods. The only thing that matters is who is superior. What despicable and kind are you talking about? These words were not wrong, so Yang Kai immediately took a deep breath and said lightly, thank you for your advice. As soon as these words fell, the world around him began to buzz as he connected to this world and mobilized the world's strength to suppress Mo Xing. Chapter 37-26. It was true that the unmatched realm had changed because of the great demon god, and its aura had spread to every inch of land, but this was still a mysterious small world, and Yang Kai was still its master. If Mo Xing could mobilize the world force of this world, could Yang Kai not do the same? The formless mighty force of heaven and earth pressed down on Mo Xing, but Mo Xing turned a deaf ear to it. Only when the mighty force was about to touch him did he chuckle and draw a circle around himself. The circle was not big, at most 3 feet in radius. However, this 3 feet radius was impenetrable, and the mighty force of heaven and earth was unable to penetrate it. Yang Kai couldn't help gritting his teeth when he saw this, feeling a headache coming on. The third territory, the mysterious small world, was originally a part of the demon territory, the territory of the unmatched realm. The great demon god could be regarded as the previous master of this world while Yang Kai was its current master, but whether it was the previous or current master, both of them had the ability to mobilize the power of this world. Now that they were fighting, it was like a fight between a left hand and a right hand. Even though Yang Kai's cultivation was much higher than Mo Sheng's, there was nothing he could do to him, unless his control over this world was stronger than Mo Sheng's. However, Mo Sheng had stayed in the demon territory for countless years, and his aura had spread to every inch of the territory, so how could Yang Kai be stronger than him? Fortunately, the demon territory had become a part of the mysterious small world, so fighting here, Yang Kai had a geographical advantage. Otherwise, it would likely not be an evenly matched situation, but rather an all-out suppression. After pushing his strength for a while, Mo Sheng's body became impregnable, not to mention being injured. Even 10 meters around him couldn't penetrate. This kind of battle was about control of this world. It had little to do with one's cultivation, so even though Yang Kai could use his dragon transformation and other methods, he wasn't in the mood to use them. Being distracted would only give Mo Sheng opportunities, which was not beneficial to the current situation. The world buzzed and the world trembled. Inside the third territory, countless members of the demon race looked up, not knowing what was happening, their faces filled with panic. Not bad. Mo Sheng looked at Yang Kai calmly, being able to come into contact with the world force ahead of time. If you were given more time to grow, you may be able to jump out of this rut. Unfortunately, you're too pedantic. Saying so, he suddenly raised his hands and slowly pushed them to the sides, as if he was pushing a closed door. Following his movements, Yang Kai's hand, this world's, and world force, which was only 10 meters in diameter, rapidly expanded its own Yang Kai. No matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he was unable to alleviate this passive situation, causing him to be greatly shocked. Is this the power of the great demon god? It was just a clone, but its control over the power of heaven and earth had reached such a level. At this moment, of Yang Kai's. If he couldn't control this small sealed world, he was afraid it would really end in tragedy, so Yang Kai immediately focused his attention on connecting with the sealed world bead. The world buzzed even more violently. The originally invisible world force, under the control of the two previous masters, began to manifest, colliding with each other and resisting each other. When it reached a certain limit, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded, and then an enormous pitch-black dragon that was 3 kilometers long appeared out of thin air. It had dragon eyes, dragon whiskers, dragon mane, dragon claws, dragon might, and dragon scales, and it was clear at a glance that it was lifelike. At the same time, accompanied by a roar, an indomitable giant appeared between the heavens and earth. Its eyes were fierce and ferocious, but its face was a blur. Whether it was the giant dragon or the giant, they were all manifestations of this world's world force. It was only because Yang Kai and Mo Sheng pushed them to the extreme that they appeared in such a form. Yang Kai hid inside the dragon's head while Mo Sheng stood between the giant's chest and abdomen. The two behemoths quickly approached each other and in an instant, the world seemed to shatter. Rumbling sounds rolled through the world like muffled thunder. The demons who were still living in this world all felt their chests tighten. Their blood and chi surged, and they felt like doomsday was coming. Collision after collision, no one could do anything to the other. They were both masters of this world, so the world force they could mobilize was naturally the same. In this kind of battle, there was no way to determine a winner unless one of them exposed a flaw. But whether it was Yang Kai or Mo Sheng, how could they make such a low-level mistake? Yang Kai roared, Mo Sheng, if you continue fighting, I'm afraid this world will collapse. Since you are the great demon god, don't you care? On the giant's chest, Mo Sheng smiled indifferently. What does the survival of this world have to do with me? To him, the existence of the demon race's territory was only necessary for him to recover from his injuries. Many years ago, the aura spiritual energy in the demon race's territory had been completely devoured by him. Although the unmatched realm had become the demon race's territory because of this, and the humans living in it had also turned into the demon race, it was more or less related to him, but what did it have to do with him? What he cared about now was the star boundary. That world still had the aura spiritual energy he needed. Letting out a long sigh, the giant dragon dodged the giant dragon's punch and retreating 1,000 miles in an instant. A thunderous voice rang out, "Don't make a meaningless fight, I don't want to kill you now." There were many things he wanted to ask Emo Sheng, such as who the woman who injured him was. Of course, what Yang Kai was more concerned about was what kind of scenery was outside of this world. Even the great emperors might not know much about this kind of thing, and the only one who knew about it the best was Emo Sheng. It would be a pity to kill such a character. However, when Emo Sheng heard this, it was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and the always indifferent Emo Sheng couldn't help showing a knowing smile. "Kill me? You're so confident." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, his brow furrowing. He had been hiding in this mysterious small world for many years, and since he could mobilize the world force of the demon race's territory, he could naturally control everything in the demon race's territory. For a long time, at the edge of the demon race's territory, there was a certain place that had always been shrouded in fog, one that even he couldn't see through. He had tried to quietly investigate this place but couldn't find a way in. He could only feel that from this fog, there seemed to be the aura of another world. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, but at this moment, after listening to Yang Kai's words, he immediately understood that this place he couldn't see through might be the key to victory or defeat in this battle. "Come." Emo Sheng no longer said anything. The giant he was hiding in punched towards the giant dragon, crossing 1,000 miles in an instant. With a long sigh, Yang Kai closed his eyes, but in the next moment, he opened them again. When he closed his eyes, the giant dragon also closed its eyes, and when he opened them, the dragon's eyes also suddenly opened. Emo Sheng could clearly feel that there was another surge of world force coming from a faraway place and pouring into the body of the giant dragon. The source of the world force was indeed a place that he had been unable to see through. What he didn't know was that this place was actually the mysterious small world's first territory, which was also the mysterious small world's own territory. In terms of scale, it couldn't be compared to the third territory. After all, the third territory was the sum of the entire demon race's territory, but the world principles in the first territory's territory were also extremely perfect, and perfect world principles represented pure world force. When the dragon's eyes opened, 2 golden lights flashed, like 2 round suns, and the giant dragon seemed to immediately come alive, gaining a life of its own. It was rumored that the best painters in the world would always add the eyes at the end of their dragon paintings. If their skills were superb, after adding the finishing touch, the whole painting would gain a spirit of its own. At this moment, Yang Kai was like a painter, using the world force in the mysterious small world's first territory's territory as the ink, injecting it into the giant dragon's body. The giant dragon roared, its claws clinging to the giant's body as it raised its head and bit down on the giant's neck. The giant punched out, but was entangled by the dragon's tail. The 1,000-meter-long dragon's body was tightly bound to the giant's body, but the dragon's mouth didn't loosen in the slightest. Amazing! Emo Sheng, who was hiding in the giant's chest, praised sincerely. The battle between him and Yang Kai was originally evenly matched. After all, both of them could mobilize the world force of this world, so it could be said that they were evenly matched. No matter how they fought, there would be no clear winner or loser. In the end, both sides would definitely suffer heavy losses. But when the world force in the mysterious small world's first territory's territory poured into the giant's body, this balance was broken and the fruits of victory slowly tilted towards Yang Kai's side. It might not be obvious in a short time, but this would definitely cause a series of chain reactions. Under the giant dragon's gnawing, large chunks of the giant's body were missing, but there was no flesh or blood. After all, it wasn't a body of flesh and blood, but it was missing the strength that made up its body, so its body inevitably shrank. On the other hand, the giant dragon was nourished and aided, and its body slowly grew larger. Even though the outcome was clear, Emo Sheng didn't intend to resign himself to death and instead urged the giant dragon to resist even more frantically. But with the passage of time, as the difference between the giant and the giant's body increased, Emo Sheng's resistance became more and more powerless. Stop, Yang Kai looked at Mo Xing coldly. Mo Xing said, you can't protect the star boundary, why bother doing such a useless thing? Where there is a will, there is a way, Yang Kai said lightly, do you really want to die here? Mo Xing smiled, I'm just a doppelganger. Yang Kai frowned, how many doppelgangers do you have? Mo Xing smiled but didn't answer. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything else. The giant dragon roared again and accelerated its gnawing. When the giant's body completely collapsed, Yang Kai threw a punch at Mo Xing. Without the world energy, Mo Xing was just a mid-rank demon king, so how could he block Yang Kai's blow? Where the fist landed, Mo Xing's entire body exploded, but Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless. Opening his fist into a palm, he stretched out his hand and sucked in the blood mist in front of him. Under the support of the world energy, this blood mist was completely pulverized and dissipated into the air. The giant dragon slowly dissipated and the golden light in its eyes dissipated, returning to the territory of the small sealed world's first territory. Although he had killed Mo Xing in this battle, Yang Kai didn't feel any joy. If possible, he really didn't want to kill Mo Xing. After all, this was the doppelganger of the great demon god and held a lot of information that he couldn't access. Chapter 37-27. However, this Mo Xing was able to mobilize the world force of the third territory of the mysterious small world, so Yang Kai couldn't feel at ease leaving him alive, so he had no choice but to eliminate him completely. As for the scenery outside the world force, Yang Kai looked up, hoping that one day he would be able to witness it with his own eyes. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered that there were still countless demon race living in the third territory of the mysterious small world. Among these demon race, was there another great demon god clone? Just now, Yang Kai had asked Mo Xing how many clones he had, but Mo Xing simply smiled and didn't answer. Not answering was also an answer. Great demon god definitely had more clones than Mo Xing, otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Learning a lesson from his predecessor, Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in investigating all the places where the demon race gathered in the third territory, looking for clues. Yang Kai's invisible divine sense immediately swept through every inch of the third territory, and at that moment, the countless demon race living in the third territory all felt as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at them. These were the eyes of the heavens and earth, and under the gaze of these eyes, no secret could be hidden. After half an hour, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and frowned slightly. Although he had carefully combed through his surroundings and hadn't found any suspicious demon race, considering the existence of Mo Xing, he wasn't sure if there was another great demon god clone in this mysterious small world. Over the years, Mo Xing had hidden himself perfectly. Yang Kai had paid attention to him more than once, but he had only felt that there was something wrong with him. As for what exactly was wrong, Yang Kai had never been able to tell, let alone that he was great demon god's clone. If there were other clones in this mysterious small world, they would also be able to hide themselves perfectly like Mo Xing. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai realized that this mysterious small world was still his mysterious small world, so even if there were other clones here, as long as he had complete control of the first territory, great demon god's clone wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. If he didn't expose himself, Yang Kai could still kill him. Yang Kai relaxed a little, but before he could catch his breath, he suddenly noticed something strange outside. With a flash, Yang Kai left the small sealed world bead and arrived in front of Raleigh. Boya, who was beside him, had a pale look on her pretty face as she stared blankly ahead, calling out Yang Kai's name over and over again for an unknown amount of time. However, Yang Kai had been busy fighting with Mo Xing and had no time to divert his attention. Naturally, he didn't hear it. After dealing with Mo Xing, he focused on searching the third territory and only noticed it when everything was over. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, Boya immediately said, "What took you so long? If you hadn't come out, we would have been finished." Yang Kai frowned. "Why are you panicking? Look for yourself." Boya pointed in all directions. Yang Kai looked over with rapt attention, and he couldn't help but frown. The surrounding space seemed to have transformed into the stomach of an enormous monster, and it was actually wriggling and collapsing. Chaos gradually arose, and turbulence filled the surrounding space, causing one to feel an extremely great sense of danger. The Void Crevice. The scene in front of Biyao was like doomsday, but Yang Kai couldn't be more familiar with it. This was clearly the Void Crevice. When did this change happen? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Half a day ago, Biyao hurriedly replied. Not long after the big fish swallowed the last piece of land, this happened. At first, it wasn't very serious, but now, you can see it for yourself. The big fish she was talking about was Rolling Thunder. Judging from its size, Rolling Thunder did indeed look like a big round rolling fish, but this fish was a big fish that could swallow the heavens and earth. And from what she said, after Rolling Thunder swallowed the last piece of land in the demon territory, the void changed, which surprised Yang Kai a little. After all, Rolling Thunder had swallowed so many continents before, but this had never happened before. In other words, the entire demon territory should have been swallowed clean, and a great world should have completely disappeared. A great world originally existed in the universe, and when it was swallowed, there was an empty space in the universe, and the void crevice naturally expanded. Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. His original plan was to go back the way he came after swallowing the entire demon territory. For this reason, he saved all the world gates and deliberately didn't let Rolling Thunder swallow them. As long as he followed the world gates, he would naturally be able to return to the astral boundary safely. But now, this plan wouldn't work. The void crevice was oppressing them, and they had already fallen into it. How could there be any world gates to look for? However, this wasn't the first time Yang Kai had entered the void, so even though the current situation was a bit tricky, it wasn't enough to cause him to panic. Escaping from the void was something he had done quite a few times before. He ordered Biyao, let's go back first. He reached out to grab her and stuffed her back into Rolling Thunder's body without any explanation. Then, with a thought, the huge Rolling Thunder's body quickly shrank and turned into the sealed world bead, which he put away. By the time he was done, the surrounding void turbulence had already surged over like a raging wave, directly submerging Yang Kai. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he had encountered similar situations many times, and each time was extremely dangerous, he had never encountered such a situation in the void crevice. If the previous void crevice was just a slightly turbulent jianghu to him, then this void crevice was an angry sea. The difference between them was huge. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was like a canoe sailing in the sea with strong winds and waves, at risk of being swallowed up at any time. Was this the result of a great world being swallowed? Yang Kai wasn't sure, but this definitely had something to do with the swallowing of the entire demon territory. Fortunately, Yang Kai's attainments in space principles were no longer what they used to be, so even though there was danger everywhere, he was still able to safely protect himself. He was constantly trying to figure out the direction and pattern of the void crevice, shuttling through the seemingly dangerous void crevice leisurely. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he hadn't entered such a place when he had just comprehended space principles, otherwise, he would have been killed countless times over. During this period, there were also several dangers. The void crevice was so strong that even though Yang Kai pushed his space principles to the extreme, he was still almost unable to escape. If he had really been swallowed up by this void crevice, he would likely not have had a good end. Although he was fleeing, it was also a kind of disguised cultivation and confirmation of his gains and losses in the Tao of space. Inside the void crevice, there was no sense of direction, and even time had stopped flowing. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt that the turbulence around him had calmed down a little. Although it was still not normal, at least it was no longer as turbulent as before. From inside the small sealed world, Biyao's voice called out, "Hey, Yang Kai, what's the situation? We won't die here, right? Aren't you proficient in space principles? Escaping is your specialty, isn't it?" When Yang Kai first met Biyao, this woman was still a bit unruly, but after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, she had changed a little and even learned to call Yang Kai master. But now, in this life or death situation, she had reverted to her old ways. Even though she was hiding inside the small sealed world, she instinctively felt danger and repeatedly asked Yang Kai about the situation outside. Yang Kai ignored her, so she kept asking him questions, as if she had not spoken for hundreds of years. Yang Kai was annoyed and sent her a divine sense, "Shut up. We're about to die, and you're telling me to shut up." Biyao was furious. "Can't I say a few words?" After arguing for a while, Yang Kai ignored her again. Biyao sat down on the ground and cried, "This poor woman has been free all her life, but in the end, it was ruined by you. Yang Kai, I'm telling you, if I die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Ha! Yang Kai sighed and finally sent a message, "Don't worry, you won't die." In this deathly silent void crevice, Yang Kai did not reject chatting casually with others, otherwise, it would be too boring. Hearing this, Biyao was overjoyed. "Really?" Yang Kai replied, "I've already rushed out." "You're out?" Biyao stood up, a look of joy on her face as she flattered, "I knew you wouldn't let me down, Yang Kai. TSK, your space principles are really amazing. You were even able to resolve that kind of deadly situation, truly admirable." But what? Biyao's heart clenched as her smile stiffened on her face. "We seem to have gotten lost." Inside the sealed world bead, Biyao's expression was dull as the wind blew past, causing her hair to flutter. "Seems?" After a long silence, Biyao asked softly. "We're really lost." After a few breaths of silence, Biyao stamped her foot and said, "Lost? You're a master of space principles, yet you're telling me you're lost? Can't you find a way out?" Yang Kai said, "It's very difficult. Without guidance, there's no direction." The situation this time was different from before. Even if he had been lost in the void before, that was still within a single world, but this time, a void crevice had appeared when an entire great world disappeared. The demon territory and the star boundary were different great worlds. Yang Kai was now lost in the void within the demon territory, so how difficult would it be to find a way back to the star boundary? He had just tried to communicate with the source of his star territory to see if he could use the star territory source to guide him, shatter the void, and return to his star territory. As long as he could return to his star territory, going to the star boundary would be simple. But to his disappointment, there was no response from the source of his star territory. Presumably, he couldn't connect to the Hangluo star field. Thinking about it, the star territory was the root of the star boundary tree, so how could he sense it when he was in the void created by the collapse of the demon territory? Biyao fell to the ground again and continued to cry, "It's over, it's completely over. I'm afraid I'm really going to die in this damned place." "It hasn't reached that point yet, not to mention, there's no danger to your life in the sealed world bead." "Then, won't I die of old age here? What's the difference?" After a pause, she sobbed, "Yang Kai, I have something to discuss with you." She spoke in an extremely aggrieved tone. Yang Kai had never heard her speak like this before, so he couldn't help but want to laugh. "What? If I can escape from death this time, let me go find Shiqing. I miss her a little." Chapter 37-28. Yang Kai inwardly chuckled. Biyao's interests were somewhat peculiar. Back in the demon territory, she had clung onto Li Shiqing without letting go. Who would have thought that after so many years, she would still be obsessed with Li Shiqing? Sure. Biyao was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree so readily. She still remembered how wary Yang Kai had been of her in the past. Back in the demon territory, he had never given her the chance to be alone with Li Shiqing. "What did you say?" "Say it again." Biyao was afraid that she had misheard and tried her best to verify. "I said it's fine." Yang Kai transmitted his voice again. This time, Biyao heard him clearly and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her previous depression and grievance were swept away like a fox that had stolen a chicken. If Yang Kai were standing in front of her, she would definitely pat Yang Kai's shoulder and say, "I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Now that her wish had been fulfilled, Biyao was in a much better mood. Naturally, she didn't complain to Yang Kai and instead remained silent. Her meaning was obvious. She didn't want to disturb Yang Kai and wanted him to focus on finding a way out. Otherwise, if he couldn't even find a way back, he would really be trapped in this void crevice. Since she didn't say anything, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't try to make conversation. He kept shuttling through the void, looking for a way out. However, he had no clue. Regardless of how profound his attainments in the Tao of space were, it was impossible for him to leave this place unless he was extremely lucky. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly came to a halt. The law of space lingered around his body, and the surrounding void turbulence seemed to be inadvertently attracted by some kind of power and brushed past him. It made him look like he was walking through a field of 10,000 flowers, but not a single leaf touched him. The reason he stopped was naturally not to wait for death. It was because Yang Kai had suddenly thought of something. He couldn't connect to the origin of the territory of the astral world and couldn't guide him back, but what about the will of the astral world? He had obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the bright moon world, so he had the recognition of the astral world. Although this kind of recognition didn't have any effect on his strength, the benefits it contained were very obvious. The biggest characteristic was that the efficiency of his cultivation had increased. This was something that Yang Kai had immediately noticed when he returned to the astral world from the demon territory after advancing to the upper-ranked demon king. Another benefit was that he could sense some special changes in the astral plane. For example, during the Second War of the Two Realms, when the 10 demon saint arrived in the astral plane and the barrier between the heavens and earth was broken, he could clearly sense that this was an ability that only the great emperors had. Others, not even Li Wui, could do it. In addition, there was another benefit that couldn't be seen or touched, and that was luck. Something like luck was illusory and untraceable, but it really existed. Some people had good luck, while others had bad luck. Those with good luck could still survive after falling off a cliff, and they might even be able to obtain a martial Tao secret scripture left behind by a senior expert. As for those with bad luck, even if they obtained a supreme scripture, they might still become the demon race during cultivation and die an unnatural death. In the world of martial Tao, there was a saying that luck was also a part of one's strength. At certain critical moments, this unclear luck was very likely to allow a person to turn danger into safety, or even turn misfortune into good luck. Yang Kai's luck had always been very good. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been able to grow to such a level in just over 100 years, but that was only his own luck. However, after obtaining the legacy of the great emperors of the bright moon world, when he was in the star boundary, this kind of luck would be magnified. Thinking about it carefully, when he came out of Star Soul Palace, on the way to the Four Seasons realm, he encountered Murong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai Yi, and then discovered the Wind Monarch's plot. Was this just a coincidence? It might not be because he didn't have luck. In addition, this world recognition blessing on Yang Kai should have other uses, but Yang Kai hadn't discovered it yet. But now, it had become a bright light guiding him in the darkness. The star boundary and the demon territory were both great worlds within the universe. He couldn't communicate with the star territory's source because the star territory and the demon territory were not on the same level, but what if he used the world recognition of the star boundary? In the void crevice of the demon territory, he might really be able to find a way out. Thinking of this, Yang Kai stopped, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in his thoughts. Speaking of which, although he knew that he had the world recognition of the star boundary and that there was a world will blessing him, he had never been able to feel it. This kind of thing was no different from the so-called luck. They were both inexplicable things, unlike the star territory's source, which Yang Kai could feel and even see. Not to mention communicating with it and asking it to guide him home. But at this moment, in this case, he could only try his best. He would do his best and leave the rest to fate. If it really didn't work, he would think of other ways. As time passed, Yang Kai threw away the many distracting thoughts in his mind, and his mind was as calm as an ancient well. He didn't know how much time had passed, but in that muddle-headed and empty state of mind, there seemed to be a bright light flashing through his mind. Layers of ripples immediately appeared in his calm mind, awakening him from that strange state. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, turned around, and looked in a certain direction. That direction was pitch black, filled with nothingness and chaotic void. Nothing could be seen, nothing could be sensed, and no one could even be sure that that was the way home. But Yang Kai still took a step forward and walked in that direction, simply because the direction he was walking in was in accordance with his heart. In the chaos, there was no sense of direction, and there was no concept of time. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been walking in that direction. During this time, Boya talked to him several times. Although she didn't directly ask, Yang Kai could sense her thoughts. She probably wanted to ask if he had found the way home, but she was afraid of receiving a disappointing answer. Yang Kai even stopped several times, forcing himself to enter that empty state of mind, hoping to get some kind of hint. Unfortunately, he didn't get anything. Except for the first time, the next few times were all in vain. This made Yang Kai himself wonder if he had made a mistake. Was it really the world will of the star boundary that had guided him the first time? Was it just wishful thinking on his part? But now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to follow this path to the end. Finally, one day, Yang Kai, who was casually chatting with Boya, suddenly stopped talking and looked in a certain direction in pleasant surprise. Boya sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "I found the way out," Yang Kai replied. Boya was overjoyed. "We can go back." Yang Kai laughed. "It's possible, but it's also possible that we're going somewhere else." He only felt that the void there was a bit weaker than usual. With his current attainments in space law, he should be able to break open the barrier. As for where he would end up after opening the barrier, he couldn't be sure. "Let's go and take a look," Boya urged. Yang Kai didn't refuse and increased his speed as he rushed over. A moment later, he arrived at a certain point in the void and stared ahead. His perception was right, the void here was indeed much weaker than usual. It was as if there was only a thin film in front of him that would shatter at the slightest touch, allowing him to enter another world. Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand and pressed forward, space principles swirling around his body as they grew thicker. After a moment, when the big hand pressed against the weak point of the void, the space principles around him shook violently. The next moment, Yang Kai's hand slowly merged into the void, followed by his entire arm, and then his entire body. Yang Kai didn't panic much because this situation was already within his expectations. Stepping forward, when his body completely merged into the void, Yang Kai left the void completely. His vision blurred and his thoughts blurred for a moment. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he couldn't help gaping as he looked around in a daze. Inside the small sealed world, Boya's nervous and stifled voice called out, "Hey, what's the situation now?" After asking 3 times, Yang Kai replied, "I can't say." Boya was anxious to death. "What do you mean you can't say? Did we go back or not?" "We didn't go back, this place." Yang Kai frowned, not knowing how to explain it to her, so he simply said, "See for yourself." Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand and connected with the small sealed world with his divine sense, imprinting the scene in front of him into it. Inside the small sealed world, Boya sat on the ground without a care for her image, looking up at the sky. When Yang Kai moved, a magnificent scene immediately appeared in the sky. The stars in the sky seemed to be very close, yet also seemed very far away. The vast starry sky was vast and boundless. Standing in such a starry sky, anyone would feel as insignificant as an ant. "What the hell is this place?" Boya was shocked. She had hoped that Yang Kai could take her back to star territory, so she went to look for Li Shiqing, but who would have thought that after coming out of the void, she would end up in such a place? Star territory. No, Yang Kai's frown deepened. He had seen this scene many times in the past. It seemed to be in the lower star territory, but if he looked carefully, he would know that this was definitely not star territory, because this star field was full of star force and world energy. It was not inferior to any cultivation holy land in the star boundary. How could there be such a place in star territory? Most of the star field in star territory were dead silent. Moreover, Yang Kai had a feeling at this moment that there was a mysterious force guiding him, as if it wanted to lead him somewhere. This force did not have any malicious intent, and Yang Kai even felt that if he followed this force, he would definitely be pleasantly surprised. Biyao was born in the demon territory, so she naturally did not know what this place was, but the only thing she was sure of was that this was definitely not the star boundary. Just as she was about to ask something, she suddenly heard a loud noise, and the scene in the sky shattered. Biyao was shocked. What happened? Yang Kai, are you okay? Kai Yang couldn't hear it at all. Just a moment ago, a buzzing sound had passed by his ear, shaking him so much that he almost fainted. After the buzzing sound, a gust of wind blew from behind him. That wind was like a knife, cutting into his body and causing him unbearable pain. Chapter 37-29. In just an instant, Yang Kai felt as if a layer of flesh and blood had been ripped off from his back. From this, it could be seen that the violent wind had swept up his body and blown him into the distance. Unable to control his body, Yang Kai's face was filled with shock. His current cultivation was already at the high-rank Demon King realm, and he had also obtained a great opportunity in the ancient battlefield. After several dozen years of cultivation, even a false emperor or half-saint realm cultivator would not fear him, but in this strange star field, he was actually unable to control himself as a result of the violent wind. As the wind howled, the buzzing sound continued like thunder, causing Yang Kai to see stars. Forcibly stabilizing his mind, Yang Kai uttered a dragon roar and his body suddenly expanded, transforming into 1,500 feet long dragon. During the several dozen years of cultivation in the ancient battlefield, Yang Kai had not only absorbed the martial truths of the flowing time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors, but also the two extraordinary powers that constantly tempered his body. Moreover, in the ancient battlefield, he had always maintained his half-dragon form. Imperceptibly, his half-dragon form had been greatly tempered and strengthened, and the source strength of the golden divine dragon within his body had also been greatly stimulated. His half-dragon form had already reached a height of more than 1,000 feet. This height was enough for the entire Dragon Island's dragon race to look up to. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out. It was the sound of the wind blades scraping against the dragon scales, emitting the sound of metal clashing as large amounts of sparks flew out. However, even after transforming into a dragon, Yang Kai could not completely stabilize his body. His body was still somewhat out of control, and although it was better than before, the improvement was limited. Just what was that violent wind? Yang Kai gritted his teeth and turned around, wanting to see where the source of the violent wind was, but when he did, he was dumbfounded, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He could not believe his eyes and blinked several times, only to find that he was not mistaken. There was a giant lying in the void behind him. It was impossible to tell how tall that giant was. Lying there, it was like a continuous mountain range. In front of him, Yang Kai's 1,000 feet long dragon body was only the difference between a baby and a house. The giant's appearance was no different from that of a normal person, but it was magnified countless times. As for the rumbling thunder, it wasn't the sound of thunder. It was clearly the sound of the giant snoring. The bone-scraping wind was actually the air that he breathed out from his nostrils and mouth. At first glance, Yang Kai couldn't help but think of 4 words in his heart: look up to a high mountain. What the hell was that? Yang Kai felt that his mind was in chaos, and he almost thought that he was in a dream. The strong wind was strong enough to blow Yang Kai several thousand miles away before it gradually stopped. The deafening snoring also stopped at this moment. Yang Kai's face was extremely ugly, feeling as if he had just fought a desperate battle. His entire body was filled with fatigue, especially the places on his back that had been scraped by the wind. He could feel that the dragon scales on his back had become much thinner. Just sleeping and snoring was already so powerful. What would happen if they were to fight? Perhaps even the star boundary wouldn't be able to withstand a few punches and kicks from this giant, right? The giant in front of him had exceeded the limits of Yang Kai's imagination, making it difficult for him to calm down. Suddenly, a great sense of crisis enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before his expression changed greatly and he shouted, "Not good." Space principles fluctuated and he immediately tried to leave this place. Those who slept naturally needed to inhale after exhaling. This giant's exhalation was so destructive, so what kind of scene would it be when he breathed in? No matter what it was, Yang Kai did not want to see it, simply because he was too close to the giant. However, when Yang Kai noticed this crisis and wanted to use instant transmission to leave, it was already too late. As expected, the giant lying between the heavens and the earth began to inhale. Like a whale sucking in water, everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was pulled toward him. In fact, even space itself had frozen because of this. Yang Kai's originally fading figure condensed again, and in horror, he involuntarily rushed towards the giant. Just now, when the giant exhaled, he had been blown several thousand miles away, but this time, when he breathed in, he was pulled closer and closer. Seeing himself getting closer and closer to the giant's mouth and about to be swallowed, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had just escaped from the void with great difficulty, but before he could find the star boundary, he was about to be swallowed by this inexplicable giant. This kind of death was a bit too miserable. Although he didn't know what would happen to him if he was swallowed, it would definitely not be easy. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai opened his mouth and roared, a dragon's roar rolling out, shocking the world. At the same time, his 1,000-meter-long dragon body forcibly twisted and rushed out of the giant's mouth, rushing into the giant's huge nostrils. Reaching out, he grabbed a strand of nostrils thicker than a mountain peak, swung to the side, and punched fiercely. Hit him. Achoo. Even more violent than before, Kai Yang was sent into a state of confusion and dizziness. After he regained his footing, he discovered that he was no longer in danger. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, secretly praising himself for his luck. In this kind of situation, he was actually able to escape death. However, before he could rejoice, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation and instinctively turned his head to look. Suddenly, his hair stood on end and his dragon scales stood on end. Perhaps Yang Kai's actions just now had disturbed the sleeping giant, but at some point the giant had climbed up and was sitting cross-legged in the void. When he was lying down, Yang Kai felt that he was incomparably huge, but now that he was sitting down, he seemed even taller. The giant looked a little unhappy, his two mountain-like eyebrows were tightly clenched, and his face had a fierce expression, like a child who had been awakened from a deep sleep, looking dissatisfied. Of course, he would be unhappy. If Yang Kai was punched in the nose like this, he would definitely be like this. However, when he was lying down, Yang Kai did not pay much attention to him, but now that he was sitting up, Yang Kai discovered that the giant's head was bald and shiny, like a round sun. But at this moment, Yang Kai was not in the mood to pay attention to this. Seeing that the giant had woken up, he did not want to stay any longer, his figure flashing and breaking through the sky. This kind of existence was not something he could contend with. It was lucky that he was able to escape, but if he did not run, he would be waiting for death. Until now, he still did not know what the hell this giant was. The only thing he was sure of was that he could not provoke such a terrifying existence. Could it be a creature from outside the universe? So, when he came out of the void, he was actually outside the universe? In his heart, he was a little speechless. When he killed Mo Sheng, he was still thinking that one day he would go and see the scenery outside the universe. He did not expect that his wish would come true so quickly. However, he did not see the scenery, but he did see a terrifying giant. After several teleportations, Yang Kai did not know how far he had run, but when he felt that it should be safe, he stopped and turned his head to look back. Suddenly, he was scared out of his wits. In front of him was an incomparably huge face, its eyes filled with dissatisfaction and anger staring straight at him, its nostrils emitting hot air that seemed capable of melting the universe. At this moment, the giant flipped one of its hands, its palm in front of him, and Yang Kai was actually inside the giant's palm. The 5 fingers around him were like 5 mountains, shrouding the world. Shocked, Yang Kai once again urged his space principles, but his figure flickered and he was unable to escape, remaining in place. The universe above palm. Yang Kai's face changed greatly. This giant's palm was like a world of its own, and Yang Kai could not even escape from this giant's palm. Just now, he thought that he was really safe, but he was a little naive. Such a divine technique was beyond his imagination. This giant's cultivation far surpassed his own, so in front of this giant, Yang Kai estimated that it would be difficult for him to escape. In this desperate situation, Yang Kai's anger was aroused, his eyes widening as he shouted, "You bastard, why are you trying to capture me?" With an angry roar, Yang Kai urged his dragon pressure. The roar coming from his mouth was actually a dragon's roar. After shouting, Yang Kai felt some regret. This giant looked very angry. If he had spoken properly, he might have been able to survive, but now that he had suddenly shouted, what would he do if he angered this giant? Yang Kai's size was just enough to fit between the giant's teeth. Just as he was feeling uneasy, he saw the giant's already huge eyes widen even more. His 2 eyebrows rose, revealing an extremely horrified expression, as if he had seen something terrifying. Yang Kai was stunned, mainly because the giant's facial expression changed too quickly, making it difficult for him to accept. Moreover, such a fierce and vicious fellow actually showed a horrified expression. It was simply too inconceivable. Yang Kai opened his mouth again, still roaring like a dragon's roar. "I'm asking you a question, are you deaf?" He wondered if this fellow could understand him. The giant's face became more and more fearful. Opening its mouth, it said in a timid voice, "Ada is sleeping." Seeing how large the giant's body was and how loud its voice was, Yang Kai didn't expect it to speak so softly. At least he didn't feel uncomfortable. "Ada?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Is that your name?" "Ada is only sleeping," the giant repeated. Yang Kai frowned. "Who are you?" "Ada is sleeping." Yang Kai was furious. "Are you stupid?" This answer was completely out of line, making him seriously wonder if there was something wrong with this giant's head. "Ada is not stupid, Ada is sleeping." The giant glared, seemingly angry, his face becoming fierce again. "You really are stupid?" Yang Kai was stunned. With just a few words, he had already seen that there was something wrong with this giant's mind. Otherwise, why couldn't it even answer such a simple question? Instead, it kept repeating its own thoughts. There was clearly something wrong with this giant's head. "You said Ada is stupid, Ada is not stupid." The giant was really angry, opening its mouth and roaring. A violent airflow came out of its mouth, and Yang Kai was immediately blown away, thousands of miles away in an instant, making Yang Kai dance for a while. Chapter 37:30. Seeing that Yang Kai was blown away, the giant named Ada was shocked. He hurriedly took a deep breath in the direction of Yang Kai. Then, Yang Kai was sucked back into the giant's arms and legs. Ada blinked his eyes. The anger on his face disappeared and turned into a happy smile. When Yang Kai was sucked back into the giant's arms, he pouted his mouth and blew on him again. In the next moment, Yang Kai was blown away again. Blow, inhale, blow, inhale. In the spacious star field, Ada's hearty laughter was heard. He looked like a kid who had just gotten a new toy. He was having a great time, and his eyes were squinting happily. Being sucked back into the giant's arms again, Yang Kai waved his dragon claws and shouted, "Enough! Stop! Cough, cough, cough." Ada, who was having a great time, was shocked by the shout. He choked on the air he had inhaled and started coughing loudly. Yang Kai took the opportunity to jump in front of him and started punching and kicking him like a madman. All of a sudden, the sound of punching and kicking filled the air. Yang Kai was furious. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been in such a difficult situation. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would still have the determination to fight. Even if he couldn't win, he could always run away. However, in front of this giant, even running away was a luxury. He was being played like a toy. As the saying went, if you can bear it, what can you do? Even though Yang Kai knew that he was no match for this giant, he couldn't bear it anymore. He jumped up and started a fight to the death. After a while, Yang Kai stopped and fell back into the giant's palm. He looked up at the giant with eyes full of blood and tears. He clenched his teeth and said, "You're so mean." He beat Ada for a long time. Ada didn't fight back, nor did he try to stop him. He just took it in silence. However, that kind of attack had no effect on Ada. Ada's face was still intact, but Yang Kai's dragon claws were hurt. Ada scratched his head, and his eyes kept switching between Yang Kai and the void. He blinked his eyes hard as if he had done something wrong. Although he didn't know what he had done wrong, he could feel that Yang Kai was angry, so he felt guilty. When this comical appearance fell into Kai Yang's eyes, Kai Yang was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. This giant called Ada was obviously mentally retarded, but he was unbelievably powerful. Yang Kai didn't want to compete with him. Wasn't he asking for trouble? Yang Kai laughed, and so did Ada. However, his laughter was somewhat bashful, and his huge body was trembling because of it. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this guy was more pleasing to the eye, so he wasn't afraid of him anymore. He asked, "What are you?" If someone else was here, such a question would be provocative. If they were bad-tempered, they might start a fight immediately. However, Ada didn't care at all. He just put a finger to his mouth, shrank his neck and said, "Shoo, keep your voice down. It's noisy." Yang Kai rubbed his hands and bent his waist, looking sneaky. He whispered, "Is that so?" Ada grinned, but his smile was so ferocious that it made Yang Kai's scalp tingle. Yang Kai suppressed the throbbing in his heart and asked again, "Which race are you from? How did you grow so big? Where are we?" What answered him was a rumbling sound. It was like thunder, which made Yang Kai's eardrums tremble. Ada touched his belly and said pitifully, "I'm hungry." The sound just now came from his belly. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow. Ada stared at him when he said that, which made him feel insecure. He thought, "Is this guy going to eat me?" Looking at his previous behavior, Yang Kai knew he wouldn't do such a thing. Resisting the urge to run away, Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "Well, it's like this, you see, although I'm not small, I don't have much meat on me, and I don't taste good, you." Before he could finish, Ada turned his head and looked down. Then, Ada put on a surprised expression and said in surprise, "There's nothing else." "What do you mean nothing?" Yang Kai frowned and followed Ada's gaze. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. In the star field tens of thousands of miles away, something as dark as ink was wriggling slowly and becoming smaller. Even though it was tens of thousands of miles away, Yang Kai could still feel the familiar chaotic and empty aura from it. A crack in the void. That pitch-black mass of existence was actually a stretch of void. He thought, "Is that the place I escaped from?" If that was the case, it was not impossible. However, at this moment, that piece of void was shrinking rapidly. It would disappear in less than half a month. Just like in the astral world, the laws of heaven and earth repaired the broken space, so did this strange star field. At this moment, that piece of void was gradually disappearing under the repair of some laws of heaven and earth. Thinking about that, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel frightened. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly. If he hadn't escaped by the time the void was repaired, he would have been trapped in there forever. According to this calculation, that piece of void should be where the demon's territory used to be. Yang Kai wasn't sure, so he turned to Ada and asked, "What's gone?" "There's nothing to eat." Ada's huge face looked bitter, as if he was about to cry. Yang Kai was confused. If that piece of void was where the demon's territory used to be, what could be there to feed this giant? What do you want to eat? Yang Kai frowned. Piece by piece. Ada reached out a finger that was taller than a mountain and pointed at that piece of void. There used to be many pieces, but now they're all gone. Yang Kai pondered for a while. The demon's territory used to be many pieces, right? Does this guy mean the territory of the demons when he talks about food? Ada is sleeping. I wanted to eat it after it dies. Ada turned to look at Yang Kai. His mouth drooped, and his eyes were misty. He looked like he was about to cry in front of Yang Kai. Now they're all gone. What he said didn't make sense, but Yang Kai's hair stood on end when he heard it. He could tell something different from what he said. Eat it after it dies. The demon's territory was already on the road to destruction. Yang Kai had told others many times that the demon's territory was about to die, so he could confirm what Ada said. Yang Kai used the sealed world bead to swallow the demon's territory, so naturally, there was nothing left. Who knew how long Ada had been sleeping here, but he didn't notice it at all. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a thunderous sound rang out again. Ada touched his stomach sadly. Ada is so hungry. Sigh, I'm scared of you. Yang Kai quickly took out a one-realm bead from the small sealed world bead and threw it to Ada. Is this what you're eating? On the one hand, he wanted to verify his guess and see if Ada was really waiting to eat the demon domain. On the other hand, this guy's expression when he was hungry was too scary. Yang Kai was afraid that he would be so hungry that he would stuff himself between his teeth. If Ada was really waiting to eat the demon's territory, then the one-realm bead shouldn't be a problem either. Yang Kai had a lot of one-realm beads with him, all of which were extracted from the third territory small sealed world beads when he first entered the demon territory. Strictly speaking, they were part of the demon territory to begin with. When he threw the one-realm bead, Ada's eyes lit up. There really was a flash of light in his eyes. His originally aggrieved expression became very strange. He pinched the one-realm bead with 2 fingers, put it in front of his eyes, and sniffed it. After a while, Ada beamed with joy. It's round. He opened his mouth wide and threw it into it. Crunch. Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard the chewing sound. After a short while, the one-realm bead went into his stomach. Ada didn't say anything and just stared at Yang Kai with an expectant look. Yang Kai laughed and flew in front of him. Open your mouth. Ah. Ada opened his mouth wide. Yang Kai flicked the one-realm bead into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yang Kai was still feeling a little strange. The Great Thousand World was really full of strange things. This time, he had encountered a giant the size of a mountain, but this guy was actually eating the heavens and earth as food. It was really a little strange. But after eating for a while, Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. Although he had refined a lot of one-realm beads some time ago, there was a limit to the number. After a while, half of them were eaten by Ada. After a while, the other half was eaten by Ada. Ada still looked unsatisfied, but his stomach stopped moving. Yang Kai couldn't keep eating like this. He felt like he would go bankrupt if Ada continued to eat like this. He still had some use for the one-realm beads left. He would distribute them to the various core after returning to the star boundary. So, when Ada opened his mouth wide and saw that Yang Kai didn't do anything for a long time, he looked at him expectantly. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "There's none left." The expectant look on Ada's face immediately turned into disappointment. How about this? Yang Kai waved his hand and a large pile of spirit fruits appeared in front of him. They were all taken from the small sealed world's medicine garden. Since Yang Kai placed the 2 little wood spirits in the medicine garden had been thriving. There were many more spirit plants, and the medicine garden was full of the fragrance of flowers and fruits all year round. Each of these spirit fruits was extraordinary. Ordinary people would definitely be jealous of them. Ada was a little surprised when he saw this. Obviously, he had never seen so many colorful fruits, but he also knew that they should be edible. He reached out and grabbed a handful of them, stuffing them into his mouth. After a while, he was beaming with joy. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this guy wasn't a picky eater and could eat anything. He was a little similar to the embodiment. The embodiment cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and could refine anything with world energy. It was the same principle. However, looking at his size, wanting to feed him, would likely be quite difficult. The medicine garden in the small sealed world bead was not endless. The two little wood spirits had already discovered that many of the spirit fruits were missing and were currently questioning the thief in the medicine garden. Chapter 37-31. An hour later, Ada stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, as if he had not had enough. Yang Kai shrugged and said, "There's really nothing left." The One Realm bead had been eaten quite a bit, and more than half of the spirit fruits in the herb garden were gone as well. If he continued eating, he would really go bankrupt. Yang Kai doubted that even if he took out everything in the herb garden, he would not be able to fill Ada's stomach. Looking at Ada's mountain-like body, it would be very difficult. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Do you want to come with me? I'll take you to find something good to eat." It was true that Ada's intelligence was simple, but his cultivation was truly shocking. If he could bring Ada to the astral plane, he could easily crush any demon saint. Yang Kai even doubted whether the great demon god was a match for Ada. With Ada around, the crisis in the astral plane could be resolved immediately. Why would they need to sacrifice so many things and fight for so many years? It was just a flash of inspiration, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. He immediately tried to persuade Ada, saying a lot of nice and soft words. In short, he said, "Come with me, and I'll let you eat until you're full." If he could really return to the astral plane, he would be able to feed Ada with the power of the entire astral plane. Yang Kai's mouth was dry from talking, but Ada only laughed foolishly and did not respond at all. This made Yang Kai wonder if Ada was pretending to be stupid. "After saying so much, what do you think? Are you coming with me or not?" Yang Kai wiped his mouth and tried one last time. "Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Are you coming with me or not? Give me an answer." Yang Kai was speechless. He sat on Ada's palm and looked at him with disappointment. The two of them stared at each other, speechless. Suddenly, joy flashed across Ada's face, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed his gaze, but he could not see anything except the vast star field. After a while, Ada suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "Ada is going to find something to eat." "Where is it?" Yang Kai put his hand on his forehead and looked into the distance. Ada had already taken large strides in that direction. His mountain-like body moved as fast as lightning. Yang Kai, who was in his palm, felt the scenery around him flashing by. He could not help but call out, "Hey, hey, hey, where are you going?" Ada was startled, as if he just remembered that there was a person in his hands. He couldn't help but stop and look down at Yang Kai, chuckling, "You invited Ada to eat, you're a good person, Ada likes you." His smile was pure and innocent, just like a child. "If you like me, then come with me. Tell me whatever you want." Yang Kai increased his efforts to win her over. Ada reached out his hand and rummaged in his armpit. Suddenly, he took out something that looked like an embroidery needle and gently placed it in front of Yang Kai. "This is for you." Yang Kai grabbed the embroidery needle. His body suddenly trembled. He felt an ancient and desolate aura coming toward him and enveloping him. He could not help but have the illusion that he was in the ancient times. When Yang Kai got rid of this disturbance and came back to his senses, Ada was already far away in his field of vision. All that was left was a small figure. In the blink of an eye, even that figure had disappeared. He ran so fast. Yang Kai could not feel it clearly when he was standing on Ada's palm. Now, looking from afar, Yang Kai realized that the giant was terrifyingly fast. He hurriedly used the law of space to chase after Ada, but he was unable to catch up. Ada had already run off somewhere. It was extremely difficult to find a single person in the boundless starry sky. Yang Kai could not help but feel a little annoyed. It was a pity that he could not win over such a powerful helper. It was not until then that Yang Kai had time to carefully look at the embroidery needle in his hand. When Ada took it out of his armpit, it was indeed like an embroidery needle. But it depended on who it was compared to. In front of Ada's huge body, it was an embroidery needle. But in Yang Kai's hand, it became the size of a chopstick. After meeting Ada, Yang Kai had been maintaining his dragon body. Therefore, the chopstick in his hand was at least 1 to 2 meters long. Looking at it carefully, he found that it was a long spear. The tip of the spear was shining with cold light. There were many dragon scale-like patterns on the body of the spear. The tail of the spear was gilded with clouds. It was really extraordinary. Yang Kai was excited. He closed his eyes and silently sensed it. After a while, he was shocked. His attention had been on Ada, so he did not have time to figure out the magic of this thing. Now that he checked it, he found that it was an extraordinary treasure. Especially the desolate aura coming out of the spear, it was probably stronger than that of the mountains and rivers bell. It could be seen that this long spear had existed for a long time before the mountains and rivers bell. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that he faintly felt a familiar aura from this long spear. It was the aura of a giant dragon. He immersed his mind into the long spear. After a while, his expression turned serious. As he looked at it carefully, the long spear seemed to have turned into a huge dragon, standing proudly between heaven and earth. A loud dragon roar came from the long spear, and the body of the spear shook. Yang Kai quickly poured his dragon aura into the spear, causing it, which was originally less than 6 meters in length, to suddenly expand, becoming longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was holding a giant spear that was more than 300 meters long. It was a head taller than his half-dragon body. A 300-meter-long dragon body was already awe-inspiring, but with this long spear, it was even more powerful. Yang Kai's eyes flew open as he casually swung his spear a few times, feeling as if this long spear was an extension of his arm. There wasn't the slightest bit of awkwardness in his movements, making him feel extremely comfortable and confident. Yang Kai secretly thought that even if Great Demon God's true body was here, he would still be able to pierce a few holes in his body. Looking at it carefully, he saw 2 golden characters at the end of the spear. Azure Dragon. Yang Kai read out and gently stroked the body of the spear. Only then did the trembling long spear calm down, as if it had been comforted. If it were anyone else here, even if they had the Azure Dragon spear, they would not be able to use it easily. However, Yang Kai could feel that the Azure Dragon spear was originally refined from the body of a giant dragon. The body of the spear was made from the bones of a giant dragon. The scales on the body of the spear were dragon scales. The spearhead was made from dragon teeth, and the tail of the spear was also a dragon tail. He had the power of the golden divine dragon source, which coincided with the spear intent of the Azure Dragon spear. Using the source of the dragon race to drive the divine spear, he could activate its power without refining it. Yang Kai felt that even the great elder and second elder of the Dragon Island were not as good as the giant dragon that refined this long spear. What kind of existence was Ada? He could casually take out something that was so precious. In comparison, the spirit fruits of the One Realm bead that he had paid before were not even worth mentioning. Although those things were not bad, how could they be compared to the Azure Dragon spear? How could he be so lucky when he was not in the Star Realm? Yang Kai could not help but want to laugh wildly at the sky. However, thinking about it carefully, perhaps Ada saw that he had a half-dragon body, so he took out the Azure Dragon spear to give him a peach in return. All along, Yang Kai had a lot of treasures in his hands. The soul-warming lotus, the immortal tree, and the azure tree were all considered the most precious treasures of heaven and earth. They were unique existences. The mountains and rivers bell was even more powerful. It had the power to suppress heaven and earth. There was also the newly obtained wind gourd. The astral wind that blew out of the gourd could not be underestimated. There was also the soul-severing blade that could appear and disappear mysteriously. However, relatively speaking, Yang Kai still lacked a handy weapon, a weapon that could be used to fight enemies in close combat. Although the myriad sword was not bad, it was just an ordinary emperor artifact. When Yang Kai's cultivation was not high, the myriad sword could display decent power, but as Yang Kai's strength increased, the myriad sword could not keep up with his pace. What's more, the myriad sword was the Qin family's heirloom. Yang Kai had made an agreement with the Qin family's patriarch, Qin Chaoyang, that he would return the myriad sword when Qin Yu broke through to the emperor realm. Over the years, Qin Yu had been cultivating hard in the High Heaven Palace, and his strength had increased greatly. Although he had not yet reached the emperor realm, he was not far away. Even if Yang Kai did not return the myriad sword, the Qin family would not say anything, but they had made an agreement, so how could Yang Kai go back on his word? Once the myriad sword was returned, Yang Kai really would not have a weapon to use. All this time, he had been looking for a suitable weapon for himself, but unfortunately, there was nothing suitable for him. Moreover, he also had to consider his half-dragon body. Ordinary artifacts could be used in his human form, but he could not use them in his dragon form. Not to mention Yang Kai's current state, if he were to hold the myriad sword when he was 300 meters tall, it would be like pinching an embroidery needle. In a life-or-death battle, would he use an embroidery needle to stab his opponent? Moreover, the power of that needle would not be as strong as the strength of his claw. Not only did it have to be suitable for close combat, but it also had to be suitable for his current cultivation. It would be best if he could use it until he reached the half-saint realm, and it also had to be suitable for his dragon transformation. There were many rare treasures in this world, but it was extremely difficult to satisfy so many conditions. If he was really like the other venerable sovereigns and cultivated for a long time, perhaps he could find some materials himself and ask Ho Yu to make one for him. However, his cultivation was advancing too quickly, so even if he could make a treasure, he would not have the time to nurture it. Which of those powerful treasures did not cost the emperor realm thousands of years of painstaking effort? Yang Kai did not expect that in this strange place, he would actually obtain the black dragon spear by accident. This spear was made from the body of a giant dragon, so no one could use its full power. Dragons were proud, so even if they died, they would not be destroyed. It was already good enough that they did not devour the person who used the black dragon spear, so how could they be willing to be controlled by others? Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source power perfectly solved this problem. That guy only knows how to laugh foolishly, but it seems that he is not that stupid. Resisting the urge to continue chasing, Yang Kai looked in the direction where Ada disappeared, and cupped his hands in respect. Yang Kai had received such a great benefit from him, so if he had the chance to see him again, he would definitely treat him to a full meal. Chapter 37-32. Yang Kai, are you still alive? Inside the small sealed world, Boya's voice was filled with panic. Just now, she had been chatting with Yang Kai when the image she saw suddenly collapsed. Obviously, Yang Kai had suffered some kind of attack. She had been trying to contact Yang Kai but had received no response, so she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Could it be that Yang Kai was dead? If Yang Kai was dead, she would be trapped in this small sealed world for the rest of her life. Although the small sealed world was not bad now, it was still not as good as the outside world. I'm not dead yet, don't shout, Yang Kai replied. Boya scolded, why are you ignoring me if I'm not dead? After a moment of silence, she asked anxiously, what happened just now? Nothing, Yang Kai said perfunctorily, I ran into a very interesting guy. He had even been praised as a good person and given a treasure. Boya was stunned. She had only just caught a glimpse of the vast star field before, so who could she possibly run into in such a place? Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not answer her questions, causing her to grit her teeth so hard she almost broke them. Yang Kai turned around and placed the blue dragon spear on his shoulders, placing his hands on the spear's head and tail. His 1,000-meter-long dragon body quickly shrank and transformed back into his human form. As his body changed, so did the huge blue dragon spear. By the time Yang Kai's figure stabilized, the blue dragon spear had shrunk to about 2 meters in length. Taking large strides forward, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he crossed 1,000 kilometers in a single step, his eyes firmly staring forward. That direction should be the direction of the star boundary. When he escaped from the void, Yang Kai felt that there was a mysterious force guiding him. At that time, he did not have time to investigate carefully and was blown away by Da's breath. Now that he thought about it, the only thing guiding him was the star boundary's world energy. After all, he still had the acknowledgement of the world's will. To him, the star boundary was his homeland, his home. No matter how far he went, the faintly discernible connection with the star boundary would not be severed. In the Southern Territory, in front of the Star Soul Palace, tens of millions of soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle between humans and demons. The once spiritual mountains and great rivers were now a mess. Everywhere in the mountains and fields, the demonic chi was rampant. A few years ago, the Second War of the Two Realms began with the sudden arrival of 10 demon saints in the star world. Afterward, 108 passageways between the two realms appeared in the star world. The surroundings of the passageways were transformed into demon land. Countless people were separated from their families. In the beginning, the astral boundary relied on the space array and the one-realm bead refined by Yang Kai to move like the wind, slaying demons and wiping out 98 devil's dens. Only the 10 largest devil's dens were left. These 10 devil's dens were also the places where the demon saint and the great emperors once fought. The demon race placed great importance on these 10 devil's dens. Not only did they deploy a large number of troops to defend these devil's dens, they even spent a huge amount of manpower and resources to construct an unknown devil's tower in these devil's dens. When the devil's towers were first built, no one paid any attention to them. However, when the devil's towers began to take shape, the astral boundaries side discovered the use of these strange devil's towers. The 10 devil's dens and the 10 devil's towers were connected to each other. They actually had the effect of a space array. The demon race's army could actually shuttle back and forth between these 10 devil's dens quickly. Since then, the astral boundary's army's advantage in mobility had disappeared. The devil's towers were built non-stop every day. At every moment, a large number of demon race soldiers were busy above and below the devil's towers. Every day, the devil's towers would grow a little taller. Today, the 10 devil's towers were already 3,000 meters tall. No one knew how these devil's towers were built, but they were incomparably sturdy. Back in the Northern Territory's surging wave city, Yang Shao and Yang Shui had used the Flowing Time Temple to crash into the devil's towers twice, but both times they failed. When they crashed into the devil's towers for the third time, the feather demon Saint Fuyu teleported over and repelled the Flowing Time Temple with a single arrow, causing Yang Shao and Yang Shui to suffer a great loss. As the devil's towers continued to grow taller, the area of the 10 devil's dens also expanded by more than 10 times. Looking down from a bird's eye view, these 10 devil's dens were like 10 malignant tumors on the astral boundary, oozing pus and rotting flesh, constantly eroding the otherwise undamaged areas. People couldn't help but suspect that if the devil's towers continued to grow taller, the entire astral boundary would completely collapse and turn into a demon land. Perhaps, this was also the demon race's plan. With the 10 devil's dens and 10 devil's towers as a barrier, in addition to the 3 half-saint of demon race, the demon race could sit back and relax. For the past few years, they had been holed up in their devil's dens. The astral boundary's army had launched several expeditions, but they had returned empty-handed. Although they had killed many members of the demon race, they had also suffered many casualties. Originally, everyone had pinned their hopes on Yang Kai, hoping that he would be able to find the missing great emperors in the demon territory, but Yang Kai had been gone for 3 years without any news. Everyone knew that something must have happened to the demon race, and it was very likely that the great emperors were not in the demon territory. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai not send back any information at all? Currently, the astral boundary could only rely on the 2 great elders of the dragon race to support the situation, but after all, there were only 2 of them, while the demon race had 3 demon saint. Now that both sides had their own teleportation methods, there was no need to talk about surprise attacks. What they could compete in was only patience and determination, and even their own strength. Today, the demon race, which had been stable for a long time, finally launched their first fierce attack, and their target was the Star Soul Palace. It was not that the demon race did this on purpose, but that one of the 10 great demon dens was adjacent to the Star Soul Palace. Before this, they had not expanded, so there was still some distance between them, but after a few years of expansion, they had already reached the edge of the Star Soul Palace. If it was a normal place, giving up on it would have been fine, but the Star Soul Palace was the symbol of the Southern Territory. When the Bright Moon Great Emperors were still alive, they had protected the Southern Territory for many years. Now that the Bright Moon Great Emperors had passed away, how could the astral boundary ignore it? In public terms, everything the demon race did had to be stopped, but in private terms, the Bright Moon Great Emperors had died in the demon territory for the sake of the entire astral boundary, so it could be said that the astral boundary was indebted to them. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. The 14 legions stationed in the Southern Territory had already gathered at the Star Soul Palace to discuss countermeasures. But what could they possibly come up with? The demon race was about to attack, so the only thing everyone could do was to defend to the death. A great battle was about to break out. When the demon land expanded to the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array, the demon race army that had long since been prepared rushed out from the depths of the demon land. At the forefront of the army was a group of bright red, short, and round red devils. These red devils had low intelligence and were the weakest existences among the 100 clans in the demon territory. They had always been cannon fodder, and this time was no exception. Hundreds of thousands of red devils howled as they launched a suicidal attack on the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array. As the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array had been accumulating for many years, and it occupied the best spirit vein in the Southern Territory, so it was naturally extraordinary. Even the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was much inferior compared to it. But under the constant self-destruction of the hundreds of thousands of red devils, the sect-protecting array could only hold on for less than a day before crumbling. Immediately after the red devils, a large number of the demon race army rushed forward and attacked the sect-protecting array. Naturally, the Star World Army and Star Soul Palace would not sit back and watch. Using their artifacts and secret techniques, they attacked the demon race until they were in a complete mess. As the number of demon race casualties increased, the demonic chi between heaven and earth became more and more intense. The pitch-black aura seemed to have a life of its own as it slowly climbed up the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array. The originally colorful glass-like sect-protecting array was gradually dyed black, giving off an ominous feeling. After 3 days, when the sect-protecting array's light curtain completely turned black, it collapsed with a loud bang. The demon race army charged forward like a pack of wolves and tigers, stepping into the pure land that symbolized the pinnacle of martial arts in the Southern Territory. Of course, this was not the only sect-protecting array in Star Soul Palace. Under the control of the many elders of Star Soul Palace and the current palace master Lan Sun, the sect-protecting arrays in all the peaks were activated and cut the demon race army apart. The Star World Army, who had been ready for battle, instantly engaged in a bloody battle with the enemy. In an instant, rivers of blood flowed in Star Soul Palace, and mountains of corpses piled up. The demonic chi of the dead demon race escaped from their bodies and permeated everything around them, tainting the earth with demonic chi. If it was just a simple battle between 2 armies, the Star World Army might not necessarily be their opponent. Although the demon race army was strong, Star World also had 14 legions gathered here, and there were as many as 15 half-saint false emperors. It could be said that they had poured all the strength of the entire southern territory into this battle. But with the continuous expansion of the demon land, the Star World Army's defensive line also shrank step by step, gradually showing signs of exhaustion. This phenomenon was not obvious at first, but as time passed, the gap between the two sides grew larger and larger. Especially after the aftereffects of the bloodthirst technique broke out, the combat power of the Star World Army was greatly reduced. On the other hand, the Demon Race Army seemed to have the help of the gods in the Demon Land. The battle situation was extremely unfavorable for the Star World Army. In the battlefield, 3 young girls were standing side by side with pale faces. They were confronting a sage-level powerhouse. One of them was Lan Sun. Originally, she was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if she was the daughter of Bright Moon and had a special physique, it was impossible for her to survive in front of a half-saint. But last time, she took the risk to refine the Universe Tower, and with the help of this ancient exotic treasure, she broke through to the third-order Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Although she was still inferior to a half-saint, she at least had the power to fight. Moreover, the Universe Tower's power was extraordinary, and even the half-saint was afraid of it. It was only with the help of others that she was able to hold on until now. But now, she was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if she had an ancient rare treasure in her hands, the gap in strength between the two of them was not something that could be easily closed. She couldn't help but feel bitter. Originally, she had aspired to revive the might of Star Soul Palace and carry on her father's dying wish to protect the Southern Territory while she was still alive. But now, Star Soul Palace was about to be eroded into a demonic land, so how could she realize her ambition? Beside her, a young girl with a naive face wore a big black pot on her head. She looked very funny, but when the half-saint's gaze fell on the black pot, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Previously, he had underestimated his enemy too much and was sucked into the black pot by this young girl. He almost couldn't come out. If it weren't for his cultivation being much higher than her, he would have been trapped inside and died. The primal chaos intent in the black pot was still fresh in his memory. Chapter 37-33. The third girl had a beautiful appearance and a youthful aura, but her beautiful eyes were filled with a murderous intent. A pair of butterfly-like wings flapped gently behind her back. Although she was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, her tender body was filled with divine spirit intent. Lan Sun, Lin Yun, and Mo Shaoqi, the 3 daughters of great emperors and disciples of great emperors, fought side by side. The 3 girls used their slender bodies to block the murderous steps of a half-saint master. Originally, it was impossible for the ordinary cultivators of the Emperor Realm to be the opponent of a half-saint. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master could only flee in fear when facing a half-saint. But which one of these 3 girls was ordinary? How could the ordinary cultivators of the Emperor Realm compare to them with the treasures they had and the strength they possessed? Lan Sun's Universe Tower was the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace. While standing inside Star Soul Palace, she could borrow the power of heaven and earth. Lin Yun's black pot unification was even more mysterious. Although Mo Shaoqi didn't have a comparable treasure, she was from Spirit Beast Island. The martial beast had already planted the soul of the divine spirit heavenly illusion butterfly in her body. As her strength and cultivation improved, she could control the power of the divine spirit with greater ease. It was 3 against 1, and they were barely able to maintain the situation. However, it was impossible for them to kill the half-saint unless the half-saint made a fatal mistake. "You 3 little girls, wait until I capture you. I'll make you beg for death, but you won't be able to die." The half-saint was tall and muscular. He was full of explosive strength. His skin was stone-colored, so he was obviously a stone demon. The stone demon clan was born with strong defense and could almost ignore ordinary injuries. Although they weren't as strong as the power demons, they were still incomparable to the other demon race. Among the 100 races in the demon territory, if the blood demons were the most cunning, then the stone demons were the most difficult to kill. The three girls in front of him were all extraordinary, but he believed that as long as he didn't give them a chance, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. All he needed to do was to delay them and wait until they were exhausted before he could capture them one by one. It's not too late to brag if you have the ability. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes were cold. Her father died in the demon territory, and the foundation he left behind was now invaded by the demon territory. She hated the demon race to the bone. At this moment, she only hated the fact that God gave her too little time, and she couldn't really grow up. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and a green vine suddenly flew out of his sleeve and wrapped around the half-saint. The Universe Tower's tower spirit had transformed into the appearance of Starbeck. At this moment, she was urging the power of the Universe Tower to take on the form of a green plant. If she was entangled by these green vines, she could find a way to drag her enemy into the Universe Tower for a decisive battle. Inside the Universe Tower, her strength would be greatly improved. Although this wasn't as significant as the sealed world bead for Yang Kai, it was similar. As soon as she took action, Lin Yun, and Mo Shaoqi naturally did not remain idle. Lin Yun, threw the black wok that had been on her head like a hat towards the half-saint and shouted, "Watch out for the wok." Her petite figure had already rushed out together with the black pot. What she cultivated was the Iron Blood diagram of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. She was most proficient in using her fists to fight against her enemies. Under her fists, she was invulnerable to all attacks and was invincible. However, if she wanted to attack her enemies, she had to first place herself in a dangerous position. The butterfly wings behind Mo Shaoqi flapped gently, and sparkling lights gathered like fireflies and floated towards the stone demon half-saint. The heavenly illusion butterfly's fighting strength was nothing to be proud of, but this holy spirit's greatest ability was her attainments in spiritual energy. Her sparkling powder had the effect of creating illusions, and its effect was so strong that even a half-saint could not ignore it. Obviously, this was not the first time the three of them had joined forces. After fighting for a few days, they had already become one, so at this moment, there was no need for communication at all as they cooperated to attack. Seeing this, the stone demon half-saint's face turned extremely cold. Demonic chi surged from his body as he fiercely punched forward. The green vines that flew out were smashed to pieces before they could reach him, and although they immediately repaired themselves, they were unable to get close to him. The sky darkened as Return to One descended, enveloping the stone demon half-saint. At the same time, Lin Yun, took advantage of the green vines to pounce in front of the stone demon half-saint. The heavenly illusion butterfly's divine power was also displayed at this moment. The sparkling powder lingered around the stone demon's body, penetrating every inch of his body. As soon as it came into contact with the powder, the stone demon's mind went blank for a moment, and the fist that was swinging towards Lin Yun, involuntarily paused for a moment. This moment of effort was the difference between success and failure. With a loud bang, Lin Yun's fist landed on the stone demon half-saint's chest. This punch, which was powerful enough to split open a mountain, only managed to force the stone demon back a few steps. On the contrary, Lin Yun's small face wrinkled as she showed a pained expression. However, she did not retreat and instead raised her pair of pink fists again, preparing to continue the fight. Her honored master had said that there was no unbreakable defense in this world, it all depended on whether one's strength was strong enough. Her small face flushed red as wind and clouds gathered around her pair of pink fists, giving off a faint aura of the great Tao. At that moment, a cry of alarm rang out. Lan Sun quickly turned her head and her beautiful eyes could not help narrowing as she saw a rotating sandpit appear under Mo Shaoqi's feet at some unknown time. From this sandpit, two big hands stretched out, grabbed her ankles tightly, and pulled her down. When Lan Sun looked over, Mo Shaoqi's feet had already sunk into the sandpit. Sand Demon. This demon race was just like the Blood Demon, extremely difficult to deal with. Coupled with the Shadow Demon's concealment ability, it was impossible to guard against. Lan Sun had no time to attack the Stone Demon half-saint. With a flick of her wrist, the green vines that flew out immediately turned back and plunged directly into the depths of the ground. The earth immediately began to undulate, as if an earth-shattering battle was taking place underground. Mo Xiaoqi was distracted by the sneak attack, so she was unable to control the power of the heavenly illusion butterfly. The stone demon half-saint immediately woke up and met Lin Yun's punch head-on. The stone demon half-saint did not hesitate to meet the attack with a punch. Lin Yun's petite body was sent flying as she spat out a mouthful of blood in mid-air, dyeing her clothes red. Returning to one black pot was also sent flying back by the stone demon. Although she was injured, Lin Yun was still as agile as a swallow in the air, landing at Mo Xiaoqi's feet and punching the ground. The earth, which had been rising and falling continuously, suddenly shook. The force binding Mo Xiaoqi loosened, and Mo Xiaoqi took this opportunity to break free. The green vines were also taken back by Lan Sun, and the three girls stood side by side again. From the cracks in the earth, a putrid smell of blood poured out. The sand demon who had been hiding underground and attacking Mo Xiaoqi before was obviously dead. That sand demon was just a mid-rank demon king and thought that there was an opportunity to take advantage of this situation, so he came to take advantage of it, but who knew that he would end up like this in the blink of an eye? However, this also helped the stone demon half-saint imperceptibly. Otherwise, if Lan Sun and the others had really attacked him, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to them, but he would have been covered in dirt. Bitch! The stone demon half-saint cursed, but after cursing, he frowned and turned his head to look around. The noisy battlefield had become extremely quiet at some point. Everyone's fighting had stopped at this moment. He had been focused on dealing with Lan Sun and the others' attacks just now, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Only now did he notice it. Lan Sun and the others also noticed it, and the three girls looked around, exchanging glances with each other before Lin Yun asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Xiaoqi looked up at the sky. "Look over there." Lin Yun followed his gaze and immediately pursed her lips. She saw wind and clouds converging in the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The dark clouds pressed very low, causing the sky to look as though it was about to collapse. From within the flickering clouds, a terrifying pressure was transmitted, as though some ferocious creature was about to be born. It was this obvious movement that attracted the attention of Star Soul Palace's 10 million human race demon race cultivators, causing the two sides to fall into a temporary silence. "Is it the demon race?" Mo Xiaoqi asked worriedly. While they were fighting, such a huge commotion had appeared in the sky, making it impossible for her to remain calm. The star boundaries side was already at a disadvantage, so if this commotion was caused by the demon race, the future of the star boundaries side might really be bleak. "It doesn't look like it." Lan Sun shook her head slowly. If it was the demon race, how could the demon race cultivators act like they didn't know anything? The stone demon half-saint, who was confronting them, had a suspicious expression on his face. "Then what is it?" Mo Xiaoqi frowned. How could Lan Sun give an explanation, but the current situation made her slightly relieved. She winked at Mo Xiaoqi and Lin Yun, and the three of them quickly took the opportunity to recover. Not only were the 10 million human race demon race cultivators on the battlefield paying attention to the movement in the sky, but 5 other pairs of eyes were also staring at the clouds in the sky. Such a shocking battle in the Southern Territory could almost determine the ownership of the Southern Territory. So how could the demon race's 3 demon saint and the dragon race's 2 great elders be absent? However, these 5 did not intervene in the battle. For the dragon race's 2 great elders, although they were husband and wife, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If they rashly intervened in the battle, it would definitely draw the attention of the 3 demon saint cultivators. At that time, the star boundary situation would only become worse, so the 2 of them only hid high up in the sky and watched. Unless they had no other choice, they would not easily intervene. The reason they appeared here was mainly to act as a deterrent. As for the 3 demon race demon saint cultivators, even if they fought with the dragon race's 2 great elders, they might not be able to do anything to them. In a 3 versus 2 situation, they did indeed have the upper hand, but it was impossible to kill the other side. Over the past few years, the two sides had fought more than once, so they were quite familiar with each other's strength. The dragon race's two great elders were willing to wait and see, so they were happy to see them. Just as Lan Sun's trio was conversing, the demon race's three demon saint cultivators also exchanged glances, revealing looks of surprise. Although they did not know what was going on with the aura leaking from the clouds, the only thing they were certain of was that this movement definitely did not come from the demon territory. If it was not the demon territory, could it be the star boundary? Frowning, the three demon saint cultivators looked in the direction of the dragon race's two great elders and soon discovered that Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu were also frowning and looking in their direction with suspicious eyes. Looking at each other, Xueli grinned and Fu Xiu coldly snorted. Chapter 37-34. The dark clouds pressed lower and lower, as if they were really going to fall. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the thick dark clouds. As the whirlpool spun, the surrounding thick clouds also spun along with it, making the sky look unpredictable. A speck of light suddenly appeared in the center of the vortex, and Zhu Yan's expression changed as he raised his brow and said, "This is..." Fu Xiu also showed a look of surprise. The moment the speck of light appeared, she and Zhu Yan both sensed a trace of the aura of the dragon race coming from that direction. The presence of a dragon race meant that there was a dragon race present, but they had brought all the pure-blooded dragon race members from Dragon Island with them, so how could any of their clansmen appear in the vortex in the clouds? What's more, the trace of dragon aura they sensed was ancient and desolate, as if it had broken through space and time from an extremely distant era, causing the two of them to feel a sense of inferiority. Before they could figure it out, the speck of light that had suddenly appeared fell like a meteor, dragging a long trail of light behind it. Under the influence of its fall, the dark clouds that covered the sky twisted and squirmed, quickly shrinking into a ball and pressing down towards the ground along with the speck of light. A feeling of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering assaulted everyone's hearts. Inside Star Soul Palace, whether it was the human race or the demon race, everyone felt suffocated and their hearts palpitated uneasily. Soon, everyone's expression changed, because the speck of light was actually heading straight for Star Soul Palace. Lightning flashed, and before the 10 million strong army could react, the speck of light that fell from the sky had already smashed into the ground. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The hundreds of spirit peaks of Star Soul Palace rustled as rubble tumbled down. Where the speck of light landed, a circular shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted and spread outwards. Wherever the shockwave passed, whether it was the human race or the demon race, they were all thrown off their feet without exception. Only those whose strength had reached the Emperor realm or above could barely stabilize themselves. Immediately after the light fell, the dark clouds also smashed onto the ground. In an instant, the entire Star Soul Palace was shrouded in a layer of cloud. Lan Sun, Lin Yun, and Mo Shaoqi's beautiful faces all turned pale because the light that fell from the sky had landed a few dozen meters in front of them, separating them from the stone demon half-saint. Fortunately, the three girls' current strength wasn't too bad. Each of them used their own techniques to resist, so they weren't injured by the shockwaves. Raising his eyes and looking over, he saw a figure half kneeling on the ground a few hundred feet away. His clothes were ragged, and his hair was disheveled. His tattered clothes revealed a strong and sturdy body, and he looked like he had just fought with someone. His appearance could not be seen clearly. His drooping hair covered his face. He had one hand on his knee, and the other hand was holding a long spear. Above the long spear, there was a dragon coiling around it, covered in dragon scales. The spear had flickered with cold light, and the body of the spear was surging with a desolate aura. The three girls were dumbfounded. All the human and demon race cultivators who saw this scene were also stunned. No one could have imagined that the light that caused this heavenly manifestation to fall from the sky was actually a single person. Thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on this single person. "Uncle?" Lin Yun tilted her head and called out with a frown. "What?" Lan Sun heard her voice and turned to look at her, but she couldn't hear clearly. At that moment, the half-kneeling figure finally moved and slowly straightened his body. When he was squatting on the ground, all the light was covered by the long spear, but when he stood up, all the light in the world seemed to be snatched away by him. A series of crackling sounds came from all over his body as he shook the long spear in his hand and rested it on his shoulder. Looking up at the sky, he laughed loudly, his voice sounding like a dragon's roar, "I'm home. It feels so good." His long hair still covered his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance, but his eyes were as bright as the sun. Lan Sun was stunned and said in shock, Brother Yang?" Although the voice was loud, it was definitely Yang Kai's voice in her ears. This time, Mo Shaoqi also heard it clearly. Her cold face quickly melted as she said in surprise, "Big Brother Yang?" She hadn't seen Yang Kai since he took her to Dragon Island to meet Third Elder Fu Xian. Although less than 20 years had passed, these years were too long for a girl who had just experienced the first awakening of love. She had wanted to leave Spirit Beast Island many times to find Yang Kai, but when Mo Huang was here, she didn't have a chance to do so. When Mo Huang wasn't here, Jiu Feng was always with her. This time, she came to the Southern Territory with the intention of meeting Yang Kai. Unfortunately, when she arrived here, she learned that Yang Kai had already gone to the Demon Territory and hadn't been heard from for 3 years. She never expected that they would meet under such circumstances. Didn't he go to the Demon Territory? How did he fall from the sky? Mo Shaoqi couldn't understand, and neither could Lan Sun and Lin Yun. In the sky, there was no passage connecting the two worlds to the Demon Territory. A few dozen meters away, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and brushed his hair back, revealing his face with a bright smile. "Shaoqi? Yun and junior sister Lan? How did you?" Oh. Returning from the outside world was fraught with danger. Just by looking at Yang Kai's current appearance, it was clear that his journey had not been smooth. The many hardships he had encountered along the way were really difficult for outsiders to understand. Now that he had finally returned to the star boundary, Yang Kai hadn't had time to see the situation around him. It could even be said that he had not planned to land here, it was just a coincidence. But now, with a sweep of his divine sense, he knew the current situation and where he was. How did they come to the Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Has the situation in the star boundary become so bad in the years I was away? Yang Kai. In midair, Xue Li's face turned cold as he stared at Yang Kai's figure with his scarlet eyes, murderous intent erupting from his body. None of the demon saints did not hold a grudge against Yang Kai. If it weren't for him, how could Yu Rumeng, Bailey Mo, Chang Tian, and the others betray the demon territory? If these three were here, conquering the star boundary would be a piece of cake. It was precisely because of him that these 3 demon saints changed sides. Now, the war over the star boundary was still in a deadlock. Although the final victory belonged to the demon race, the time and energy wasted could not be made up for. The moment his murderous intent erupted, the auras of the 2 great elders of the dragon race immediately locked onto Xue Li. Xue Li turned his head and smiled coldly at Zhu Yan and Fu Tun. Today, the Star Soul Palace's defeat was already set. Even if Yang Kai appeared, it was impossible to change the situation unless he had the power of the great emperors. Therefore, even though Xue Li wanted nothing more than to kill Yang Kai, he would not rashly act and affect the nerves of the 2 great elders of the dragon race. Below, Yang Kai raised his head and looked up. There was nothing in his field of vision, but his gaze pierced through the void as he smiled faintly in the direction of the 3 demon saint. Interesting, he can actually see it. Huabu chuckled, his rolling body trembling non-stop. Fu Yu twirled her fingers as she considered whether she should shoot Yang Kai to death with an arrow. After thinking about it, she probably did not have a chance to shoot with the 2 old dragons beside her. "Uncle, be careful," Lin Yun suddenly exclaimed. The moment Yang Kai raised his head, the nearby stone demon half-saint had already made his move. Raising his palm, he slapped down at Yang Kai from afar. A huge black palm immediately appeared in the sky. Yang Kai did not seem to notice it and did not move at all. In the blink of an eye, his palms slapped down. With a loud bang, the place where Yang Kai was standing shattered. Lin Yun's face was dull, Mo Shaoqi cried out involuntarily, and Lan Sun's face was also pale. Even though they knew that Yang Kai, who had comprehended the space principles, could not be killed so easily, they could not relax until they were sure that he was safe. Fortunately, in the next moment, Yang Kai's figure reappeared, his tattered clothes making him look quite comical. At some point, he had arrived in front of the stone demon half-saint, his expression solemn as he thrust his spear towards the stone demon half-saint, shouting in a low voice, "I'll use you as a sacrifice for my spear." Since obtaining this blue dragon spear, Yang Kai had been constantly on his way. Although he had encountered many thrilling situations, his spear had never tasted blood. A half-saint was more than enough to sacrifice his spear. Seeing Yang Kai act so bravely and recklessly, the stone demon was stunned for a moment before he sneered, "You overestimate yourself." His big hand reached out to grab the spear. He was a stone demon, so his defense was innately strong. Even a half-saint like him would not be able to break through his defenses easily. Although Yang Kai's spear was not weak and the demon king could not contend with it, how could the stone demon put it in his eyes? As long as he could grab the spear and drag him over, he could smash his head with a single punch. The demon saint had said that whoever could kill Yang Kai would receive their personal guidance. With his current cultivation and the guidance of the demon saint, if he had the right opportunity, he might even become the new demon saint. All these beautiful things were shattered in front of this spear. The moment his big hand grabbed the spear, he felt a piercing pain in his palm. The defense he was so proud of was completely useless in front of this spear, as if it was made of paper. The spear directly pierced a hole in his palm, and without losing any momentum, it stabbed towards his head. The stone demon was shocked by this sudden change. How is this possible? His defense, which was strong enough to resist the attacks of a half-saint of the same rank, was actually broken through. He simply could not accept this. Although his mind was shaken, he was still a half-saint. How could he be killed so easily? Seeing the spear rapidly grow in front of him, he hurriedly turned his head, barely avoiding this terrifying attack, and at the same time, quickly retreated. The black dragon spear was pulled out of his palm, bringing with it a large amount of blood. Yang Kai was like a shadow, closely chasing after him. His face was like jade, and his spear was like a dragon. Boundless spear images enveloped the stone demon half-saint. Lan Sun and the others were dumbfounded. Although they knew that Yang Kai's strength was not something they could compare to, and that fighting those stronger than him was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Previously, he had fought many times against fake emperor and half-saint powerhouses and luckily managed to survive, but how was he able to force a stone demon half-saint to retreat with just his own strength? They had originally planned to rescue Yang Kai, but after seeing this scene, how could they dare to rashly intervene? At this time, they would only disrupt Yang Kai's rhythm and might even ruin his plans. After looking at each other, they immediately flew out and surrounded the stone demon half-saint from 3 sides, not giving him a chance to escape. Chapter 37-35. Cold light flickered as spear shadows danced in the air. Every spear strike caused the stone demon half-saint's heart to tremble in fear. In the eyes of others, it was just a dazzling spear technique, but in his eyes, it was as if an azure dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, shaking its head and wagging its tail. The dragon's roar that penetrated deep into one's soul seemed to have a mystical power, causing one's mind to become unstable and unable to defend against the enemy with all their might. Chi 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 sounds rang out incessantly as wounds appeared on the stone demon's hard body. In the blink of an eye, the stone demon's entire body was bathed in blood. The pain stimulated his ferocious nature, and his eyes turned crimson. He suddenly raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, pressing it heavily towards Yang Kai. His speed wasn't fast, but rather slow, as if there was an invisible force in front of him that was preventing his movements. However, when this finger pressed down, Yang Kai's expression changed. He pulled back his spear to defend himself. The azure dragon spear danced in the air, forming an impregnable defense in front of him. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out as sparks flew in front of Yang Kai. There were clearly no weapons attacking him, but the sound of metal clashing rang out. Suddenly, the spear's shadows that filled the sky retracted, and Yang Kai held his spear horizontally in front of his chest. The stone demon half-saint's finger pressed down towards him. Looking down, Yang Kai's chest was slightly caved in. Die! The stone demon half-saint angrily roared and gave a thumbs up. With a cry, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of golden blood as he was sent flying backwards. Brother Yang. Lan Sun was shocked. With a flick of her wrist, a green vine flew out of her sleeve and pulled Yang Kai back. Even though Yang Kai's body was strong, he still felt his stomach churning. If it were any other person from the Emperor realm, they would have died long ago after being hit by the divine technique. However, although he spat out blood, his life was not in danger. He just felt a little breathless for a moment. Leaning on Lan Sun's body, Lan Sun felt a soft touch on her back and blushed slightly. Although she had known Yang Kai for many years and the relationship between them was quite good, they had never been so intimate, especially on this battlefield. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, she felt a sense of torment and shyness. However, the concern in her heart overcame everything else. She asked nervously, "How is brother?" "I won't die." Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a shake of his body, he stabilized himself and grinned at the stone demon half-saint. After the stone demon half-saint's attack, he couldn't help but show a look of lingering fear. Recalling Yang Kai's attack just now, even though he was an enemy, he had to admit that this guy really did have some skill. He was only a high-ranked demon king, yet he was already so powerful. If he was promoted to half-saint, how could the other half-saints survive? His determination to kill Yang Kai became even stronger. He took a step forward and coldly snorted, "Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some skill? Back in the demon territory, that bitch Yu Ruming protected you. Now that she's gone, let's see who can support you. Kneel down obediently and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life." Yang Kai held the black dragon spear with one hand and pointed it at the stone demon half-saint. He chuckled, "You're the one who should die. Shameless boasting." The stone demon half-saint's face turned cold. Suddenly, his expression changed. He lowered his head and looked at his palm in fright. His eyes trembled violently. He was a stone demon, so he was born with a strong defense. A strong defense meant a strong recovery ability. Ordinary injuries were nothing to him. Even if he was injured by Yang Kai just now, he didn't take it to heart. With his recovery ability, he would be able to heal all flesh wounds in the time it took to say a few words. But now, he was horrified to discover that his injuries didn't show any signs of recovery. Not only that, they were even expanding. In his palm, a strange energy filled the bloody hole created by Yang Kai's spear. It was constantly eroding his flesh and blood. The recovery ability he was so proud of couldn't play any role here. As this energy eroded his flesh, his wounds slowly expanded. The stone demon half-saint was shocked and hurriedly tried to resist, but to no avail. Instead, his own demonic chi became nutrients for this strange energy. The more he resisted, the stronger the energy became, and the faster it eroded his flesh. The stone demon half-saint couldn't help but shout, "What is this? What the hell is this? A dead man doesn't need to know so much." It was impossible for Yang Kai, a high-ranked demon king, to achieve this. The previous Yang Kai also didn't have this ability. However, after cultivating in the ancient battlefield of the small sealed world for several dozen years, he had absorbed the martial Tao true meanings of the great demon god and the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, allowing him to pry into the mysteries of the world energy. Although these several dozen years of bitter cultivation didn't allow his realm to improve, his harvest was still huge. Borrowing the strength of his predecessors, Yang Kai had already obtained his own martial Tao true meaning. This true meaning was born from the great demon god and the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It was extremely mysterious, and even a half-saint of the demon race wouldn't be able to resolve it. If he couldn't resolve this martial Tao true meaning, how could his wounds heal? I said that I would use you as a sacrifice for my spear. I've always been a man of my word. When the last word was spoken, Yang Kai had already pounced forward and stabbed his spear towards the stone demon's chest. No matter how many demon hearts this stone demon refined, there would definitely be one in his chest, so it was best to destroy it first. At the same time, Mo Shaoqi also used the power of the heavenly illusion butterfly, causing the stone demon's expression to become slightly sluggish. Obviously, his soul was affected. But it only lasted for a moment before he broke free. Although the heavenly illusion butterfly was powerful, the gap between Mo Shaoqi's cultivation and that of a half-saint's was too great, so its effect was limited. A moment was enough for Lin Yun, to descend from the sky. No one knew when she had made her move, but she had grasped the timing perfectly, falling straight down from the sky. The half-saint was caught off guard and Lin Yun's two small hands grabbed his shoulders. It was clearly a delicate body, but at this moment, it had become even heavier than a mountain. When Lin Yun grabbed onto the stone devil's shoulders with both hands, the stone devil's body actually lowered, its knees bent, and it almost knelt on the ground. At the place where it stood, a dull sound erupted, and the ground cracked open. Yang Kai's spear arrived, his face filled with murderous intent. The stone demon wanted to dodge, but how could he? With a swish, the spear pierced through his chest. Yang Kai's demon chi surged as he shouted, "Die!" Kong. The stone demon half-saint's body staggered back as terrifying demon chi erupted from his body. Lin Yun cried out in alarm as she was sent flying. A green vine shot out from the side and wrapped around her. It was Lan Sun who had acted in time. Lin Yun nodded. There was no need to thank her. Over the past few days, the three girls had fought side by side, going through life and death together, so they had already formed an extraordinary friendship. Raising his head, he saw that there was a huge hole in the chest of the stone devil half-saint. From the front to the back, he could clearly see the wriggling organs inside the bloody hole. How could an ordinary person survive such a serious injury? However, as long as one's demon heart was not extinguished, the demon race would not die. This stone demon half-saint obviously had more than one demon heart. However, at this moment, he no longer had the majesty of a half-saint. For the first time, fear appeared on his angular, stone-carved-like face as he stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost. His feet involuntarily retreated. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, but he actually turned around and fled. If Yang Kai had only shown the strength he could see now, he might have been able to fight back. Even if he didn't have a good time, Yang Kai's end wouldn't be any better. However, the strange power attached to his wound terrified him. He couldn't resolve it or suppress it. Once he was infected by this power, he could only wait for death. This strange power completely destroyed his confidence in fighting Yang Kai to the death. However, he had only taken a few steps when a giant dragon suddenly pounced in front of him. The giant dragon opened its ferocious mouth and bit at him. He had seen this scene many times before, so he knew that this giant dragon wasn't a giant dragon. It was just Yang Kai's attack that had affected his mind, giving him an illusion. He suddenly realized that Yang Kai was someone who comprehended the laws of space. How could he escape from him? Before he could finish his thoughts, he felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. Then, his thoughts sank, and his surroundings turned dark. He actually killed him. Lan Sun's small mouth was slightly agape as her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. She stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had single-handedly grabbed a spear and pierced through his enemy's head. That moment of majesty dazzled her. We won. We won. Lin Yun jumped up and cheered. She, Lan Sun, and Mo Shaoqi had been dealing with this stone demon half-saint for several days, escaping death countless times. In the end, they were only able to delay this half-saint thanks to the power of various treasures. However, Yang Kai had only appeared for half a cup of tea's time before he killed this half-saint with his spear. She didn't consider how big the gap in strength was between her and Yang Kai. She only knew that everyone had killed him together, so she was naturally happy. The stone demon half-saint's head had been pierced through, so even if he still had other demon hearts in his body, he couldn't move for a while. Yang Kai naturally took advantage of his weakness to take his life. He stabbed the black dragon's spear a few times and directly blasted half of his body into dust. This time, he couldn't be more dead. Experiencing the growth of his strength, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. If he had this kind of strength in the Flowing Time Temple, the battle with the Wind Monarch wouldn't have been so difficult. He clearly felt that at this moment, with the black dragon spear and the true meaning of martial Tao he had comprehended, he truly had the qualifications to challenge a half-saint false emperor realm master. He wouldn't be like before, where he had to run away whenever he encountered a half-saint false emperor realm master. The noisy battlefield seemed to fall silent for a moment. The battle in the Star Soul Palace had lasted for several days, and this was the first time a half-saint realm master had fallen. Even though the Star Soul Palace was in chaos at this moment, many people still sensed the sudden disappearance of a half-saint's aura. What's more, the phenomenon of Yang Kai descending from the sky had attracted many people's attention. Many human race masters and demon race masters still paid attention to this matter even though they were entangled with the enemy in front of them. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.